So that one, oh man, what is this? Oh no, oh my god. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Jesus Christ, you can't have that on there. That's so bad. Alright, I'm gonna take it off the screen. I hope you look on the screen. He reigns as the best marketing mascot. Man, that's terrible. I can't believe that's crazy. Well, let's see the comments. It's been up for 4 days. What's up, Ryan? The board of the chat works at Rothschild'S. I visited those. What's up with that facial hair? If you guys didn't see it, it's choking on the fat cat. I'm sure gonna play my video talk about NFW dog. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got next here. This one's posted by Monsters Balls. Not one of our guys. Oh yeah, that's Stavros from the new Yorgo Swimming. You ever heard of him? I've heard of Stavros. What's the Yorgo? You never heard of Yorgos Lanthimos? He's like, what's he done? Killing of a Sacred Deer, Colin Farrell. He's done a lot of movies with the red hair girl. I forget her name. Emma Stone. The Favorite, The Lobster. Okay. They're good. I like them. I saw Tony Hitch looking for The Lobster. I'm on the fucking lobster. They're very weird. I like them. He's great. Looks like a very weird Weekend Chains too. Same set, different animal. Dude, I don't know what's up with Luke, dude. He says the wildest shit on his streams. This is supposed to be Meow Mix Mom. Hi. Let's see here. It's on the screen, right? Watch a 1 hour special for the right show or 1 hour politics on the bench. 1 hour on the bench. Dude, I'd rather watch my family get murdered. Like, whoa, I'd rather watch my family get murdered than watch 30 seconds for the right show. Never said a funny thing in his life. He's got one look when he tells over and over, and it's not interesting. Oh, man. It's so funny how he does not want to be involved at all. It's even wild shit about other comedians. It's almost like this when Lee was talking to you. Didn't he say something like, I've heard people talk shit about birds? Birds is fun. Well, his violence is DNA for sure. Listen, Luke, would you kill him? I don't know. Luke would like, have you, that's a guy that's never seen the Machine. Yeah, he's not seen the Machine, wasn't that bad. Let's ask the chat. Would you rather watch Bird for the Right Shirt? Watch your family. Let's see what you guys think. But I mean, he was getting vaccinated though for sure. Yeah, Bird is very bad. We watched both of those specials on the Patreon, and it actually got worse. It's rare that the special gets worse. There's only a few comedians who are gifted enough to make it that much worse. Actually, it's not rare. It often gets worse than twice of it. Alright, let's see here. So this is, I think, in correlation with, or in reference to, or commenting on, or an example of Rajah Jackson. Okay, I don't know why I did that. Let's see here. It's most of my successful day, 8345. Shop blames online trolls as attempts to protect the rape page's image and admits to trying to sway public opinion. Have you seen this clip? I don't think so. Maybe, no, I think I saw it. This is ridiculous, dude. The way he said it, he's like, I'm trying to think of a way to like defend Rajah. I got nothing. Oh, no, I haven't seen that. Let's see. Whoa, young man. What in the world gives you that impression people think you're a bitch? Other people think you're a bitch. You're soft, you're made up, you're some cock. Where are you getting? He loves that word. It's not from his dad. Comics, they don't give a flying fuck about what happens when you they tell you to do something, say you won't do this. I'm fucking on this damn time. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You owe you a bitch, you got bears, you're gay, whatever they're called by the year. There's an insecurity of Rothschild. You can see these outlets of that wicked time. Watch, my dad can't never call me a bitch. Straight up. I'm always tired and shit. Call me bitch and shit. I'm a fucking bitch, bro. When I heard about this, I told him, when I heard about this, I went, all right, how can I defend Rothschild? You can ask, you're at Jackson, you can ask Rampage. How can I defend it? Everyone's coming for us. No, how can I defend it? And they're kind of like, oh my God. That's not to come up with a way. So I'm like, all right, let me look into it. I'll come up with something. Let's see if we can come up with it. If you're fired. How do I get out of this? How do I get you out of this? I'll tell you what I am with this. He's in it with a guy that does not know to help you because let me think about it for a while. You never hear from it. Yeah. What's the Ariel Hawani interview Rampage did really paint a picture of how bad of a father he is. Yeah, I mean, Rampage is kind of a, or at least the impression I get is he's a maniac, kind of. Like, he himself has had troubles, probably related to head injury, and then he's also a macho guy. You see him call his own son a bitch. Yeah, hugging on a man with, just going voice, right? He's a dukes. That's not what you want as a dad. No. Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan as a dad. If he ever gets to a company, you can sit on pause. Not like that. Best dads out there: Joe Rogan, Brian Callen, Brendan Schaub. That's obviously. I gotta be like, Dad, stop coming to t-ball practice, dude. Yeah. And he's such a good dad that you have to tell him to stop until he gets what he did. Yeah. No, I won't split my cubby with you, Dad. Dad, I don't want another lithium battery car. I have so many. Dad, I'm tired of getting all the clothes in a cool snapback hats. Dad, I don't care if you're gonna be on my friend's dad, dude. Stop telling me that. Back guy, like something. What these days is going on? Just like you. Get the fun, come on now. Jerry agrees. I'm on you. Read my dad. Cheers. I'm down. I'll be your father. Jerry and the Brains. How about you be my dad's speed? Cheers. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would. I'll see kids calling me Jerry like that little kid with a J. That's fucked up. Dad, I already have a baseball bat. Rampage reminds you of the Roger. Hell yeah, keep the comments coming in, y'all. We're reading them. I definitely would rather have Chop as a dad than Rampage. What's it called? Let's see. Yeah, Bob is better than the Rampage for sure. I would rather have Callen as a dad. You're my son now. Calm down, big old dude. No, it's better than my other one. Yeah, not a lot of stuff happening in Chase this week at all. I'm trying to find something. Oh my god, what the hell? I have a feeling this one isn't real. Commander of the Parks posted this one before and after. Just stop taking pictures of the dog. Yeah, who are you? You got a little hey, this is definitely football. What we're seeing out here in LA. Isn't that funny that all those comedians that are super hardcore jumpers now used to be liberal? Oh yeah. It's hilarious to me. They got, I mean, all it takes is the one guy that pays our salaries to be like, hey, I think I'm making a difference. This year, I'm making Trump. I mean, this was not that bad. He thought that was so fun. This classic humor. I'm Evo's gay now. Watch your watch your alright, let's see what else we got here. Almost everything that Shop says as a joke is something that, like, you can envision a cock bothering you about in the locker room. No, it's pretty funny. Obviously, somebody cooked it up as a horse chicken in it, but it's posted by successful heavy 345. Somebody posted it in our Reddit. Oh shit, that was a successful day. Yeah, I don't think he was the one. He could have been the one that posted it already, but he posted it here. I don't know who made it. That's what I'm saying. I see different sources on it. From famous comedians to people who live in the Mount Faith, what are we doing here? Let's see. This is very cool. Oh, I was looking at Reddit. I was looking at the Fighter the Kids Reddit. It's fucking hilarious.
I don't think I've ever seen this because he's going and she's really, really nice. Really, really nice to me. I was reading about it. I thought it was her, but it was actually another chick. Amazing. Man, that one, man. Yeah, but, yeah, I think I will want to. I think I do have stuff there. Yeah,
Psycho? It's a soft cut. It's a salty bitch. Keep saying this cute. Right, what's supposed to be salt people? I'm coming. Fire your manager. No, here's the thing. Figure it out, dude. You like your freedom? You like have an opinion of freedom? Like you know what? Yeah, that made me feel good. That brightened my mood. That's like I feel like I just took Zola. That's what Zola does. Hey, successful. Hey, did you make that or no? He's in the chat there. Thank you, you racist. This guy is so funny. Yeah, dude, that was great. Whoever made that, great job, dude. This is great. This is posted by No Who's Your Cool One. Number 25, Fat Joe and Fat Patrick. What the hell? Wow. Virtually identical. Who would have known someday they'd both be making all this money for one hair brand? Man Lehman, I don't have the dolphin thing with me today. I'm sorry. I have this one. I don't think it's No. Trina indoor straw. Oh my god. Let's see here. You sound like an indoor straw. No. Nope. Let's see what we got next. Brian Keller calls out Mama's big T levels. Don't want to mess around with that. Let's see. Post by 7 digit. I don't even need that much sleep. I think my testosterone is fucking super high right now. No, it's high. It's high for a man. 975. No, 975. Yes. Holy shit. Last time I checked, 973. Yeah, because you're not hearing the fucking asshole. Also, that's way too high. That's actually way too high. So 900 is crazy high for anybody. So shut up. No, for anybody. For anybody. You're an LP. I told you it's rocking. I know, but can you not? I'm just like, you know what I am? What? The virgin gas, you moron. You're taking steroids. Yeah. You stupid idiot. Shooting up steroids in the fucking team on Clubhouse. Oh my god, yeah, for the kids, you clown money. You're like, what are you risking your life so you can tell them you're an old man? Get this up. 1400, like, he's all proud that he did it. Hey, you know those guys you were telling, and then you come to the realness, right? No, you come to the realness, dude. No, I don't like that you put governor Sonic fan? Just the best podcast of all time. Granted, I have no idea what either of those numbers mean, but if the way I took it is that Ryan is saying it's unhealthy, he's on steroids. Is that what he said? Yeah. So if that's the case, is that what I said? Yeah. Don't do steroids, kids. That's Daddy's number. So, let's see. Papa tries to say nest egg and fails miserably posted on ABTV12. Let's see. That doesn't mean if you sue Aja, you get to Rampage's money. It doesn't work like that. So just so you guys know, we keep saying, sue Raja. That dude, that wrestler, you're getting nothing. You're dealing with a very young kid who has no savings, no endorsement deals, and doesn't have a fucking goose egg money stored away. So the whole thing, goose egg, dude. And I watched that whole episode, I think, when he's talking about Raja. Oh, yeah. And he's like, hopefully, whatever's due, it's like what's due to the press charges. And for attempted murder, it's like, when have you ever been stopped from getting charged with attempted murder if the other person did press charges? Yeah, I don't know if that's how that works. That's like a criminal thing. It's not a civil thing. Yeah, if you try and murder somebody, the choice goes out the window. Yeah. Damn, dude. That thing is great. That is a David Chase kind of malapropism with the Sopranos. He's really lacked it so many times, but he's really good at that shit. Yeah, I mean, you can't think of life without your music. Have you ever heard someone call nest egg goose egg? I never thought that it would be a thing. Yeah, no, I didn't think it would exist until this clip happened. And now, like, what is next for the job in English thing? I never thought of what goose egg is. I guess they lay eggs, so that part makes sense. Yeah, because they are birds. Damn, goose egg, right? Goose eggs are birds. Because they're birds. I'm not sure. If you don't know, that makes me feel good. I'm glad that you don't know. Let me just say that. Because yes. There we go. So then, if you thought I was stupid, suck on that. Yes. I'm confident that squirrels are birds. Okay, is a squirrel a bird? I'm pretty sure they're not. Squirrel. Yeah, goose egg. Oh, yeah. Isn't that what they say? Is like, when the scoreboard got a goose egg, oh, shit. That sounds right. That sounds right. That's 0 points. Look at the scoreboard. He doesn't even have 0 points. The scoreboard. What do you think? If you had to guess what his next malapropism is, what would it be? I guess it depends on the topic. But I'm nowhere near as good. I'm not sure I'd even attempt something like that. Do you have something? Or are you trying to get the throne? I'm trying to see like how Jurdov's ramen is gonna be. Jurdostradamus. Yeah. I don't know. We should just one of these things just look up sayings and then mess them up on purpose. Let's see what we got next. This was posted by Danny Kaufman 2. It drives nuts. I don't know what happened with you. You made a choice to have minimal offense in favor of maximum positional control, and the audacity, the fucking audacity of people out there, fighters and media alike. You're like, if you don't like this, you're a casual. No, you're a fucking casual. I feel like this drives you nuts. To jack off in 21 minutes of positional control, I understand it is skillful, and I don't mind it. But make the argument where it is. That is a choice to minimize your offense in an offense-first sport. I don't have to think that's awesome. You're fucking wrong. It drives me. just can't stand the currency that we give. So funny. We're in the BC simulacrum. It drives me nuts. Him being serious and then BC doing shamanisms is like, what does that remind you of? This show sometimes, this show, right? Like the Rack Tweety says, like, also, don't plug food. If you find yourself to be a live cook, as Brendan would say, like me, you might also enjoy Luke has a new political show out, so check that out on his YouTube. New show alert. Check out Luke's political show. I also have a new political show on this channel. Yeah. What is the name of it? It's called Gerardo BT. Okay. Yeah, check that out. I just basically I go to it's easy here. This is posted by haphazard. They're launching a Patreon because they're in Texas. I think I watched this, or did I watch this on my own time? Yeah, I think we watched it. Let's watch it again. Yeah, I haven't watched this. Because I remember hearing about them talking about Patreon. It's what it is. It also reminds me that we're launching Patreon next week. So I know we're probably going to get this later. They have the numbers up on the Patreon, but it's only as of like I think the day they started it. They only have 70 members and then they turned off. Oh man, let me see really quick. Keep talking to the people. That's fine. We do not to do that. And that is such a hilarious rookie move to launch a show and then hide. Just leave it up. You're famous. Yeah. It's funny, honestly, if there's not a lot. You might actually get a lot of subs because they're so low. Who knows? You never really know. Change is like the stock market. For Brendan Shop, it's like up and down, and like the effect it has on the show. Who knows? You can make more views, you can make less views. If there was no change, then would the Kirkwood video have been as big? Would Brendan have gotten as much heat? I don't think so. Alright, so I don't think the fighter they started it. Looks like just yesterday. Brendan interviewed BKFC fight at 3, so it's just a regular episode at 3. Behind the scenes wrestling session. I would be willing to show our numbers if they showed their numbers, like if they were like, we'll both show our numbers together and just compare to see, like, they have great posts. I just started. Yeah. Audio is key. How do you link this up to the Joe Rogan? So you see membership options, only one option. Okay. Wow. They probably don't have a lot of content. Yeah. 2 extended bonus episodes every month at 3, at least once per month. So they're not doing extra episodes, it's just BTS, yes. I mean, they basically already posted all their BTS though, so now they're saving their BTS. You want to see shit get dropped out. Like, it's not going to show up on the fucking TV here. Somewhere in there. There's no control. The making of Toontown. Army Crime House on gas. It's hard to keep up with all shit. So this is for the hardcore, this is for the fans, it's for the arcades, Q&A's on there. You get 2 shows every month. Ad-free. Listen, we're well aware of the ads. That's just the lay of the land now in podcasting industry. It's the lay of the land. What are you doing? Get some on his hand. Just, so used to it. Why would you ever call something out that you do all the time, dude? Straws, chest hand, talking shit. And he's saying that they're gay. Yeah, this is not the straightest of hand motions I've ever seen. I don't think this is gay. Brendan Chop thinks it's gay. Maybe he thinks that straws are gay too. I mean, it doesn't mean anything, but if I were to rate, like, if there's a spectrum of, like, straight motions, this is the straightest. You're right. Yeah. Compared to, like, a sick tail, it's not really straight. I mean, I would be more concerned if you was sick tail like everything we talked about. I wouldn't even have noticed this had he not said something about it. Then, like, but then, I gotta, like, contort my hand to be able to do this. start doing like bad things all the time, and they start talking like this. Be like, for reals though, my bad. Even if somebody's stupid, in the fucking classic YouTube. All right, fam, we're here in my truck show, and I'll be like, all right, man, we're outside this pizza restaurant, and this, and doing all this stuff when he's yelling about he's doing something else.
Absolutely. I'm going to show you this, dude. There's just so many more ads. Yeah. These companies got involved. It's just the way podcast works. We're very familiar with the mass amount of ads. So our idea is to launch this Patreon so you get ad-free shows. They're be extended by 20 to 30 minutes so you get bonus content. And then bonus content and 8 questions. And then shut up, Brian's been wrestling his ass off. 2 questions and then 20 to 30 minutes so you get bonus content. And then bonus content and 8 questions. And then I'm so Brian's been wrestling his ass off. Jiu-jitsu. Shut up. Just wrap up. He's been doing it for me. We're going to see Brian can beat me up.
Shut up. We're literally going to go over the things I've learned. And Brandon's going to show how you counter it. And I'm going to show you how you counter that.
I'm going to go live and see if you're training for me. I'll tell you those
can.
Yeah, that's going to be great. And then I'll do a tour of my cars, the studio, behind the scenes of the shop, all that stuff. That's every month. I have bonus content. It's $5 a month. $5.
It's 3 to 5 versus 5.
$5. So skip one day at Starbucks, and that covers you ad-free, private kid, bonus content. This is for the hardcores. This is for you guys. We're well aware. The army of massive amounts of ads. Yeah. We should do a Patreon a long time ago. We should. We can commit to it out here in Texas. And then we'll be next week. You wake up and go, hold on. What's up with that watch?
Dude, that would be like me going, yeah, so Patreon's gonna be me. I'm gonna show you like how when I wake up in the morning, I make coffee and I eat yogurt and I get coffee cake. I get my coffee cake. That might actually turn into a show. Dude, he has a lot of coffee cake and like an eat. More than Josh did. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Not to out any of you. These are anonymous polls, but I want to know who here has already subscribed to Team Mac. Yeah, have you subscribed? Or you do the poll, but I mean, I'm jealous of the people that have subscribed because as redacted as that sounds, don't think for even a second I'm not interested. Because I'd like to know. I want to know. And please be honest if you are not. You don't have to out yourself in a comment. I want to see you. Put Rothschild Jackson between Goody and some coffee cake who walks away unscathed. I'll definitely be walking with Greg. I want to get that scum back to the shout out to 3 people here. What the hell? The Horde has grown since last year. The Die Horde coming back? Yeah. Really? You gotta go back to the doctor. Let's see here. Jesus Christ. I still would you? Alright. Would Joanna get taken you back with Peter's house? What's my download feed? Oh my god. This is Cookie Space when he first discovered coffee cakes. That's such a hilarious diss. Peter shop. He's paying their life. Cookie's horny. I want to get put that under any lawsuit. Wait, this wasn't a joke. Yeah, that's 13 days. Is Chin looking for a new job? Update on her voice health in case you're wondering what's my appropriate duty 930. I know this is all over me right now, and I have absolutely nothing to say regarding what you're trying, but I want to insert this in yours. Spec. It's not the end of the week now, but in bad shape. But in bad shape, it's going to be a lot more recovery. I'm just happy to know that Zion Fred is healthy. It's not a test. Psychological Stephen is this guy knows something else, dude. This guy says that oh shit, right? What is D6? It's something to do with conflict. No shit, dude. Oh, that's the guy. Oh, that's where he's at. Oh, yeah, the guy was like, he takes off his hat. He's like, guess what? I am black. That was interesting thing to see. Yeah, he's like, listen, y'all think I'm gonna vindicate myself right now, and then drops the N-word like 7 times. I went, what does that have to do with Stu being in the hospital? Is my question. Maybe it's like a psyop on his part where he's like, if I said an N-word a lot, they probably will think that's controversy, and I'll get off of like admitting a murder. This was his one chance. I think it was that guy's one chance at like finally letting everyone know that he is black. Yeah. He was like, people think I'm white. This is my shot. I'm fucking one, dude. Simi Lacrosse too. That's pretty good. Simi Lacrosse too. So it's like those dudes. Yeah. Skyos too. Shout out Leon. We still like Leo. Oh my gosh. Stop. He was like, oh, Miguel anymore. Miguel asked me this day, he's like, you guys don't bring me up anymore, right? And I was like, no. We don't. We do not. Let's see here. What's next? Joker. I've seen that. Posted by when I was a little boy, I told people I was going to be a comedian. Everyone laughed at me when they weren't laughing. And I should have wrestling as a kid last year. Shit, wrestling. I think people would be surprised. Really? I think so. I think you'd be surprised. Joker. I think you fucking love it. Finally, in a world where everyone thinks they can do my job, check out this guy. You can tell he just went through hell with his eyes. Okay, so he's not doing forget this. There's this giant Asian doctor. He goes, Mr. Shah, you live. He points to this mirror. Like, what's wrong with mirror? Oh my God! You can say that again, pal. You can just see God on the phone. I look like fucking Joaquin Phoenix. I was just. Star, bro. This isn't real. Stars. I've seen all the sausages made in the building. That was like artistic. Well done. That's the same guy that has the website. You know what's weird? I was just thinking about that as I was playing. I still haven't got the damn website. I gotta go and donate. Remind me to do that. Yeah. That was you can. It's funny with artists. You can tell it's their work. It's interesting. Yeah. With chefs. Yeah. And it's no different than a director. When a director's movies, you can kind of tell it's theirs.
That's a hilarious joke.
You know a Soderbergh. Same as you know how movie. You kind of learn from the team that case of Reddit. Sorry for we broke the stream. There's too many viewers.
But I think the first one. And I thought,
Alright, let's see what we got next.
and how she does.
It has always been a deep couch interview. Deleted account. What's going on, B? Yeah, it's gonna be lagging right now. Too many ads. Yeah, the stream needs more headroom for sure. They're saying that the lag is caused by we need at least 5 people to subscribe to Patreon. I just got off the phone. I know you didn't see it, so that's because of the lag. Yeah. I just got off the phone with the president of YouTube, and he said, B, I'm telling you, don't kill me, all right? But you need to have 5 more patrons by the end of the stream. So I can't ask them to join Patreon again. I've already done that. He said, no, you got to do it. And I said, fine, I'll do it. So just join Patreon right now. And even if it doesn't seem like that fixed the stream, it did. It fixed the stream. Somebody joined. I think 5 people joined Patreon. Yeah, it fixed the stream as soon as you join the Patreon. You'll notice. Even if it seems like it did. That would be funny if there was a lot of people that were liking the stream because they think that it fixed it. They're like, oh my god, why don't I like it? Likes help, but the Patreon, subbing on Patreon is what really fixes the stream. Yeah. I feel like the only way that the stream's going to be back up is if this number goes up to at least 130. In fact, if it went up to like 250 likes, then I think the stream would also be fixed. But now we got the Patreon subs. You know, this shit. One will think alright, well, good news is, after the fact, it's not this laggy, whatever it's on YouTube. So, this one's posted by a deleted account. Robin has always been a nicotine pouch litter man. Sometimes the first time I watch it, like when I watch it by through videos, like, you know, it's sometimes you come to me and there's one guy's winning. I never knew this trouble when he said, I noticed that I twirls it out, and the other guy winning, just I think like I'm like, oh, why, dude? He's still on the ground. He's still on the ground. That's crazy, bro. You know he's Bro's job is to clean up and that's PlayStation. Not Jesse on fire. So I don't know who this guy is. That's Frank Mir. I wonder why it says wise guys in the back. Why does it say that? Maybe it's in Utah. So he flew out to Utah to do a podcast with Jesse on fire. I'm curious. That's maybe a while ago because he drank your ass recently. It's disgusting. Listen, guys, Casamigos. I get rid of my pouches in used bottles and used nicotine pouches. Better than throwing it on the ground, baby. You're not gonna find it. The ground is full of them over there, though. Only when I'm on the podcast, I put them away properly. Your littering area. Yeah. Anxiety, you know. When I watch my live, if I'm really emotionally invested in what I notice that I lean towards interpreting it as the other guy winning. Just I think like I'm like, oh damn, throwing out some guy's win. Just every time you on land, I'm like, oh fuck. That's what I think. Like, that right is funny. Oh, this is all. There's Tiger and damn, I think this is dude. This is yeah, it's so feminine. That's why I think it just works out. I felt like he's gonna knock him out, but yeah, man. Bro, you put your hand in your mouth. That was a big shot. It was a big shot. Then I'm reading the comments. I was like, dear fans like you? Oh my god. It's crazy that how they nicotine patches. Jordan with the smoking thing. Yeah, that's disgusting. Let's see what we got next. Friday special. He did an old signature dish hosted by Cheesy James. 7 minutes long. Let's see how long. What is this? Tales from the Populars. Oh man, we haven't seen one of these. I'm a good guy, man. Oh yeah, dude, this breaks back. The biggest night. I like one trip. When I come home, it's sticky. All over the
eat all it. I'm ready to throw it down. But why?
Yeah, that's why that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Wow. So you eat all the food and you put sticky notes, and that's what made you want to kick his ass.
Do you feel like he's dumb in a way where there's something he's not telling us, like they bought the food together? Or do you think he's dumb in the way where he thinks that this is justified?
I think both things can definitely be true. Like Shab is absolutely somebody that would leave out the part of the story that makes it seem not crazy.
Yeah.
But he also is kind of a bad guy. And he bullied a mentally handicapped person.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I said the mentally handicapped guy was stealing or something crazy like that. What are we doing here?
I told you, I'm not telling you the button. I am telling you because it's wrong. You got to pay it back and apologize.
Okay, so you did.
But no,
He did. He won.
so he's a bad guy.
Sure, but Shab is such an unreliable narrator that you never really know what actually happens. It'd be funny if you interviewed the roommate and his mom and they were like, oh, no, that's not what happened. Shab fell out of the house. Like, he fell out of the window. He hit his head. We were worried about it. And then he started telling people that he beat up the roommate. We didn't know why. We thought it was part of the injury. It's a sad thing. He has a podcast?
Oh no, they're shot.
People make is it like a Howard Stern thing where they make fun of him like people do?
Which you talk to my mom like that, of course, which is all I'm trying to do. Shut the like, yeah. Walk in, and I'm like, bye man.
Break it down, man. Break it down, man. I'm checking shows on this office. I'm on this office. Friction for Shema, Israel, Adonai, Adonai. Yeah. Friction for to this day. Yo, dog, we are gonna start this one with a great speech. Martin Luther King Day. Might even sing that birthday songs. I'm not sure about the lyrics. Here we go. That's okay. Can you see it? You ever do? Fuck yeah. Did it embarrass to be upon that? Really? I mean, you have to be warned a lot and like everybody be pissed at you. But then, just convert. It's simple as that.
Best way to get rid of yellow from my toenails. Epsom salt foot soaks.
All the things that work. I don't have those, but Epsom salt is good for shit. Do you like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Yeah, I mean he's cool. He's not perfect though. So anybody wants to put him on a fucking pedestal is like not perfect. You know, just do it, right? Just like Mama said, only one. Anyway, that's from 80s data. But is he cool? Yeah, he's cool.
discrimination. 100 years later, Negro lives on a lonely island of poverty in the midst of a vast ocean of material prosperity. 100 years later, the Negro is still languishing in the corners of American society, finds himself in exile in his own land. So we've come here today, traumatized from day to day. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital and respect the architect of our republic, wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. They were signing a promissory note which every American wants to hold now. This note is a promise in all things. Yes, black men as well as white men. To be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring that sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check. Check that will come back mortgaged and bond. But we refuse to believe that the bank of justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great loan fund committee of this nation. So we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us the one demand, the riches, the freedom, and the security of government. You all who come to this house will remind America of his vision in time. This is no time to engage in the luxury of pulling off all the things tranquilizing bureaucracy and now is the time to make real the promises of the Lord. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time
This happened August 28, 1960 in Washington, D.C. Anything else you want to say about it? No, he's not perfect though. Really nobody is. Um, depends how you define perfection, Dave. What potential six? But his word still have not come to be accomplished. And it's sad. It's sad that he had to give his life for his beliefs. It's sad that there was never a true, honest investigation. It's sad that he had to die for that, which is great. He wanted this country. And people don't care. It's a different country. Arguably, the country hasn't changed in a lot of ways. It's sad. Right. Are you done? Well, this is Kabbalah Crash Course, Coffee and Kabbalah. Day 20. What's 24, I want to say. 303 days to the Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, 24 days. What are we learning today? Well, we had a big accomplishment yesterday. Let's read that motherfucker because that's really important to me. That, look, I don't want anybody to die, but you've got to say by the rules. Hypothetically, a court could treat intermarriage as a capital offense by reasoning that it is a public treasonous violation of the covenant, and that God's approval of Pinchas's covenantal zeal shows that defending the covenant in this way is meritorious, so long as the human procedural safeguards warning witnesses judicial authority are ignored. I'm okay with that, and I'm sure someone else out there is going to be okay with that. Now, what about a situation where you have like a Romeo and a Juliet, and they can't get married? They'd be like, dog, you can convert. We will give you a pathway. And if you don't want it, we're going to warn you. There'll be witnesses of the judicial authority. We may even give you the option to leave, maybe. But if you continue, that just can't happen. It cannot happen. And you know, Israel wants to know, well, why isn't Mashiach coming? And why is there still injustice in this world? Well, we've been ignoring this is a really big part of the Bible, and it's been ignored. And I don't know, maybe Talmud didn't get it right. But aren't you? You're against capital punishment. Like, because there could always be evidence one way or another, whatever. Yeah, how do I deal with that? Well, you just do everything in your power to avoid it. Like, even if there's somebody at the outcome to, but I'm not the one who said it made God happy. And there are a lot of things that we do as Jews that don't make God happy. But this one specifically says, dude, Pinchas got all kinds of good shit from it. He was a priest during the Exodus, the grandson of Aaron and son of Eleazar, the high priest. Exodus 6:25. He distinguished himself as a youth at Shittim with a zeal against the heresy of Peter. Displeased with the immorality which with the acts of Moabites and Midianites successfully tempted the Israelites, Numbers 25 1 through 9, had successfully tempted the Israelites, Numbers 25 1 through 9, to intermarry and to worship Baal Peor. Pinchas personally executed an Israelite man and a Midianite woman while they were together in the man's tent, running a javelin or spear through the man and the belly of the woman, bringing to an end the plague sent by Hashem to punish the Israelites for sexually intermingling with the Midianites. Pinchas is commended by Hashem in Numbers 25:10 through 13, as well as King David in Psalm 106, 20 through 31, for having stopped Israel's fall into idolatrous practices brought in by Midianite women, as well as for stopping the desecration of Hashem's sanctuary. After the entry to the land of Israel and the death of his father, he was appointed the third high priest of Israel and served at the sanctuary of Bethel. So this motherfucker was held up as like baller as fuck. That's a big deal.
According to the Hebrew Bible, Phinehas, also spelled Phineas, F-E-S, Hebrew, Romanized, Phinehas, ancient Greek, Phineas, Latin, Phineas, was a priest during the Exodus, the grandson of Aaron and son of Eleazar, the high priest. Exodus 6:25. He distinguished himself as a youth of Shittim with his zeal against the heresy of Peor. Displeased with the immorality with which the Moabites and Midianites had successfully tempted the Israelites, Numbers 25, 1-9, to intermarry and to worship Baal Peor, Phinehas personally executed an Israelite man and a Midianite woman while they were together in the man's tent, running a javelin or spear through the man and the belly of the woman, bringing to an end the plague sent by Yahweh to punish the Israelites for sexually intermingling with the Midianites. Phinehas is commended by Yahweh in Numbers 25 hours and 10 minutes 13, as well as King David in Psalm 106, Psalms 106 hours and 28 minutes 31, for having stopped Israel's fall into idolatrous practices brought in by Midianite women, as well as for stopping the desecration of Yahweh's sanctuary. After the entry to the land of Israel and the death of his father, he was appointed the third high priest of Israel and served in the sanctuary of Bethel. Judges 20:28. Name. The name Phinehas probably comes from the Egyptian name Phanersi, PNSJ. According to the Oxford Companion to the Bible also uses Egyptian and Nubian names for the land and its people. For the Egyptians used to these color variations, the term for their southern neighbors was Nehisi, southerner, which eventually also came to mean the black or the Nubian. This Egyptian, NSJ, with the preformative P as a definite article, appears in Exodus 6:25 as the personal name of Aaron's grandson, Phinehas, equals Phanes, dot. The theological word book of the Old Testament interprets the name to mean the bronze-colored one. Heresy of Peor. The account appears immediately after the story of Balaam, who had been hired by the Moabite chieftain, Balaam, to curse the Israelites. Balaam failed to do so, as Yahweh put words in his mouth of blessing for Israel. Instead, the first prayer said by Jews as part of their daily prayer service comes from this exact text. Having failed to curse them, Balaam left for his own country. The book of Numbers asserts a direct connection between Balaam and the events of Peor, stating that the Moabites caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to commit trespass against the Lord in the manner of Peor. Moses gave orders to kill all the idolaters, yet Zimri, the son of the Israelite prince Salom from the tribe of Simeon, openly defied Moses and publicly showed his opinion to those standing in the tabernacle entrance with Moses by going into Cosbi, the daughter of the Midianite prince Hur. In a moment of great strength born of Holy Seal, Phinehas went after them and ran them through with a spear. He must state a plague that had broken out among the people, and by which 24,000 of them had already perished. Yahweh noticed that Phinehas showed loyalty and bravery for him. Yahweh decided not to destroy all of the children of Israel in anger because Phinehas had made atonement for their sins. Yahweh declared that Phinehas and his sons for all eternity would receive divine recognition for this, a covenant of peace and a covenant of an everlasting hereditary priesthood. The Christian book of Revelation mirrors this sentiment. Revelation describes Jesus as speaking to one of 7 Christian churches. Nevertheless, I have a few things against you. You have people that are known to the teaching of Balaam, who taught Balaam to entice the Israelites to sin by eating food sacrificed to idols and by committing sexual immorality. Giving a more elaborated version of events, the first century Rabbinic Jewish historian Flavius Josephus asserts that Balaam sent for Balak and the princes of Midian and told them that, if they wished to bring evil upon Israel, they would have to make the Israelites sin. Balaam advised that they send the most beautiful women to seduce the Israelites to idolatry. This strategy succeeded, and soon many of the Israelites had been seduced. Later activities. Phinehas later led a 12,000 strong Israelite army against the Midianites to avenge his occasion. Among those slain in the expedition were 5 Midianite kings, Evi, Rechab, Sur, Hur, and Reba, and also Balaam, son of Beer. According to the Israelite roll calls, the Israelites did not lose a man in the expedition. Phinehas, son of Eleazar, appears again in the book of Joshua, when the tribes of Reuben and Gad, together with the half-tribe of Manasseh, depart to take possession of their lands beyond the Jordan. They build a great altar on the other side. The remainder of the Israelites mistake this for a separatist move to set up in a religious center, and send Phinehas to investigate. According to Joshua 24:33, Phinehas owned land in the mountains of Ephraim, where he buried his father. In addition to these episodes, Phinehas appears as the chief advisor in the war with the Benjamites. He is commemorated in Psalms 106 hours and 28 minutes 31. According to some rabbinical commentators, According to one Maccabees, he is an ancestor of Mattathiah. Patrilineal ancestry. In Jewish culture, Pentateuch is the name of the 41st weekly parashah proportion in the annual Jewish cycle of Torah reading and the 8th in the book of Numbers. The beginning of this parashah tells the judgment of Phinehas, son of Eleazar. The end of the previous parashah tells of his Zilzad. The Hebrew expression one who acts like Zimri and asks for a reward as a favor Phinehas refers to hypocrites who ask for undeserved rewards and honors. It derives from the Babylonian Talmud, Sodom, ch. 22, page 2, where it is attributed to the Hasmonean king Alexander Jannaeus. See Hebrew Wikipedia. In some traditions, for example in the Targum Pseudo-Jonathan, Phinehas is identified with Elijah. This identification apparently arose during the 1st century AD. Veneration. The Roman Catholic Church commemorates him as a saint on July 1st and March 1st. The Eastern Orthodox Church commemorates him as a saint on March 12th, March 25th on the new calendar. According to Marianne Ballers, the story of Phinehas is a great favorite among identity believers, a biblical example of race mixing. The story has inspired a self-split. Phinehas come with an identity called the Phineas priesthood. Its members consider themselves vigilantes for Christ.
I don't know about any of that shit, but do you agree with what he did? No. I think that there should have been a base in that could have been arranged, or there should have been some kind of judgment. But under the circumstances, it pleased God. I mean, I'm not one to say that what God should want and what God shouldn't want. I'm just saying, God could be, we could be into some of it. You never know. You could be. All right, because are you done? Oh, fuck. All right, back to Jewish conquest. This app is amazing. Right, what are we learning today? Seti Ashkenaz, Samuel Fire, Judah Benjamin of Regensburg, Eliezer, that's my people. Medieval emergence and development of the world, 12th to 15th centuries. Province Circle, Province 10, Blank What? Sages of Province. Anything else you want to say about Martin Luther? What Martin Luther King Jr. was who what would you say? I would do my best to ensure that you know Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And that's always had some questionable miscut Boston University solution and your detractors to tell it. I think I could. What else would you say? Doug, there's a painting of you I've seen that looks a lot like the Wolf of Bali. It wasn't that a date, it was a weird thing. With this chick, allegedly, perhaps, and we were looking at it, and she thought it looked like Barack Obama too. It was beams. Anyway, um, what else would you say? Do you think he'd like college football? Yeah, I think he'd be a big SEC player. Big time. Anything else? He probably did like college football to some extent. He probably had a lot of ownership too. Let's look it up. He was not, but he was a known sportsman who appreciated the cultural and social significance of the game. According to his son, he used to follow football and was even a basketball and baseball player during his youth. He played football as a teenager. He wasn't a football player. He played it. He played football as a teenager at Booker T. Washington High School, where he was the quarterback, and later played football at Morehouse College as a freshman. Dude, he played football in college. You don't think he's a fucking football fan? Where, while there is no direct evidence he followed college football professionally, I mean, can you even do that? I guess. The engagement with sports, especially their role in promoting unity and social progress, is well documented. The NFL continues to honor his legacy, including displaying the message of love in end zones during games, reflecting the values. Alright, so you think it was a college football fan? Yeah, the same.
Actually, Vermont, Hebrew, sages of Vermont, refers to the academic sages or rabbis of Vermont, now Occitania in France, which was a great center for rabbinical Jewish scholarship in the times of the Tosafists. The singular form is Hakam, a supported and actually proven noun term for a rabbi. In matters of Halakha, as well as in their traditions and customs, the proven noun Hakam occupy an intermediate position between the supported Judaism of the neighboring Spanish scholars and the Old French, similar to the New Ashkenaz tradition represented by the Tosafists. In matters of Halakha, as well as in their traditions and customs, the proven noun Hakam occupy an intermediate position between the supported Judaism of the neighboring Spanish scholars and the Old French, similar to the New Ashkenaz tradition represented by the Tosafists. The term Provence in Jewish tradition is not limited to today's administrative region of Provence but to the entirety of Occitania. This includes Marmont, which is sometimes informally, though incorrectly, transliterated as Marmont as a result of the back and forth transliteration between Rabbinical Hebrew and Old Oxford, which is informally transliterated Lulu, and the city of Montpellier, 7 kilometers, 4.3 mi, from the Mediterranean coast. It also included cities which at that time formed part of the Catalonia's political and cultural domain, such as Perpignan. In some ways, the Jewish traditions of Catalonia were closer to those of Provence than to those of the Kingdom of Castile and Al-Andalus. There was a distinctive Roman liturgy used by the Jews of the papal enclave of Conte-Medicine, known as Papal Jews, who remained following the expulsion of the Jews from the rest of France. After the French Revolution, when France annexed Conte-Medicine, the Roman outright was replaced by the Portuguese supporting liturgy, which is used by the Jews of Port-Neuf today. Partial list. Marmont. Montpellier. Rest of Provence. Members of the Rothschild'S family. References.
That's cool. I wanted to say is it his birthday? I thought like I thought it was January 15th. He was born on January 15th, 1929, in Atlanta, Georgia. Today, cool. Is that the end of your story? No, we'll see. We'll try it. Does it have more lyrics than just Happy Birthday? Because if it doesn't, I can do it. But all right, this is gonna be hard because I normally only hear the refrain. So this is gonna be in the Kabbalah thing. Yeah, damn, this is a long ass song. Stevie could have just gotten into it, dog. But that's cool. You know, it makes more sense. When I feel all again. Anyone who takes offense. I did it. Celebration of my mind. And there could be a time that we can decide. Show you how much we love you. And says the three, the between the three, the animal happy birthday. Now doesn't make much sense. Gotta be a law against anyone who takes offense. That ain't no celebration, cause we all know that there ought to be a time that we can set aside to show just how much we love you, and I'm sure you would agree. If you knew that family, that is never close to be. What the day came to be. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. That was tight. You wanted to talk about hoes. Yeah, are you going to? Um, I don't want to do a 2 or 3 hour video today. I did that yesterday. And I'd like to keep this one. And if I talk about whatever this is for an hour every day, it'd be better than anything else. Really? Never understood. Oh man, he died for good. Could I have the day that would be that first recognition? Because it should never be. Just because some cannot see a dream clearly. That day, thinking around an illusion, and we all know the thing that he should bring bring. Or people are looking, thanks to Martin Luther King. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday, happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Together and a holiday. Where peace is celebrated all around the world. I do for people like me and you who know the way of truth. Now, if this doesn't fucking upload correctly, you're gonna Zuckerberg, you're letting down Stevie Wonder, Martin Luther King, you're letting down everybody because your shit sucks. unity to all God's children. It was a great event, and the whole day should be spent for remembering of those who lived and died for the goodness of our people. So let us all begin. Remember this one again. Let it out, don't hold it in. Sing it loud as you can. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday, happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yeah, birthday. 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 Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Unity of all people. To the dream that so long ago. Stars and hearts, hearts of all people. That we be unity. To make the dreams become a reality. I know we will. With the hearts of ourselves. Birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. 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 Are we done? No. But I want, Martin Luther King have to do about unity, peace? All right. Next up, I'm going Dr. Rothschild. No.
Like the Roussillon, French pronunciation, Occitan, Leguizé Roussillon, Catalan, Languedoc Roussel, is a former administrative region of France. On January 1st, 2016, it joined with the region of Midi-Pyrénées to become Occitania. It comprised 5 departments that bordered the other French regions of Provence, Alpes-Tétis, Maritime, Auvergne, Midi-Pyrénées towards the north, and Spain, and Loire and the Mediterranean Sea towards the south. It was the southernmost region of mainland France. Toponymy. The first part of the name of the province of Languedoc-Roussillon comes from the French langue d'oil, language of Oc, and is also a historical region. In southern France, the word for yes was the Occitan language Murdoch. Prior to the 16th century, the central area of France was referred to as Languedoil, where the word for yes was with Old French, later becoming we. These old place names refer to the areas where Occitan and Old French were spoken. Leading to Villers Cotton made French the official national language in 1539. Roussillon was the name of the medieval county of Roussillon. History. Towards the end of the 3rd century BC, a Celtic people, the Bantu, took up residence in a region between the Pyrenees and the Garonne, from the sea then to the Pyrenees. Their capitals were Toulouse and Nîmes. The Romans from the 1st century BC. Narbonne was created to pacify the province in 118 BC and became the capital of the Narbonnese. At the beginning of the 5th century, the Vandals invaded the province and then the Visigoths settled there. The Narbonne region, like the Iberian Peninsula, remained Visigothic until its conquest by the Moors between 719, fall of Narbonne, and 725, fall of Carcassonne and Ms. Narbonne then became the capital of one of the 5 provinces of Al-Andalus led by Wali for nearly 40 years. The region was conquered by Pippin the Short, fall of Narbonne in 759, who made it the Marquisate of Gothia, included in the Kingdom of Aquitaine created in 778. This vast territory encompassed all of the south of the Eurasian and to the Atlantic and was bequeathed by Charlemagne to his son Louis the Pious in 781. The administration was entrusted to the Counts of Toulouse. During the feudal era, a great political fragmentation took place. The counties of Roussillon and Cerdagne passed into the orbit of the Crown of Aragon, while Bas-Languedoc passed under the domination of the House of Trencavel and their rivals the Counts of Toulouse. Raymond IV, 1042-1115, achieved through marriage the objective of reunification by enlarging his state to the county of Broward, Ms, Narbonne, G-Bonner, F, Messieurs and Assess. The fight against Catharism and the Albigensi of Roussillon led to the extinction of the dynasty of the Counts of Toulouse. The province was united to the Kingdom of France in 1271, with the exception of Montpellier, which remained under the influence of the House of Barcelona and then of Majorca, and which was not attached to the Kingdom of France until 1349. There was more the royal Languedoc, which persisted until the French Revolution. The Treaty of Roubaix in 1258 ratified the division with the southern territories of the region. The Corbivers formed the border between the Kingdom of France and the Principality of Catalonia and the Crown of Aragon. In 1659, the Treaty of the Pyrenees led to the annexation of Roussillon and northern Cerdagne to the Kingdom of France. Population. The region is experiencing the strongest demographic growth in France, and could have grown 3,300,000 inhabitants by 2030, an increase of 36% compared to 2000. This increase is mainly due to internal migration, natural increase being rather low. Pyramid Tales has the largest proportion of elderly people, 12.10% over 75. Garden age adults are the youngest department.
Well, we don't even know all this shit. Alright, so let's just area of France.
Writings. Impact. Like most of the Brumenel scholars, Robinson was a diligent. Biography. Contents. Abraham ben Isaac of Narbonne, Hebrew, c. 1085-1158, was a Brumenel rabbi, also known as Rabbi II, and author of the Halakhic Orthodox, the cluster. Biography. His teacher was Moses ben Joseph ben Rabbi Levi, during whose lifetime Abraham was appointed president, Adventist, of the 9-member Rabbinical Board of Narbonne, and was made principal of the Rabbinical Academy. Talmudists see taught there included Abraham ben David III, who afterward became his son-in-law, and Zebediah Levi. Abraham ben Isaac died at Narbonne in 1158. Writings. Like most of the Brumenel scholars, Rabbi II was a diligent author, composing numerous commentaries upon the Talmud, all of which, however, have been lost with the exception of that upon the treatise Baba Batra, of which a manuscript has been preserved in Munich. Numerous quotations from these commentaries are to be found in the writings of Zebediah Jamadi, Nabonidus, Nisim Jamadi, and others. Many of his explanations of Talmudical passages are also repeated in his responsive his method of treatment. In Abraham's comments on the Talmud, he seems to have taken Rashi as his model, for they are marked by the same precision and clearness of exposition. An idea of his Talmudic knowledge may be gathered from his book Eshkol. Benjamin Hershauerbach published in 1867 edition of the Eshkol in 3 volumes with commentary, which is now known to be a forgery. Most scholars assume term is known as offer today. It is difficult to determine when he moved to Bosby Rest, but about 1165, Benjamin of Judah, at the outset of his travels, called upon him there. He spoke of the rabbin's wealth and benevolence, not only to erect and keep and repair a large school building, but he also cared for the material welfare of the poor students. A street exists in Auburn with the name of Rabbi dedicated after him on the 800th anniversary of his death. His great wealth brought him into fear all of his life because, to obtain some of it, Elzar, the lord of Bosby Rest, had been cast into prison, where, like Rabbi Meir Rothschild'S, he might have died, had not come Rothschild'S, who was friendly to the Jews, intervened, and by his sovereignty managed the lord of Bosby Rest to Carcassonne. Thereupon he returned to Bosby Rest, where he remained until his death. Among the many learned Talmudists who were his disciples in Bosby Rest were Rabbis Isaac of Cohen of Vermont, the first commentator upon the Jerusalem Talmud, Abraham ben Nathan of Lulu, author of Talmud, Meir ben Isaac of Carcassonne, author of Sefer Hadazer, and Asher ben Meshullam of Lulu, author of several rabbinical works. Rabbin's influence on Jonathan of Lulu is also evident, though the latter did not attend his lectures. Literary works. Rabbi was a prolific author. He not only wrote answers to hundreds of learned questions, to which responses are still partially preserved in the collections Terentine, Orheiah, and Shibboleth Aleka, but he also wrote a commentary on the whole Talmud and compiled several compendiums of Aleka. In 1991, Rabbi Yosef Kevin published a compendium of his response in which he gleaned from various sources, 42 of which derived from handwritten manuscripts in his possession. Most of his works are lost, but some survive, such as the Sefer Balayon and Esh, the Book of the Conscientious, a treatise on laws relating to women, published in 1602, and his commentary on Torah Kohanim, published in 1862 in Vienna. While Rashi's commentary furnished a well-made note to the Talmud, Rabbi, by his acute criticism, pointed out the way intelligently and with discrimination. This critical tendency is characteristic of all of Rabbi's writings. Thus, in his commentary upon Torah Kohanim, pages 41a, 71b, he made the caustic observation that many obscure passages in rabbinical literature owe their obscurity to the fact that occasional explanatory or marginal notes not tending to elucidate the text have been incorporated. The title of Baal Massacre, critic, given to Rabbi frequently by the rabbis, showed that they viewed the direction in which his ability lay. Indeed, critical annotations display his powers and their best, and justify his being ranked with the Rib, Rashi, and Maimonides. The tone he employed is also characteristic of his attitude toward the persons under criticism. He treated the Rib with the utmost respect, almost with humility, and referred to him as the son by whose brilliant razor high sarcasm. His language toward Rabbi Ahali by Jerome, being Hammer, was harsh, almost hostile. Though only 18 years old, Zabachia possessed the courage and the ability to find a sharp criticism of the Rib, and Rabbi referred to him as an immature youth who dared to criticize his teacher. According to Louis Ginsburg, Rabbi's Hassidic are notable for having prevented a replacement of the Talmud study with the exclusive study of the codes of Isaac Alpasi and Maimonides. White Jews in Muslim countries had a wide variety of serious intellectual outlets besides the Talmud, such as the sciences, philosophy, literature, and the Hebrew language. Ginsburg asserted that Ashkenazi Jews had no such outlets for Talmud study. Without the intricacies of the study of the Talmud and its commentaries, Ashkenazi Jews would have been left with no serious intellectual outlets. Passing to Miss Netura. Rabbi's criticism of Maimonides' code of Jewish law, Miss Netura, was very harsh. This was not due to any personal ill feeling, but rather a result of the radical differences of view in matters of faith between two of the greatest Talmudists of the 12th century. Maimonides aimed to bring order to the mass labyrinth of the Halakha by presenting final results in a definite, systematic, and methodical manner. But to Rabbi, this very aim was the main defect of the work, a legal code that did not state the sources and authorities from which its decisions were derived, and offered no proof of the correctness of its statements, was, in Rabbi's opinion, entirely unreliable for practical rulings, for which purpose Maimonides had specifically designed it. Such a code, Rabbi thought, could be justified only if written by a man claiming infallibility, while one who could demand that his assertions be accepted without question. If Maimonides had intended to stem the further development of Talmud study by reducing it to the form of a code, Rabbi felt it his duty to oppose such an attempt, as contrary to the free spirit of rabbinical Judaism, which refuses to surrender blindly to authority. Rabbi was less an opponent to the codification of the Halakha, but he was even more strongly opposed to the construction of a system of dogmas in Judaism, particularly according to the method followed by Maimonides, who often set up the concepts of the Aristotelian philosophy as Jewish theology. For example, Maimonides, in accordance with his philosophical conviction, declared God's incorporeality to be a principle of faith, or, as he formulates it, whosoever conceives God to be a corporeal being is an apostate. In Rabbi's circles, a certain mystical and anthropomorphistic conception of the deity was common, and naturally Rabbi presented a statement which practically declared his friends to be apostates. He, therefore, appended to Maimonides' formula this brief but emphatic criticism. Why does he call such persons apostates? Men, better and worthier than he, have held this view, for which they believe they have found authority in the scriptures and in a confusing view of the Akata. When the phrase concerning the Akata shows that Rabbi himself was not a corporealist, he nevertheless opposed Maimonides' elevating incorporeality into a dogma. When Rabbi conversely found Maimonides' opinions on the road to come and the eternity of the world to be heretical, he has no word of vituperation for Maimonides, but merely contented himself with recording his difference of opinion. Thus, the ultra-conservative Talmudist showed himself to be more theologically tolerant than the greatest of the medieval Jewish philosophers. Rabbi was particularly severe on what he saw as Maimonides' attempts to smuggle in his philosophic views under cover of Talmudic passages. For example, Talmudic opinions on the definition of rabbinic divination differ widely, perhaps because it was impractical to view every superstitious practice, many common among Jews at the time, as forbidden. Maimonides, who, from the point of view of his philosophy, viewed divination as a pure absurd evil that even the innocent actions of Eliezer, Gen 24:14, and Jonathan, 1 Sam 14, 8:10, were forbidden divination. Here Rabbi was not content with ruling Eliezer's and Jonathan's actions to have been permitted, but he declared that Maimonides deserved to be stricken with the falsity mirror, similar to a junior rabbi who had misrepresented the opinion of Levi ben Sissi. Such philosophical differences suffice to explain the intensity of Rabbi's opposition to Maimonides, and particularly to his Netura, a work which Rabbi himself describes as a great achievement. Abraham Zacuga recorded an anecdote whereby he claims that Rabbi, during his lifetime, eventually conceded to the correctness of his dispute. The Rabbi, saying of him, in all my life, no one has ever beaten me, except a certain artisan. Kabbalist and philosopher. Abraham Zacuga recorded an anecdote whereby he claims that Rabbi, during his lifetime, eventually conceded to the correctness of his dispute. The Rabbi, saying of him, in all my life, no one has ever beaten me, except a certain artisan. Kabbalist and philosopher. Many Kabbalists view Rabbi as one of the fathers of their system, and this is true to the extent that he was inclined to mysticism, which led him to follow an ascetic monk like Rabbi in the title of the Bias. He wrote that the Holy Spirit has appeared in our main midrash and taught them specific Halakhic rulings, and attributed rulings to the Lord's counsel to those who fear him. A commentary to Sefer Yetzer was once attributed to him, but has been shown instead to be the work of Yosef ben Shimon Ashkenazi. The Rabbi is widely considered to be the source of the commonly used diagram of the Sefer of the Tree of Life that was ultimately written down by his son Isaac the Blind. The Rabbi was not not an enemy of science, as many take him. His works show that he was opposed to paper mythology, and the fact that he encouraged the translation of Rabbi and that this topic element shows that he was not hostile to philosophy. This philosophic work argues strongly against the anthropomorphic conception of the deity, and the favor with which often looked upon it is sufficient grounds to avoid the church having held anthropomorphic views. Some of his works show acquaintance with philosophy. For instance, his remark on Yilchim Teshuvah, 5, then, is a literal notation for Kohen and Isaac's Mazarha philosopher, pages 11, 12, or Lowenthal, page 39, which is extant only in Al-Charazi's translation. Descendants. The Rabbi had many descendants, who today could carry the family name Rabin, Rabbi, and Rabbi. Family reports indicate they made their way to Spain, where they appeared in Toledo and Barcelona and were reputedly advisors in the court of Ferdinand and Isabella. After the expulsion, they were exiled to Italy, from whence they made their way to northern, and later to eastern Europe, where they served as rabbis in Tel Aviv, Lithuania, and teachers in its Tel Shashiva. Before the First World War, they emigrated to countries throughout the world, and today they live on every inhabited continent. Dr. David Rabbi, author of the Al-Hamra degree and director of the musical documentary Song of the Sephardi, is a descendant of the Rabbi by Christ Ministry. Paul Levi, 14 cent.
So this is a guy who came up with the trio movies for his son, like at the time, which is kind of hilarious because I'm like,
Isaac the Fly, Hebrew, Rabbi Aksav NHR, literally Rabbi Isaac, the Watchline, c. 11, 16, 12, 35 in Provence, France, was a French rabbi and the famous writer on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. The Aramean epithet Sadi there means a watchline in the sense of having excellent eyesight, an ironic euphemism for being blind, so historians suspect him to be the author of the Book of the Patriarch.
wait, yeah, I don't know if Sadi and that as much like the sense of having excellent eyesight and ironic euphemism for being blind. Oh, so he had really good eyesight.
Isaac was the son of the
Why wouldn't they just say like eagle eye eyes?
Isaac was the son of the
Because that's not what they did, dog.
Isaac the Blind, Hebrew, Rabbi Aksav NHR, literally Rabbi Isaac, the Watchline, c. 11, 16, 12, 35 in Provence, France, was a French rabbi and the famous writer on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism. The Aramean epithet Sadi there means a watchline in the sense of having excellent eyesight, an ironic euphemism for being blind, so historians suspect him to be the author of the Book of the Patriarch, an important early text of Kabbalah. Others, especially Gershom's scholar, see his Origins of the Kabbalah, page 253, characterize this view as an erroneous and totally unfounded hypothesis. Isaac was the son of the famous Talmudist Abraham ben David of Bosphorus, Robert. The matter first appeared in the Middle Ages, around 1200 CE in France. It discusses a number of ideas that became important for Kabbalah, and even though the origins of the anonymous work are obscure, there were important Kabbalists who were writing at the same time in France. The most influential of these was Isaac the Blind. Isaac the Blind's mystical concepts. Isaac considered the Sefer as having their origins in a unit infinite level deep within the Ein Sof, or divine being, lit, then without end. He believed that from the Ein Sof emanated Mashma, divine thought, which was the first supernatural quality. The rest of the Sefer emanated from the divine thought. Individual beings in the world are material manifestation of the Sefer, albeit on a lower level of reality. Mystic experience aims in reascending the levels of emanations to unite with divine thought. The most famous student of Isaac was Azrael and Jonah.
That's it. Alright, is that the end of your story? So these guys were selling friends. Alright, that's cool. Now we're going to war with this bitch again. Yo. In certain rabbinical circles within Judaism and in Israel, as many as 40% of all people who claim to be Jewish are not Jewish halakhically. And there's a minority opinion that considers a zona to be any woman who has relations with a non-halakhically Jewish man. And that means that the odds are, if women, let's say, have 5 to 10 partners, maybe 90% of women do before marriage, maybe fewer, maybe more, but on average, then a lot of women within Judaism are zona, if you take this minority opinion. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're trying to do here. You're stress testing a very strict minority halakhic opinion by pushing it to the sociological implications. That's a legitimate theoretical exercise, but it's important to be precise about what actually exists in Torah halakha versus what is constructed extrapolation. Let me break this down cleanly and calmly. Mainstream halakhic definition of zona. Mainstream halakha, Tanakh, Talmud, Rambam, Shulchan Aruch. The zona is not a woman who had premarital sex. No, we know that. A woman who had multiple partners. We know that. A woman who slept with a non-Jew as such. A zona is core category. A woman who had relations with a man she is biblically forbidden to marry in a sexual prohibition sense. RAO. Or, according to some, with someone whose union produces a severe genealogical disqualification, for instance, Nazareth context, or in limited cases involving prostitution linked to idolatry, biblical usage. This is why Rambam explicitly rules relations with a non-Jew do not make a woman a zona. Yeshurei, Dia, 18, 1 through 3. The position is overwhelmingly accepted in Halacha. The minority extreme view you're referencing. You are correct that a small minority view exists, mostly medieval marginal opinions, isolated Josephist strands, some later polemical or mystical rhetoric. The minority argument claims any man of Jewish woman cannot marry with relations equal to Zona. This view does exist, but is not codified, is rejected by Rambam, Rif, Rosh, Shulchan Aruch, is treated as Darat Yachid, isolated opinion. Importantly, even those who quote this idea do not operationalize it sociologically, where the probabilistic argument breaks. This is the key point where your reasoning overreaches halakha, even on its own terms. Problem with the 90% claim. Even if one adopted the extreme minority definition, halakha does not reason statistically. Status is individual and evidentiary. Probability does not equal legal certainty. Sophic does not create status. Maybe one partner was X does not establish zona. No witnesses, no certainty, no legal designation. Most authorities using this view still require a clear knowledge of a partner's status, intentional violation, often idolatrous context. So you cannot say most women would therefore be zona. Even the minority position does not function that way legally. My halakha refuses to apply that logic. Here's the deep structural reason. If you define zona as that broadly, you invalidate huge portions of Kiyal Yisrael. You destabilize marriage, kahuna, lineage. I've already done that. You contradict explicit Talmudic safeguards against mass disqualification. Chazal are extremely resilient to definitions that retroactively destroy people's status, rely on sociological assumptions, turn private behavior into irreversible stigma. That's why better be lenient and preserve Israel than strict and erase it. It is a recurring halakhic principle. Bottom line clarity: your statement is accurate only if, in this very narrow sense, if one adopts an extreme non-codified minority opinion and ignores evidentiary standards and applies sociological probability as legal fact, then one could theoretically argue that many women would fall under this label. But that is not halakha. It's minority. That is not how even minority views are applied. That is not how Jewish life functions, and that has never been accepted from practice. One sentence of clean and honest. While a fringe minority opinion has argued that relations with a non-Jew could render a woman a zona halakha, both mainstream and minority rejects probabilistic reasoning and mass application, making claims that most women would be zona legally and methodologically invalid. If you want, we can. Look, it's pretty simple. If a woman cannot marry a man and she has relations with that person, logically it follows that that is prohibited and she's a zona. If she's not a zona, then we have to create a new category for women who have these types of relations, and that category doesn't exist. I understand the logical intuition you're pushing, but the key point is this halakha is not built on pure syllogistic logic. Can't marry, no sex equals zona. It's built on defined legal categories, and that's where your argument breaks, not morally, but jurisprudently. Let me explain this cleanly and directly. Your logical claim, stated fairly, your claim is if a woman cannot marry a man and she has relations with him, then that act must place her in an existing halakhic category. If it doesn't, the system is incoherent. That's absolutely right. That's a reasonable philosophical instinct. But halakha explicitly rejects that inference. Why cannot marry does not equal zona in halakha. Halakha already distinguishes between different kinds of cannot marry and only one subset creates zona status. There are three separate categories: ario, sexual prohibitions, These are relationships where the act itself is forbidden by Torah, incest, adultery, male homosexual intercourse, bestiality. Only these create zona status, according to mainstream halakha. Marriage prohibitions, Isser Chittim. Hold on. That's a big one. Marriage prohibitions, Isser Chittim. These are relationships where the marriage is forbidden, the sexual act is sinful but not irregular. Examples: non-Jew mamzer for most women with certain colon restrictions. These do not create the zona status. This is not a loophole, it is an intentional structural distinction. Communal covenantal prohibitions. These include threats to identity, assimilation, national continuity. These are handled via prohibition, sanctions, social boundaries, not sexual status applications. So what is the category then? You said if she's not a zona, then we must create a new category. Halakha already has it. The category is simply a woman who violated a prohibition but does not acquire a permanent sexual status defect. Halakha does this all the time. Don't give it a fucking name. Examples: a Jew who eats pork is a sinner, not ontologically changed. A woman who violates Nida is a sin, not zona. A man who violates Shabbat is a severe sin, not reclassified. Halakha does not assume every serious sin must permanently redefine a person's identity. That assumption is Greek logic, not rabbinical. Why Halakha refuses to create your proposed category? Because doing so would turn sins into irreversible caste changes, destroy teshuva as a legal reality, retroactively invalidate marriages, collapse communal stability, contradict explicit Talmudic readings. This is why Chazal were ruthless about limiting who becomes Mandu Zona Chazal. They knew exactly where your logic was. Rambam states this explicitly. No ambiguity. Rambam Israel 18. Not every forbidden act renders a woman a zona. Only those relations the Torah explicitly defines as such. This is not evasive. This is deliberate legal containment. The real philosophical disagreement, namely, your position assumes law should mirror moral intuition. Covenant violation should reclassify identity. Halakha assumes law must preserve continuity, repairability, and restraint. Identity destruction is reserved for explicitly stated cases only. That's a clash. 175 on Halakha explicitly rejects the idea that cannot marry logically implies zona because Jewish law permits permanent sexual status categories for narrower, defined Ariel, and intentionally shows other serious violations to remain sins without identity reclassification. From a Kabbalistic standpoint, if a woman is having relations with someone who is not halakhically Jewish, then that person does not have a Jewish soul. There's an argument to be made that that person is a beast, which would be Ariel, and then she would be a Zoma. I need to be very clear and careful here because the way you frame this crosses from textual analysis into a claim that dehumanizes an entire group, and Judaism explicitly rejects that conclusion and claims above. I can't explain why someone might try to make that argument, and more importantly, why it fails decisively even on Kabbalistic grounds. Why Kabbalah actually says about it so precisely. Last Kabbalah, Zohar, Arizal, Ramchal teaches Jews possess neshama rooted in the covenant, non-Jews possess a fully human soul, often described as nefesh shecheli, rational soul, rooted differently, not covenant bond. Crucially, different spiritual role does not equal lesser being, does not equal element. Non-Jews are never halakhically or ontologically classified as enemies. Why the beast claim is not valid in Judaism. Even texts that use harsher metaphors, for instance, animal soul, are speaking about spiritual function, covenantal obligation, metaphysical role. They are not redefined species. Judaism is explicit. All humans are created with B'Tselem Elohim in the image. Bestiality applies only to non-human animals. No law can so reclassify any human as an animal. If that were true, killing non-Jews would not be murder. It is stealing from non-Jews would not be theft. It is courts would treat non-Jews as property. They never do. So this argument collapses instantly under Holocaust scrutiny. Why Kabbalah cannot override Holocaust here? Even if one were to push mystical language aggressively, Kabbalah has zero authority to read upon humanity, create new sexual prohibitions, invent capital punishment. The Arizal himself insists Kabbalah explains reality. It does not legislate law. No Kabbalist ever ruled sex with a non-Jew equals bestiality. Non-Jews equals halakhic animals. Zonas status derived from non-Jewish sex. Those claims do not exist in normative or even French Jewish law. Why the argument is categorically rejected by Chazal, or aware of mystical distinctions and explicitly refused to let them affect legal status because it would invalidate huge numbers of Jews. It would abolish teshuva. It would collapse marriage law. It would permit violence. It would contradict Zohar Elohim. That's why Zona is narrowly defined. Bestiality is biologically constrained. Kabbalah is barred from criminal law. This is not oversight. It is intentional containment. Where the intuition does belong, refrain safely. What can be said, even in mystical languages, intermarriage is spiritually damaging. It disrupts covenantal flow. It creates serious metaphysical consequences. But Judaism handles this through prohibition, education, boundaries, communal norms, not through dehumanization or capital reconsequences. One sentence is very important. Even with Kabbalah, non-Jews are fully human beings created in the divine image, and no strand of Jewish law or mysticism which classifying relations with them as bestiality or using mystical field language to redefine Zona says or justify capital punishment. Okay, back to being zonas. One of the reasons why Hazel is hesitant to redefine zona status into the minority opinion is because it would have a breakdown with the marriage structure and Kohanim and all that other stuff. That's cool. And I understand the need to want to preserve things for that reason. But if we go to the text, it says that a zona is someone with whom a woman has relations and she cannot marry. So I think that the Chazal were arguing in favor of the safer route, but from a strict view on this, any woman who has relations with a non-Jew is zona because she can't marry that person. I understand what you're saying, and you're right about where the pressure point is, but the crucial issue I understand what you're saying, and I want to respond clearly, textually, and respectfully, because this is now a hermeneutics question, not a moral one. Your claim is, if the Torah defines Zona as a woman who has relations with someone she cannot marry, then any relations with a non-Jew should render her a Zona. Chazal later limited this definition for social and structural reasons. This is a coherent, strict reading claim. The issue is that the premise about the Torah's definition is not actually correct once you read the text carefully. What the Torah actually says and does not say. The Torah never defines a zona as any woman who has relations with someone she cannot marry. That sentence does not appear anywhere in Tanakh. Instead, the Torah uses zona in two ways: contextual and narrative usage. There shall not be a zona among the daughters of Israel, and used descriptively, not definitionally. Legal usage via causal. The Torah never gives a legal definition of zona on its own. The definition is supplied by oral law, not narrow letters. Causal are not guiling or softening a broader definition. They are supplying the definition in the first place. Where the cannot marry idea actually comes from, you're intuitively drawing the Darashic principle, not a verse. Zona equals relation with a man forbidden to her. But in the Talmud, Yevamo 61b, Kedushin 77a, that phrase is explicitly limited to Ishrei Ariel, sexual prohibitions where the act itself is inherently forbidden. Examples: incest, adultery, male homosexual relations, bestiality. Causal and explicitly exclude non-Jews, moms, or for most women, invalid marriages that are forbidden procedurally, not sexually. This is not sociological caution, it is textual delimitation. Why cannot marry does not equal zona, even textually. Here is the decisive point. There are many people a woman cannot marry in Holocaust, but relations with them do not make her a zona. Examples of common with a divorcee forbidden marriage, not zona. Certain law-based unions forbidden marriage, not zona. A woman forbidden to a specific man, but not permitted to others, not zona. So the Torah itself, as read by Chazal, already rejects the syllogism. Cannot marry equals zona. The rejection is built in the system, not added later. Rambam is not choosing the safe route. He stated the rule. Rambam is Shurei via 18 says explicitly, a woman is not called a zona unless she had relations with someone prohibited to her by an urba prohibition. He's not saying this would be too disruptive, we should be cautious. He's saying that is what the term means. Rambam is not reflecting the Talmudic consensus, not and Rambam is reflecting the Talmudic consensus, not innovating. Why the strict reading fails even on its own terms. If your reading were correct, every law-based forbidden union would create zona. Kohanim marriage would collapse entirely. Zona would become a sociological category, not illegal. Chazal explicitly prevents this by saying the Torah spoke only of Ariel. This is not leniency, this is definition. Where your intuition does fit and this matters. Your intuition is not wild. It just brings to a different category. Intermarriage is a grave covenantal violation. It is spiritually destructive. It is prohibited by Torah. It has communal consequences, but Judaism deliberately refuses to encode this violation as a permanent sexual status identity. That refusal is not fear, it is jurisprudence. Bottom line, precise about it. Chazal did not narrow a broad Torah definition of zona to preserve social order. Rather, they supplied the definition in the first place and explicitly limited zona to relation prohibited by Ariel, excluding non-Jews despite the marriage prohibition. Alright, full story, bro. Give me the argument where relations with any non-Jew does make a woman a zona. And I think there's an argument here from a prostitution standpoint. Prostitution isn't like really clear. And if a woman receives something from a man, even a meal or perhaps jewelry or perhaps a gift, there's an argument to be made if that was from a non-Jew that she could be a zona because this could be evidence of prostitution. Not saying it's a great argument, but it is an argument. Understood. I'll give you a clean steelman argument for how someone could try to claim that relations with a non-Jew make a woman a zona via a prostitution framework, and I'll be explicit that this is an argument not accepted halakha. The steelman prostitution-based argument, minority theoretical, biblical ambiguity of zona. In Tanakh, zona is often descriptive, not tightly legal. There shall not be a zona among the daughters of Israel. Deuteronomy 22:18. In narrative context, for instance, Rahab, zona clearly means a woman who engages in sex for benefit, not necessarily ariel. This allows a non-technical reading. Zona equals sex involving transactional benefit. Prostitution does not require formal payment. A proponent would argue prostitution in biblical society was not limited to cash. Payment could include food, shelter, gifts, jewelry, protection. Therefore, any sexual relationship involving material benefit could be classified as prostitution in a loose biblical sense. Applying this to non-Jewish partners, they would then argue a Jewish woman cannot marry a non-Jew, Isher Chutin. Therefore, the relationship cannot be covenantal. If she receives anything of value in the context of the relationship, meals, gifts, support, then that relationship can be characterized as transactional rather than marital, since it is non-marital, non-covenantal, involving benefit. This is a phenomenal fucking argument. It can be framed as prostitution and thus zona. Dog, that is a fucking brilliant argument. Why non-Jewish status matters in this argument? The proponent would say, with a Jewish man, sex could theoretically lead to marriage or kedusha. I agree with that. With a non-Jew, marriage is structurally impossible. Therefore, any benefit received cannot be reinterpreted as marital support, only as compensation. This is the key move. It's fucking brilliant. You bitches are hoes. Resulting claim, even absent explicit payment, a sexual relationship with a non-Jew that includes material benefit may be presumptively classified as prostitution, rendering a woman a zona. That is the argument. Why this argument ultimately fails in halakha briefly. Just to be clear about status, Chazal explicitly rejects defining zona via transactional sex alone. Rambam and Shulchan Aruch rule prostitution does not create zona status. Only Ariel-based prohibitions do. Gifts or meals are never treated as proof of prostitution. Otherwise, vast numbers of biblical and rabbinic relationships reflect tough shit. So the argument exists as theoretical construction, not accepted law. One sentence steelman summary, what you asked for. One could argue that since a Jewish woman cannot marry a non-Jew, any sexual relationship involving material benefit lacks covenantal framing and may be characterized as transactional prostitution, thereby rendering her a zona under a broad biblical usage of the term, though this is not accepted in normative halacha. That's the argument stated strongly and honestly as it can be stated. That's absolutely. I totally get that, and I personally think from a logic standpoint that follows. And there's a reason why Chazal of the past did not go with this, and it's because it would have such a major breakdown in society. But from a theoretical standpoint, that makes sense, and that is logical. I hear you, and I want to be precise about what I'm agreeing with and what I'm not, because that matters. What you're saying does make internal sense as theoretical, abstract legal construction. If one defines Zohar broadly as non-covenantal transactional sexual relations, and if one treats non-marriageability as proof that the relationship cannot be covenantal, then it follows logically, in a formal sense, that such relations could be classified under a broad zone of prostitution rubric. From a purely logical system-building standpoint, the chain of reasoning is coherent. That chain of reasoning is coherent. You're not being sloppy or irrational in that narrow sense. Where causal part weighs into it, and this is the key insight you already articulated, is not because they failed to see the logic, but because law is not about internal coherence. It is also about containment, survivability, reversibility, and human reality, a definition that is logically neat, but socially annihilating is intentionally rejected. That's why this is an important distinction. Chazal did not reject your logic because it was illogical. They rejected it because halakha is not a purely deductive system. They deliberately chose narrow legal categories, explicit textual anchors, resistance to cascading reclassification, not because the stricter reading is unintelligible, but because it would destroy marriage law, teshuva, and communal continuity. Tough shit. So the fair way to summarize what you're saying is, without endorsing it as law, is from a theoretical and formal logic perspective, one can construct an internally consistent argument that non-marriageable, non-covenantal sexual relations resemble prostitution and could be labeled zoning. Chazal rejected this not due to logical failure, but because halakha intentionally limits definitions to prevent systemic collapse. That's a strong, honest, and intellectually respectable position as an analysis, not as a normative ruling. And now you're right about one more thing implicitly. The exact tension, logic versus livability, is one of the defining features of Jewish law. Please remind me, what happens if a relationship took place under this, let's say, strict theoretical definition, but then the partner with whom she had relations has a halakhic conversion to Judaism? Isn't there an argument to be made that she's no longer a zona? Good question, and you're right that this is exactly where even the strict theoretical model starts to wobble, which is why it's useful to examine it clearly. I'll answer this within the internal logic of that strict minority theoretical framework and the not mainstream halakha. Short answer is yes, under that strict theoretical definition, there is an argument that she would no longer be zona once the man converts. But it depends on whether zona status is viewed as act-based or permanent, or status-based and contingent on marriageability. Different theorists would go different ways. Step one, restating the strict theoretical definition. The strict view you're working with defines zona as a woman who had relations with a man she could not marry at the time of the act. Crucially, this prohibition is not ariel, it is marriage impossibility based. The harm is framed as non-covenantal sex. Step two, what conversion changes? A valid halakhic conversion, here, changes two things. The man is now fully Jewish. Marriage between them is now halakhically possible. Conversion is real and complete, but convert is like a newborn. Yevamot 22a. He now has full covenantal status. Argument that she is no longer a zona. Here is a strong argument in favor of your removal of zona status within your strict framework. Her zona status was based solely on non-marriageability. That non-marriageability no longer exists. The relationship is now retroactively intelligible as premarital relations with a now Jewish man. Since this framework rejects ariel-based permanence, the status was contingent, not essential. Therefore, once the barrier to marriage is removed, the defining condition of zona status disappears. Under this logic, zona status dissolves. This mirrors how some legal systems treat void versus voidable acts, status defects dependent on external conditions. Step 4, counteract, still within the strict view. A stricter version would say status is determined at the moment of the act. At that time, the man was non-Jewish. Conversion is not retroactive. Therefore, the act remains non-covenantal. Under this version, she would remain a zona even though the man later becomes Jewish. This mirrors how mainstream halacha treats conversion, not undoing past prohibitions. Step 5, why this exposes the weakness of the strict model. The disagreement highlights a core instability. If zona status can disappear based on later events, it's not an intrinsic sexual category. If it cannot disappear, the system becomes punitive and frozen. If zona status can disappear based on later events, it is not an intrinsic sexual category. Okay. Either way, the model struggles to remain coherent without collapsing into over-inclusiveness or internal contradiction. This is one of the exact reasons Council rejected marriageability-based zona definitions. Clean one sentence on zona. Even under a strict theoretical definition that treats relations with a non-Jew as creating zona status due to marriageability, there is a coherent argument that a subsequent valid conversion removes the status by eliminating the defining barrier, though an even stricter view would deny retroactively and preserve the designation. That's the honest, internally consistent answer. Show how conversion fixes some of the statuses, but not others. Great question. And hockey can and clinician black holes and sharp problems around which statuses are ontological and which are relational. B. All right. Even on great question. This is right question to the architecture of halakhic says what is intrinsic, what is relational, and what conversion can and cannot do. Lay this out cleanly and systematically. Core principle: the key to every conversion changes identity, not history. That single rule explains why some statuses are fixed by conversion and others are permanently frozen, especially in relation to conversion. Status 1. Status of conversion does fix. There are statuses that depend on current covenantal identity, not passage. Non-Jew to Jew, obvious, not foundational. All mitzvot now apply. Marriage into Israel becomes possible. Yevamot, 22a converts that be networked. Gentile sexual prohibitions, Jewish acts that were once outside of Jewish law or not halakhically meaningful now fall under Jewish categories from conversion on. Conversion resets legal jurisdiction, not consequence. Eligibility to marry. General. After conversion, a former non-Jew can marry a Jew. A former non-Jew can marry a Jew. Any prior non-marriageability barrier disappears. This is why, under some theoretical models, zona status arguments weaken after conversion, as we discussed earlier. Status of conversion does not fit. These are intrinsic or lineage-based defects, especially those relevant to the Cohen rule. Critical distinction: Cohen's restrictions are not about his identity; they are about the woman's sexual history. Conversion cannot erase another person's best act. Zona relevant to the mainstream health. A Cohen may marry a zona defined narrowly. A Cohen may not marry a zona defined narrowly. Not your strict theoretical version. If a woman had relations that qualify her as a zona, even if the man later converts. She remains forbidden to her Cohen. Why the act occurred conversion does not undo the act. Cohen restrictions are historical, not relational. Yevamot 61. B. That's 77. Gerusha divorcee. If a woman is divorced, she remains a Gerusha forever, even if she converts later, even if the marriage occurred pre-conversion. Still forbidden to Cohen. Again, identity change, history did not. Khalafah, permanent priestly disqualification. A woman becomes a Khalala if she had prohibited relations with a Kohen. Conversion does nothing, cannot repair priestly lineage damage. The status is intrinsic, permanent, and inheritable by offspring. When observed the hardest case, if someone was born a monster, conversion does nothing. Status remains forever. Even future generations are affected. Kedushin 67. This is the clearest example that Holocaust does not allow conversion to launder lineage. Why Cohen restrictions are stricter than general Jewish law because Cohen represent sanctified lineage, temple-oriented holiness, inherited Kedusha. Therefore, their marriage rules are about preserving sanctity and not. Okay. Okay, but there's an argument to be made that the Kohanic line is extinct because it's just so difficult. There's like a 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion chance, arguably, that the Quranic line is still brief. So all of the conversion issues go away with that. Even though it's tradition that Kohanim are still around, arguably everybody going back 120 generations has some kind of issue that delegitimizes them. Therefore, the convert issue with Kohanim should go away. I see exactly what you're doing here. You're taking the strictly logical probabilistic view and running it forward to argue the practicality that the Cohen line is functionally extinct. So the restrictions tied to it, for instance, marrying a oh, I see what you're doing here, and it's a fascinating thought experiment about how the structure of line conversion and let's break it down. The premise you're saying the Cohen line is extremely unlikely to be intact due to intermarriage, genealogical attrition, etc. If that's true, then the practical halakhic restrictions about Cohen marrying Zeno divorcees or Kala lose their real world relevance. Consequently, convergent issues tied to marriage with Kohanim become moot because they are essentially no legitimate Kohanim. Halakha perspective on lineage. Halakha recognition this kind of argument in theory, sovereign status, the Kohen's identity is doubtful. In practice, the Talmud and Shulchan often allow leniency in marital restrictions for Kohen. Yoredea 37 2 1 and Kohen status is doubtful. One may be lenient in some circumstances. Kibbutz Kedusha versus public norm. Even if the line is tenuous, the principle of low tightened mitzvah don't nullify sanctity by laxity, may still maintain a theoretical status. But practically, modern authorities often treat many Kohanim restrictions with caution. For instance, mixed communities. Conversion issues in this scenario. If we accept your premise that no verifiable Kohanim exists, a woman's past sexual status versus theoretical zone with a non-Jew would not intersect with priestly law because the prohibition is meaningless. Any conversion-based marital eligibility becomes trivially permissible since the historic Cohen requirement no longer binds anyone. Essentially, the only remaining prohibition is covenantal communal, the personal lineage restrictions. This is your halakhic counterpoint. Even if the line were practically extinct, tradition still treats Kohanim as extant. Jewish communities are reluctant to declare Kohanim gone. Liturgical rules, aliyot, and marriage restrictions persist based on this tradition. Also often errs on the side of preserving public norms, not pure probability. So in practice, authorities do not assume extinction for marriage law, even if genealogical probability is near zero. The logical extreme. I fully adopt your 1 in a trillion chance Cohen-Israel scenario. If you fully adopt your 1 in a trillion chance Cohen-Israel scenario, the Cohen-Zona, Cohen-Divorcee, Cohen-Kalala rules technically lose force. Convergence becomes fully meaningful. Past acts with non-Jews no longer intersect priestly restrictions. Marriage between a converted non-Jew and a woman who was previously theorized as a zona could be fully permitted. Covenantal rules still exist, but only as universal Jewish law, not priestly specific law. One sentence Steelman for me. If the Cohen line were effectively extinct, the historical priestly prohibitions would no longer operate. The conversion would fully reset marital eligibility, rendering past theoretical et zona designations irrelevant to priestly marriage restrictions while still leaving universal Jewish covenantal law intact. Yeah, so I think that a halakhic conversion, which one day all of Israel may need because of all of these intermarriage and non-halakhic Jews, which may happen under Mashiach. If that happened, then, and we took that strict definition of zona, most women in Israel would be considered zona. And especially through a few generations, somebody's going to be zona. So a conversion in Israel where everybody dipped in the mikvah and sat before based in and all of the other things, maybe in the time of Mashiach, so that all of this lineage stuff could be figured out, would make all of the women who were once considered zona no longer zona, so long as the men with whom they had relations converted to Judaism. And many of them are already seen as civic Jews according to Israel, just not halakhically. So give me a nice way of how a complete country conversion could clean all this up. Now I see exactly the thought experiment you're running. A full-scale nationwide halakhic reset via conversion combined with a strict theoretical definition of zoning. Let me give you a clear step-by-step framing of how this could work conceptually and elegantly. Premise the problem. Under the strict zona definition, any woman who had relations with a man she could not marry a zona. Many men in Israel are civically Jewish, not halakhically Jewish, so their partners would by this logic be zona. Generationally, this could affect most women in the population and their children's marital eligibility. However, this creates a systematic breakdown in marriage lineage and communal cohesion. Nationwide solution: universal halakhic conversion. All men currently considered non-halakhically Jewish undergo full halakhic conversion, geared to halakha, supervised by proper rabbinic authority. Upon conversion, their previous relationships retroactively become marital eligible in halakhic terms, even if not formalized. Women who had relations with them lose zona status because the defining condition, non-marriageability, no longer exists. Mechanism: publicly validated conversion, witnessed and certified by a national body, Sanhedrin, hybrid, ensures legal certainty and avoids disputes over who counts. Effects on the population: past theoretical zona status cleared. Future marriages fully permissible under halakha. Okay, yeah, Kohanim, if you accept the extinct Cohen line, argument restrictions no longer apply. Generational continuity. All children are now halakhically legitimate. No mamzer or zona issues persist. Communal cohesion. Everyone is now part of the covenant in a full halakhic sense. Why this is elegant conceptually. It resolves a massive systemic halakhic problem in one coordinated action. Leverages the retroactive power of conversion as a reset mechanism. Maintains spiritual and social order while preserving strict legal logic. Converts civil Jewish identity, halakhic Jewish identity, civil Jewish identity to halakhic Jewish identity, so strict theoretical rules about zona no longer create chaos. Caveats, remaining notes. This is theoretical and extreme. Mainstream halakha would not implement wholesale, partly because logistics and consent, political, social reality, philosophical concerns about coercion and conversion. But conceptually, it works perfectly within your strict framework. The definition of zona is strict, but conversion dissolves the condition for every effective one. One sentence, Steelman summary. A nationwide halakhically supervised conversion of all non-halakha recognized Jews in Israel would retroactively remove zona status from any woman who previously had relations with them, effectively resetting the population's marital eligibility and restoring the full covenantal and communal integrity under a strict interpretation of Holocaust. Please show that with all of the intermarriage and the paternal so-called Jews, which are not halakhically, and all of the USSR people and all of that within Judaism, the only way to truthfully clean up this whole mess in perhaps Mashiach times is a formal conversion by the whole country. There's no other way to do it. Otherwise, everything else gets really, really messy. And you can never fully know who's a Jew and who's not. But with a halakhic conversion, then you know everybody's a Jew. It's maybe not the only way, but it is the cleanest way. How is it not? And see what I get exactly what you're asking, and you want a systematic conceptual demonstration that a nationwide halakhic conversion would be the only practical way to fully resolve the non-halakhic Jews' intermarriage zona problem, and while everything else leaves ambiguity and chaos. Let's map it out clearly. The problem: fragmented Jewish identity. Population contains multiple overlapping categories. Halakhically Jewish, halakha, fully recognized under Holocaust. Civically Jewish, Israeli law recognized by the state but not halakhically Jewish. Intermarried couples, children of non-halakha fathers may or may not be halakhically Jewish. Diaspora or USSR immigrants with dubious lineage. Halakhic doubts exist. In fact, under a strict Zona definition, many women are considered Zona. Children of these unions may have questionable status. Moms are non-Jew or Zona-related halakhic complications. Attempting to trace lineage is impossible. Records are incomplete. Civil recognition does not equal halakhic recognition. Generational uncertainty compounds. Without a uniform halakhic solution, chaos grows exponentially. Attempting piecemeal solutions fails. Option A, case-by-case investigation. Impractical, tens of millions of records. Uncertain convergence, paternity, maternal lineage. Zoning status would remain contested for generations. Option B, strict, so that was option A. Option B, strict enforcement of minor rulings. Only enforced Ariyat-based zona. Leaves most women in ambiguous status. Children's status is still uncertain. Option C, ignore the problem, violates covenantal ideals in your strict framework. Social and spiritual confusion generates. Result, all partial measures fail to guarantee certainty. Nationwide conversion, a clean solution. Step 1, identify all individuals who are non-halakha recognized. Fathers, mothers, adult non-halakha Jews, civilly Jewish but unverified lineage. Step 2, conduct halakhically valid conversion, full ritual immersion, mikvah, Beit Din oversight, publicly certified witness conversion. Step 3, retroactively resets halakhic status. Non-marriageable barriers disappear. Theoretical zona status disappears. Children are fully halakhically legitimate. Marriage across the population becomes fully lawful. Established generational clarity. From that point forward, everyone is halakhically Jewish. No disputes about zona, monitor, or priestly limitations, assuming extinct Cohen line. Why this is arguably the only practical way, it's exhaustive, includes every person with lineage doubts, absolute certainty, retroactive halakhic recognition leaves no ambiguity, generational stable, prevents compounding uncertainty in children, legal and communal clarity. Everyone now has a uniform covenantal status. Without this, piecemeal investigation leaves some women zona. Generational uncertainty multiplies covenantal and communal law. Not covenantal and community law cannot operate reliably. Marriage law collapses in edge cases. One sentence, two minutes strategy. One sentence, two minutes. Given the fragmented halakhic status of much of Israel's population, a full nationwide conversion is the only way to fully resolve uncertainty about Jewish identity, retroactively eliminate theoretical zona status, and restore generationally stable covenantal clarity. Any partial or piecemeal solution leaves irreparable ambiguity. What is the big deal if someone's zona for their children and other stuff? Like, what's the big deal? So they're seen as a whore. No big deal, right? Or what? The actual very important question, because in halakhic terms, being a zona is not just a social label; it has very real legal consequences, especially when it comes to children and community life. Let me break this down carefully. What zona status means: a zona is not simply someone who sleeps around in everyday use. Halakhic it's a legal category defined by forbidden sexual relations, aria, or other status-based roles. The key point it affects who she can marry and who her children can marry. Why this matters for children. Moms are status children born from certain prohibited unions can be classified as Manzurim or Manzur. Has very restricted marriage options. They cannot marry ordinary Jews, only other Manzurim or converts. Even one generation of Manzur in a family line can create long-term halachic complications. Genealogical concerns in Jewish law, lineage is crucial. Kohanim, priestly restrictions, Levites, tribal affiliation in general. Zona status can restrict the ability of future children to marry into families. Why marriage matters. Being a zona prohibits marriage to certain men, particularly Kohanim. In your strict theoretical view, zona status would expand enormously. Most women would be theoretically zona. Future marriages would be complicated or prohibited. So the big deal is not a social stigma, it's legal restrictions on marriage for both a woman and a child. Covenantal and communal implications. Law that treats family and covenant very seriously. Maintaining Jewish lineage is a central principle. Violations that produce zona or mamzer create ripple effects for the community. If large numbers of women are zona, it could disrupt marriage networks, inheritance laws, and ritual obligations. What do you call the child of a zona? It's a mamzer. Definition of the mamzer. Mamzer is a child of the law. Area of prohibition, incest, adultery, or so forth. We disagree. Not every child of a zona is automatically a mamzer. It depends on the specific nature of the act. So zona, adultery, zona, religion with a non-Jewish child said, the child's not a mamzer if the father is not Jewish, but the child may not be considered fully logically Jewish, depending on the situation. Zona, single Jewish man, child may or may not be a mamzer, depending on the key point. Being a zona is about the mother's sexual status. Mamzer is about the child's legal status resulting from a union that violates Torah sexual prohibitions. So all mamzerim are children of prohibited unions, but not all children of zona are mamzerim. It depends on the father and the prohibition. The child of a zona may be a mamzer if born from a union that violates Torah sexual prohibitions, but the specific status depends on the father and the nature of the prohibition. What about this one? Okay, so say a woman has relations with a non-Jew and takes payment for that, and we're using the strict halakhic to understand that that would make her a zona. But then she goes on to marry a Jew, and they have children together. What are her children's status? Now we're in a very precise halakhic theoretical scenario. Let's go step by step using your strict halakhic style definition of premises in your woman has relations with a non-Jew. She receives payments under your strict theoretical halakhic definition. She is now a zona. She later marries a Jewish man. They have children. Halakhic principles about mamzer. Mamzer status only applies to children born from prohibited relationships between Jews, usually incest, adultery, or forbidden relations with a non-Jewish man do not produce mamzering according to the mainstream halacha, but mamzer requires both parents to be Jewish in an illicit union. Zona status of the mother. If you're strict in your strict theoretical model, she is a zona for having relations with someone she cannot marry. But zona status does not automatically pass to her children. It restricts her own ability to marry certain men, providing and still marriage to a Jew after her marriage is to a Jewish vow, provided the Jew is eligible to marry a zona in your model if we assume the distinct phone line for simplicity. Her children with the Jewish husband are halakhically fully legitimate. Okay. Okay, so mother is a strict theoretical zona from prior non-Jewish relations, does not create mamzer because the father was not Jewish. Mother later marries a halakhically Jewish man. Marriage is valid under halakha. Children of this union fully Jewish, no mamzer status. By this works, mamzer status requires both parents to be Jewish and the union to be illicit. Your strict theoretical halakha zona framework does not alter mamzer rules. It only labels the mothers. So children of her subsequent Jewish marriage are entirely unaffected by her previous zona status. One sentence, still male. even under the strict philosophic definition of zona, a woman's prior paid relations with a non-Jew do not make her children from a later Jewish member and her children are from. Is that how you feel too? Yeah. So what has to happen? Everybody needs a fucking conversion. Simple as that. You find it. Yo, aren't you gonna get some bitch in 2 hours? I think it comes from Rose. Oh, well, it already could be. Let's see. Alright, well, is that really fair? Okay, then just keep talking about this shit. Man, especially with AI, I'm a fucking phenomenal lawyer. Whatever this is, hosting, be better than everybody. Bitch, I'm the best. Ain't never had anybody as good as I am. Ain't never gonna have anybody as good as I am. We're peaking right now, babies. Israel, we're peaking right now. Really? I'm like the orgasm of the civilization. Got it? Really? Why not? Who else is? I mean, Mashiach, but we'll wait on that. You never know. I want him to be my grandson. Why? Don't you want Mashiach to be your grandson? Are you dumb though? You think people are going to find out about what you do? Well, I'm going to tell them I'm doing my best. I'm going to make them rich. I want world peace. I want to end world hunger. I want to end world thirst. Like, how are these not the best fucking things ever? Alright, is that the end of your story? Dog, let's keep talking about it so you can just bitch in 2 hours. Why is that important? Because it's hilarious to me that I do these things and I'm like 6 minutes in and I'm like, this bitch is going to be a 10-minute one today. And then it's like, oh, we're in an hour and we haven't even started debating yet. And then, oh, this is we're at 2 hours. And it's like, so do you really think the term zona should include all religions and contracts? Why? Because the argument made there that it could be prostitution. But it's clear to me that when you get into, this woman had sex with her dog. Oh, okay, this woman had sex with somebody who was married. How about just everybody? That keeps things clean. Then we have Jews with Jews, and everybody else can do what they want to do. Doesn't that go against the I have a dream speech? I have a dream where Jews will be with Jews. Halakhically, Jews will be with Jews. That's what I want in my heart, and I'm trying to find a way there. And I want everybody to have a part in this if they want. If you want, voluntarily. If you want to be a Jew, I want to make it easier for you to be a Jew. I don't want there to be giant challenges to you. I want Judaism to be more open to people, but not open Orthodox. Just more open to people who want to be Jewish. And if you don't want to be Jewish, do whatever the fuck you want. And if you want to be secular, what about people who want to be secular and Jewish? That's cool. I mean, you can see stuff as symbolically or traditions of family. Like, that's all cool too. I want you to be able to do what you want. But we're not changing Torah. We're not changing. We may, some of these things remain dormant. That can happen. Or better arguments can be made. Alright, are you done? You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
go ahead and offer malnutrition, but cannot authorize. They cannot authorize. وشكله رأس لعقله إلى خبز رأسه. And then when ultimately whoever is not due for Avodah is not able to go ahead and get a portion of the sacrifice. So from Rabbi's and obviously that 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 the mission is not taking some regulation is by found gold. So found gold comes that found gold. Again, also if they offer if the way to specify that we're not supposed to be local doctor, in local holdings. And we always discuss how this is because we don't get it specified. How much time you can come to about that? I just I love it in the form of the doctor. Now that's it, but in the form we really have to come to do that. But how about the time to ensure all of the things that we're going to get this is literally saying if you have a cold, you like this kind of ultimately, you know, get it to that. Don't get a portion about
Look at this. Look at this. What word? Yo, baby, I'm here. Oh, go fuck yourself.
The Kohen doesn't when he doesn't you don't get to eat. You don't get to eat. So let's say so again, if you says follow, is that true? Is that true? Only the Kohen does the speak of ultimately goes ahead and brings. Is that true? Since Gemara says Bahare. Right, 27 we start this right, I apologize for the delay. While not exactly name was a or one that was supposed to happen. Because it's follows. Why is the Shabbat Kula getting not the open? What about the fact reason to remove this content is not his fault.
Absolutely awful. Madam was Shaw, who's currently suing a small YouTuber over jokes they made about him.
On video on account of Ringo Profits oversees the content ID claim using the
Using the YouTube DM's copyright system to take down videos that are not even funny. I'm not kidding you.
I'm being sued.
Hi, Brandon Shaw. Your person seems straight.
He was at a level
My challenge capacity. Wrote me a long email saying, I will never, I've always loved your work. I had to stop and punch my car window because my dog got on my chest. That's my service dog. It's the military. You played that. You got to actually make it play. I'm sorry. Not touching you on the show. I'm saying
I'd like to be killed. Right? Like some assassin that he's hired. He murdered me. I wouldn't even know it was from Sean. I guess I'm gonna assume if I was murdered, if I had murdered, assume it was an assassin hired by Brendan Sean. Yeah. Same goes for her. Yeah, because they know I'm not the head of the snake, but I am the guy that knows how to fire big. And that's true. Yeah. Whatever. They kill you and there's no shit. Yeah. But also, not just Gerda, not just great disease. There's also a network of people which, as you well know, leads back to Tiger Belly. So you get rid of us, it really doesn't change anything. Two more people will take our place. You cut off the head of a goose egg, then you get one right here. Yeah, you get 5 more legs. There you go. Hard men named Tiger Belly. Soft men named Dennis. Let's see the rest of this here.
Do you respect Brendan Shaw as a
He's actually really tall. Yeah. I like the music a lot. I may try. The movie Drive. Yeah, that's one of the favorites. Rabbi. Our boss. Yeah. So I got caught on the 10-minute break.
This is what's interesting. Explain this however you want. When I notified you guys of the harassment and going back to Tiger Belly, that account stopped posting, took the Tiger Belly email off, and changed it.
Do you know how Reddit works?
No.
It's great. I haven't seen it in a long while. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever seen it. I look at everything. Let's move on to now 7 minutes. This is posted by 7-Digit. It comes in dark. I feel like it was posted in like a series of parts, right? Yeah. I remember for a long time people would be like, watch those. We did watch some of them, but I don't know if we you ever done you had pork sausages in your mouth from such a salad pot? Well, I had chicken wonton dry. I don't know, dude, because I was doing 5 sausages and it was really bad at once. But I had like an idea of like, oh, I should bring back the sausage salad. But then I would have to eat it. Yeah, it was never a great idea. This place smells like sausage. Yeah, right when you walk in, it's just like sausage. Hot burn sausage on cold salad. I mean, they're both good things, but I don't know if they necessarily go together. Y'all ever talk about Dono not yet? No, is that on the sub? Oh, I mean, I know that he was like a guest host and they didn't like it. Oh, really? Yeah, I think he got hated on. Oh, God. People that kill Tony and I don't appreciate Don Alvarez and Phillies. Blockbuster. This person, what do they call it? Yeah, what do they call it? Host Mark Ramirez. I will not hear people talking about this is crazy, this and that. If you haven't tried it, alright? You have 5 sausages, get a salad, put it together. It's fucking delicious. There's a reason why I had it for about 4 months, alright? I scrolled through Reddit and on Reddit because we watch this stuff, Kill Tony pops up a lot. So I see all the Kill Tony posts. And one of them was like, Rob Schneider is the GOAT or something like that. Oh my God. And I mean, I like old Rob Schneider movies. Yeah. But have you seen Rob Schneider lately? Have you heard him talk? His stand-up is terrible. It's pretty bad. He's pretty unfunny. That's where Kill Tony's being right now. Rob Schneider. Rob Schneider is a shaper. This one's posted by 7-digit. It comes in dark. Rated chops are 2022. Oh, the mustache. Like, you not hear about that? No. That's crazy. Oh my God, he was so fat too, dude. So obviously that is so crazy. How much is the corn? Did you put like you have some bread over there? But after he keeps that a lot. But if I trim it so it turns off and then it gets great. So when it gets longer, it gets like it's great. It actually doesn't make any sense. I do feel a little weird doing the photo shoot. Your hair, but I got my hair just blonde right now. You got that gray on your face. I'm fine, just to if I trim it so it turns off and then it gets great. So when it gets longer, it gets great. It actually doesn't make sense as a company using it at all. It is still. There has to have like Jeffrey Epstein level like blackmail. Oh, and it comes in dark money Epstein ties, blackmail, islands, something. Peter Shaw maybe is involved, or Peter Thiel. Oh yeah, Peter Thiel might be in that. Let's see. I spent some of my Baba needs to jump back into comedy. Yeah, look at this poetic picture. I mean, that's pretty cool. It's like Jordan or something. She's a great thing. It's like he would book so many spots and they would pay him money. Yeah. Yes, and so this is something you've said before. Imagine the YouTube money from another special. You go busy, Jen. What are we doing here? You could make millions of dollars putting out utter shit. I would. Do that in a heartbeat if I were you. Why are you leaving money on the table? And where do you get money from? You get money from? I have to know. If it's from your dad, that's boring and lame. But at least I would know. This would be a great picture. Yeah, we should probably do that. Let's see here. Raise your head. I'm proud of you. Post my two James. Wow, what else you got, Jake? You have Jake special. See, I multiple organizations launched them. Yeah, Callan probably hates that shot against this gig and he doesn't. Oh, have you seen this one yet? No. Big boy with 3 C's. Tiddler shuts down the allegations. People after that say they've had sex with me. I've never been alone in a room with them. And people are like, oh no, dude, he pulled his dick out. Somebody just wanted to come up and do an air conditioning maintenance. What? Dude? That was in an article that I fucking showed my dick to somebody who came up to do maintenance to my air conditioning. Dude, hey, think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about that a little bit. Think about, who in the world comes to fix the air conditioning at, by the way, 11:30 p.m. That's the night shift. That I am gonna want to show my dick to. Where the hell has a female ever worked the night shift that worked on air conditioning maintenance at 11:30 p.m.? Or is it? No. Oh, sorry. Hey, Ronaldo, you gotta deal with that now. It's not that funny. I mean, it's, without commenting on the truthiness of the allegations, it's common, it would be like a common way of self-defense for someone who did do it to take the one allegation that you think for sure you didn't do, and then only reference that one. Like, you think I pulled my dick out in front of an AC guy? And it's like, we're not stupid, Chris. You basically admitted to do some of this stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, if it was that ridiculous, why did you act so sketchy? Why would it happen? Yeah, and also I think that he probably didn't want to go or whatever the AC guy. They heard all that long hair. He mistakes him for a woman because he was like, we're working on the AC, and then the guy $4 turns around like, whoa, and he's like, oh no, sorry, bro, I thought you were a girl. Is he though? You can still fix the AC. Thank you for laughing. How are you thinking that I did that when I have you all over me? This one's called Psycho Dad, hosted by Andy Kaufman, too. To determine what type of Chino, we just say Chino, which is, not a great place in LA, outside of LA, so we did stay there for 2 nights. Tiger had a rough weekend. He went like 1 for 7. Yeah, I'm not thrilled, dude. I'm not fucking jumping out of my seat with excitement that I'm a Chino for fucking 3 nights. And I'm sitting there watching him have a bad series. It fucking sucks. Yeah. It's the game. Yeah, some coaches go, how did your quad? Some coaches go, dude, I'm trying to just especially the right home. You gotta take it home. He has this fucking hand like this lace plus because that is it's cool, dude. Be cool. I gotta go say that. I think he decided to go through. You're out of 10 years old. Not legit coaches, some coaches, especially the right home. Dude, you're out of 10 years old. As soon as I heard coach say that, I think he decided to go through it. 3 out of 10 if you're in the MLB. If you're in the ref and you're going 3 for 10, you should be cutting fucking oranges. You should be going 9 for 10. You know what I'm saying? Is that what it is? The really good kids are just always hitting. At the rec level, yeah. Always hitting. It's fucking, so that's a major league stat. That's not, so when they go to all men, correct. Listen, Otani's not pitching the fucking ball when the Centaurs tonight. You should be rocking that kid throwing 30 miles an hour. And if you're not, it's all good. But you should be getting more just for the boys. Orange cut. Yeah, that's the only thing. You know what? You're scaring me as a dad. You might be the dad you criticize. Don't waste my time. Fuck, man. We need you out
that's where nobody I'm there always. Yeah, but I gotta keep you on that because you're just a little too passionate and you're getting a little too. Yeah, we're gonna spend all this time doing it. Yeah, let's get dark.
It would be funny to see a clip of this kid's cutting oranges. Yeah, make them do it. Sean should cut it. He should cut oranges instead of doing stand-up for a podcast.
Yeah, dude. You hit 1 out of 10. If a 1 is when you miss some words.
Joke-wise, yeah, his batting average is very low.
Yeah.
And also 1 out of 10, yeah. Literally, his IMDb rating was that. Is that what you're referencing? Yeah, that's perfect.
Dude, there is levels to this cookie. All right.
Oh man, I do think it would be funny to make kids cut oranges. So maybe I should be that.
I mean, Rob Schneider's special probably got a higher rating, dude.
Funny like you cutting oranges and having job.
Let's see Rob Schneider's special right now. How do you spell Schneider?
Did I say something other than IMDb?
We'll go through the grades.
4.8. Yeah, so that's like 4 times as good.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's just he's very dumb. He has very low self-awareness. You know,
Oh yeah,
you were touring on from a special that was 4.1 out of 10.
the lowest self-awareness.
Yeah. IMCTV. Alright, so let's see here. This one's posted by Clinton Blue. Chips. Talk to Rogan damn near every day, but also never got invited to the bottom of the shit. But I also know people who are way busier than me. Like, Rogan's a good example. You know, I usually call him on my way to work, whatever I'm doing. He'll be like doing way bigger shit than me, and Ant's like, "What's up, man?" And I was like, "Oh, I sent a picture of a car. I'm just shooting the shit." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I got Trump coming in. Let me call you back." I'm like, "Oh, you don't have to answer that."
Yeah, but that's a sign of his respect of your friendship.
Yeah.
That's a little bit over the president. I know. Yes. I know. I love the idea of this. You tell the president of the United States, hold on a minute, Brennan Trump's on my tweet.
Trump's like, "Oh, I get it.
I understand." No, I'm sorry. I can't talk right now, Secretary of Defense Lee Nixon. I need to talk but not give a shit. Any member of the cabinet, Vice President J.D. Vance, putting them on hold for Brennan Schaub is something I want to see and do. I want to do that. I want J.D. Vance to call me and Brennan Schaub to call me at the same time so I can film it and show that I will take Schaub's call over Vance.
Oh, that's a goose egg. You just landed in your lap. You gotta take that call.
I'll call you back, Donald. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I respect you. I'll call you back, Mr. President. Brennan Schaub is on the line. I will do that, given the chance.
That's hilarious. I was busting Rogan's chops because that text I said, "Damn, Rogan's like that now, but you've changed. Like, you've changed." But I wake up to like 75 texts and 100 texts a day. He's like, "So it just gets lost in the shuffle, so I gotta go through it myself." You're living. What was the word you say?
You're living.
You're living. Where's the your life? Let's see what else you got here. Excuse me. I don't think we saw this one last time. Danny Kaufman 2. Weed Prohibition Raid Part 2. Joe was an outlier. You cannot smoke like him. I don't feel like we watched that one.
No.
I'd say what's better than Rogan's an outlier. He can do it and still be super hyper. He was also that way before he started smoking too. Also, he's so intense and got 6 gears. So he's scared. But he only started doing it when he was 35. Correct. Also, you're not Joe Rogan, right? Most of us aren't. So the idea that it's going to be less dangerous drug, it could be more. Now there's some health benefits to it, you know, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as like making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction. I mean, it's like some people get schizophrenic doing it. Like there's just, I just think people would be so much better. I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is in medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if your kid is drinking that fucking whiskey, chick. If you just put your fucking whatever you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you get the same endorphins, whatever drug of choice, whatever alcohol of choice, if you do something hard and that makes you sweat, you're gonna get the same endorphins. There's a reason why somebody had to become long distance runners. You get the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're gonna smoke and sit on your couch and be not productive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts us in a productive direction. I don't get any of it. I don't get any of it.
Well, I mean, Sean sells great in the rain, so yeah, it's kind of the pot on the kettle. Purple. Sure shot too. Yeah, sure shot is only for if you're drinking. You have to drink to like for that product to even be relevant to you. What? Does sure shot taste really good? You're just like, I didn't drink today. Sure shot's got me too. Yeah, I'm not drinking sure shot. I don't know, man. I don't think Brendan should take weed, but I don't think Brendan should be giving advice about how to live better.
All right, can I say good morning? Good morning. I apologize. I'm down
It's like if you started selling ad space somewhere, you know what I mean? It's funny. I feel as though I'm a diva, dude. I would never take advice from you again. Because I know you were selling ad space for stuff. You started selling meal products. Yeah, no, that's true. That's why a lot of times I'll be in like with friends and they'll say, so-and-so said this. I'm like, that guy makes his full revenue off of that. And so of course he's done it. It's like our selling ad, they will not say something that the ad companies don't agree with. So Brendan shocked and he said that his cat seizures they use CBD to stop it. Yeah, that was the biggest part. Dick Bucks line. Yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucking, I wouldn't trust her as your advice. Touche. You know what I mean? But guess what, Formula One? Do your thing. Whatever you want. Yeah. And I hope, Lord, we are compromised by advertising stuff. Until right now, we don't even know what the ads are that play. I wish I did, so I could say that they're good. CBD does help seizures, but why would you say that you keep it? Like, it's just as powerful if you say, like, it helps with seizures. Or if you give some anecdote about somebody that helped them with seizures. You shouldn't lie. Yeah, it didn't help us. And you shouldn't say that, like, specifically. Was he saying it because somebody sent their kid and seizures, and he was like, "Oh, I did." So what he's saying, a product he's selling, your kid should take CBD. You don't know if their kid should take CBD. You're not a doctor. So does it treat seizures in children, adults? Has there been studies done? He sells creative kratom, which we had that long debate with you guys for a while. Kills people. So. I literally talked to somebody today who is a meth head, and he said that during coronavirus he was out there doing kratom, and he said it's not good. And I didn't ask him. He was like, "Then I'm doing kratom doing like this." It was not good. Now I was not doing meth. He was not doing meth. He had started doing kratom. He restarted sobriety after he fucking learning to use. I'm kidding. Kratom out there helps you. I'm not saying it all. I smoke meth. Alright, let's see what shit I'm going to talk about. New Luke St. Papa Water, what you doing here? Oh, it was terrible. Well, what? I wanted to smoke it a couple times and kept coughing. That's good. Yeah, cigarettes are bad for you. I did another chicken rich that lasted 20 minutes. Oh my god. I think it's the same thing that we just watched with Andy Kaufman too. That one too. Excellent.
fucking last thing, Jim, what if you stopped drinking, started writing music, started doing your own music, you're having a girlfriend? What if it was the drinking that was causing all this bullshit? It might not be. What bullshit are you talking about? And you're like, hey, finding a fucking companion. I'm feeling like shit. I have a crazy heart rate, all that shit, high blood pressure. Right? What if it stopped all that? You already know. I already told you about these girls. If I just don't, I don't put that. I don't put that. I used to talk about my girlfriend on here and in my YouTube videos. I stopped doing that. Your first love right now is alcohol. It's not because your first love is alcohol. You're going to guard it. You're going to protect it. It's your mistress. It's your love. I get it. No, that's the nature of addiction. You love it too much right now. You're in love. You got. Look, it's like you got to break up with a guy. I love him, mom, but he's in and out of jail, honey. He's always on a motorcycle. I love him. I'm running away with him. Damn it, he's good. You guys are citizens. You're going to surface something. Defend your alcoholism. Let's go to the next tournament. When have I ever done? I've been super honest with you. I told you, you're very honest. I told you it's a pampering now, too. Like, I'm trying. It's your first love. I get it. I understand. I understand love. Oh, my God. You'll figure it out. Get us to the next. Yeah. This was fun. We made no progress. Okay, let's start talking now. Jesus Christ. They don't even use it much. Why is Jesus still there? I don't know. And it's fun, like, him even posting stuff like these kind of things, like, over it. I don't know about that. Was there a narrative that changed for a while? Or he was like, well, he had, like, the job thing at Blizzard. Oh, yeah. I feel bad for him dealing with that. It's where he clearly doesn't want to talk about the girls. And then they say he's an alcoholic and he says he's not. And they're like, let's just talk about something else. Even though he's trying to talk about it. They treat him like shit. And, well, here's the thing, though. She didn't edit the podcast, dude. You can cut all that out. Yeah. This doesn't make sense. Bro, T-Pack makes no fucking sense. Yeah, that's why they're starting the Patreon. The extended episodes are going to be them talking about like their interventions. I need a Patreon for like kids' ideas for my baby. But yeah, man, I think we're done for this week, dude. Let's read some comments. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Let's see, what's TP's Rogan answers based phone call. What was he even be calling about? Just as Rogan. Oh yeah, do your thing. With President Trump, I was just calling the bullshit. Papa, that Formula One, Papa thinks if I stop drinking, I'll stop taking Probably. That's fair. That's a fair guess. What else you guys got? Keep commenting. We don't really read comments during this episode. Yeah, not on the T-Mos. We read comments more on Raglan's Today's Live, which, I should announce that. I don't think that'll be next week, because I'm going to be gone next week. I'll probably be on, though. You'll do it? Alright, cool. Maybe I'll try and come. This next week is going to be podcast without Cooney, Patreon without Cooney, and Alive without Cooney. And the reason being is that he's calling me the wrong name too many times. I'm taking control of the podcast. I'm in timeout for a week. Listen, Toronto has more power than we were aware of. And it's unfortunate. And sadly, there's nothing we can do about it. So it is what it is. Gerdo has not unallowed me to show for 1 week. But I'm back on after a week, which is nice. Thanks. Why did you say Gerdo? That's 2 weeks, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you, Gerdo. Just come back with full bubble dive. That'd be crazy if I type this weird. I can't. Oh man, dude, he knows what to code. That's a long time ago. Wow, greatest free podcast week, dude. Yeah. Maybe I'll let you guess. There'll be surprises. I'm watching all 24 hours on the 20th. The barbecue and secret story definitely not true. I don't know. I mean, dude, he sold comic books in his mom's fucking closet. It's really hard to know what's true and what's not. The story back there with the state of that 20. Who knows back as cowbell. Ready for the 20th, fellas. 20 years, 1 to 2 weeks. It's a ways away, but I gotta remind these guys, I gotta send you out some texts to make sure we don't lose the guest of that fucker. So, I'm gonna do that.
guys, thanks for liking the stream. We got 111 likes. That's just enough for me not to end it all. And a phrase replaced with an 8. So, if it, yeah, like all the stuff we said, we're just like fucking have fun. You know, I mean, we're probably gonna do it honestly. Even as much as I hate it, probably gonna come back. Pause, but we'll see. All right, y'all. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your days. Later.
Granger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first
Motherfucker got a kickstand.
Yo, what's biz? We good? We are good, yeah. Just looked in my caramel cup. Just chilling over enjoying some caramel dinner. Decided to play some music. Yep. Welcome in, everybody. We're just getting the show started. Usually we'll get about 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 10 minutes, just depending on how the room fills up with some music. Be sure to please, hit the retweet button on the bottom right. Use that purple pill. Put some replies in the comments section. Retweet the room, like the room. If you're not already following Blog Talk and the co-hosts and the speakers, please do that as well. And I'll get some music going and start tagging a bunch of people here.
section, maybe tag a couple of your friends you want to get in here. We'll play another song as you Rothschild'S. Rabbi, if you want to go ahead and get something in the Jumbotron, you are scheduled today, so go ahead and post up there now if you'd like. And yeah, we'll go ahead and get another song going and fill up the room a little more.
As always,
Here we go, baby.
really help. It is what it is. But we do have some great people in here, so how about we get it started? That sounds like a plan, Swizz. Yes, we do have some great people in here, some people we know very well. I'm excited to hear Rabbi do his shill once again. So, Rabbi, welcome to the stage. It's great to see you again, man. Hopefully you've had a great weekend. How you doing today?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. I think I know most of you, but for those of you who we haven't had the opportunity to meet, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making that true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams. You can view my life in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pin post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed over 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. I don't usually give the name of it, but it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It is on Ethereum. It's one of the OG meme coins. And it is an incredibly amazing project. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. We've had the opportunity to build wells and water towers in rural Nigeria. We do food drives, we do toy drives, we do everything that we can to give back to not just the community, but to the world. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Man, I never get bored with hearing, all the things that you're doing and why you're doing them. And, like I said, I know that we've heard you speak a few times, and yeah, it's always enthusiastic. It's always filled with passion. You can tell what you're doing is coming from the heart. Yeah, man, I love what you're doing, man. And, oh, it looks like we might have some. Since I'm a co-host, I'm gonna take a back seat. This could be a question, Drew. If you have a question for Rabbi, please do go ahead and ask your question now. But if it's not a question for Rabbi, I'm gonna ask you just to chill out and take a break from it. If you have a question, go ahead and unmute and go for it. Yeah, friends. Rabbi, what you probably think the biggest opportunity is in the next 6 months?
That's an excellent question. Well, it's always for me going viral. Any single person out there, if you're hearing my voice, or you have a friend who may be an influencer, can see what I have done with my project, archiving world events for going on 5 years now, and recognize that it has a huge opportunity for humanity. I feel that when my project goes viral, we are going to affect every single person on earth. This is essentially a diary of human events. Years ago, I might have been a diarist or a journalist, but in today's world, I am a vlogger. In addition, though, what we may be able to potentially see is really the further mainstreaming of cryptocurrency. And for those of you who may be down on the market or down on your NFTs or whatever it is in Web3, I recognize that these have extremely high upside, and I wouldn't necessarily be so sad about where we're at currently. I think that potentially, just like we have our friend in here, we all will retire, or all will retire. You all will retire as well. So just maintain the course. I certainly am not a soothsayer. I can't prophesize on anything potentially that may happen in the future, but I know that I'm doing everything I can to make a difference in society, and I advise you do what you can as well. And within this next 6 months, you may be able to see some major developments. Thank you for your question.
Awesome. Let me ask you this. Did you get started with the content first and then kind of found your way into crypto, or was it like vice versa? You started with crypto first and then thought like, let me do some content.
Excellent question. So I originally got into cryptocurrency in 2016, and that's when I bought my first Bitcoin. And from there, didn't get into content at all. By trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I've also had major contracts with Fortune 100 organizations. I certainly had a private life. I'm a religious person. I would go to synagogue every single day, but I certainly wasn't live streaming my life. That's not anything that I would have foreseen in my life around 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. But in 2020, my job went remote, like many of your positions may have due to the pandemic. And I became much more comfortable with being on camera when previously I hadn't been. And so my position as a certified project management professional, essentially a scrum master, if you know what that is, I would lead teams. Absolutely. Yeah, 100% PMP. I'm PMP. So that is project management professional. I am someone who likes to organize, likes to ensure that teams are able to be guided in a successful manner. And one of the things that we did in 2020 was shift from being on site to being remote workers. And I was leading projects everywhere that you can think of in the world, including in certainly in Asia, Oceania, the Middle East, Africa, Europe, South America, the United States, with a particular emphasis on the United States and Canada. And after work, I would find that there weren't as many things to be doing, even within the places where I would normally go after work, like synagogue. We were remote for some time during the pandemic. And so after work, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I would hit golf balls and just work on my golf swing. And I never had the opportunity to be on camera and be able to see what my golf swing looked like, and I wanted to improve it. So one day, I just got out my iPhone, started recording my golf swing, and recognized that this was something that I might find to be extremely beneficial for my golf game. But additionally, I found that some of the videos that was making were funny because I would make jokes to myself, whether I sliced the ball or hooked the ball or topped the ball or maybe just didn't hit the ball exactly where I wanted it to go. And I thought, I don't currently have a family of my own, but one day, God willing, I'd like to have a wife and children. And I think that it may be a nice opportunity for me to be able to upload some of these videos onto the internet, onto my Google Drive, and basically have an archive of my life or my future family. And so I would do that every day after work. And then from there, recognize that it was taking me a long time to upload so much information on a daily basis, and thought, well, I'm already on camera anywhere from 8 to 10, sometimes 12 hours a day. And now I'm on camera in the evenings by hitting golf balls and such. Maybe I should just start live streaming this. It's probably easier. And if I'm going to do this, really, one of the people, or I should say the characters that I had witnessed do something similar, had something similar happen in their lives, was the Truman Show, the movie from the 90s. And I thought, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it better than anybody else. I don't want to just have one camera on which I have to rely, or one device. I'd like people to be able to view my life in 360 degrees. So I bought a litany of different devices and cameras and GoPros and such. So currently I have about 10 different laptops and Chromebooks and another 23 or so handheld devices. And they do the multi-streaming for me. So in answer to the original question, what came first, your role in crypto or your live streaming? I was certainly in crypto first. The live streaming came later. But when I really started to get involved in cryptocurrency was at a time when a project, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, the ticker's Bitcoin, it's available on Ethereum. They heard me speaking in a space about my passions. Certainly, I love to pitch myself, and certainly, I love some aspects of my daily life, but really, I'm a futurist. I love the future. I love to talk about not necessarily science fiction so much, but future technology, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. And when they in this space with Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, you heard me speak about these things, they thought it was really interesting. And they invited me to join their community. And I initially was like, okay, so what's the name of this cryptocurrency? And they told me what it was, and it was a really long name. And then I started to learn more about what their role in the meme coin journey was. And I started live streaming my life within their community. So I'm proud to say that I'm closing in on almost 3 years of live streaming my life, not just on YouTube and not just on Twitch and not just on Rumble and a bunch of other places, but also within a Telegram, within the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 community, and that has over 12,000, pardon me, community members, all like-minded individuals, but also very diverse. The like-mindedness is that we want to see cryptocurrency become mainstream, but we come from diverse parts of the world, diverse backgrounds, and really just a supportive group of people. And that's when I really started to get into the cryptocurrency world. And that's also when I really started to, I would say, become in many ways one of the epicenters of cryptocurrency globally, because not only do I talk about it quite often, I have merch that I wear 24/7 on my live streams. You can see these live streams actually embedded in the purple pill if you want to see me speaking right now live on Twitter. And you'll see I am wearing cryptocurrency merch, and I have been for years. I'm a huge advocate of it. While I'm certainly not an expert in comparison to many people, I'm involved in a lot of really great communities, a lot of really great projects, and I get to hear people's shills and pitches and how they're going to improve society. And I would say it's certainly changed my life and been really special. So, in summary, I was first just a purchaser of cryptocurrency, then I became a live streamer, and then I kind of combined the two a few years ago by being in Twitter Spaces. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. What else? I just kind of forgot my question, to be honest. Please help me out. I got you. Shoot, man. Oh, Rabbi. Oh, no, yeah. I love our entire story. Go ahead, Smith. Yeah. You mentioned you bought Bitcoin first, and yeah, the ticker Bitcoin. Like you mentioned Bitcoin as in Bitcoin, the original Bitcoin, or ticker Bitcoin.
Yeah.
As in
OG Bitcoin. I bought Bitcoin originally under $1,000.
All right, and the first like meme token you kind of got yourself involved in was Obama, Sonic Obama. No, what is it called?
It's Harry.
What the full name?
Absolutely, and no issues with this. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, And I would
Oh
say,
yeah, no.
yes, that is the first meme coin that in which I became involved. There were some projects that were NFT projects where I became involved, but really didn't know too much about the meme coin space, as certainly as much as I do now. So there were some NFTs that brought me in or heard my shill, thought it was really interesting, and decided they wanted to gift me their NFTs just out of the kindness of their heart. So some of those were the um, BAFD, BTFD rabbits and the Angry Ape Society, if you remember them. And the way that I would learn about them is they would have spaces and they have nice people in there who had open mics and just would let me come up and talk about what I do and then get involved with the community, and then I started hosting some spaces, or at least co-hosting spaces with some of those communities. We host trivia spaces and karaoke nights, and I really recognized that Twitter Spaces was a really nice place for me to be able to communicate with people and not just have them learn about my journey, but learn about their projects. And then it was, I believe, summer of 2023 or so. Yes, when I got involved with Harry Potter Von the Sonic 10 Inu, and then that's how I've gotten into all of these other cryptocurrencies as well.
Awesome, thank you. By the way, the Bitcoin, as far as I know, these days should also be available on Solana. So I think it's multi-chain by now. Yeah. Oh, one more thing. I've heard like the ticker Bitcoin crew, they're going to the meme con April, what is it, April 28th. Are we going to see you there as well, Rabbi? I think that would be probably a huge opportunity for you to create some awesome content live from Las Vegas.
Oh, I hold down the fort. I don't do traveling for cryptocurrency. I do live streaming, but generally keep it limited to California. So I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland. But when it comes to taking my show on the road, generally I do my best to at least be in my own head by the end of the night, especially because I do have quite a large community that I manage, and perhaps someday I may travel for cryptocurrency purposes, but currently, no, I let our devs do that kind of stuff.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so when you're pretty much streaming 24/7, are there exceptions? Like obviously things you do where you don't have like you don't take a camera with you, some private stuff. Like besides like maybe taking a shower, obviously and going to the toilet, stuff like that. So
Yeah, great question. I do that on camera as well. So
okay,
usually when I take a shower, it's either from the waist up or I'll wear swim trunks. And I actually sing in the shower. I have it on Instagram. I have quite a varied amount of social media out there. I, do what is normally done when you have to excrete waste. Um, but the thing that I learned very early on is you can't generally do that on YouTube, so I have a GoPro and I have a lot of that footage backed up on SD cards. Additionally, I have them on like terabytes of footage that I have. But generally, everything that I do is on camera, including laughing and crying and sleeping and even vomiting. I do my best to archive every aspect of human development as I can. I feel it's not just interesting, but it's going to be interesting for people of the future. Very few people are as open with cameras as I am. Now, you asked the question, are there ever any times where you're not on camera? Absolutely, or at least not on cameras that I control, or like readily. So sometimes I might go outside, I might go to the mailbox or something like that. I don't necessarily take a handheld camera with me, but we do have security cameras around my house that certainly are archiving what I'm doing, but I never feel like I am a prisoner to the camera. If I ever need alone time, I know I always can take it. I don't necessarily want it. I like the fact that my life is archived, but I know if I ever want to, I certainly can just go out and be on my own and just have a walk if I want to. So that's a really exciting part of it. But the streams still go. So, whether um, necessarily on them, that can vary. But 99.9% of all the footage that I have, I'm on camera. And um, I've had people come visit me. So I've had people from different communities within the crypto sphere come visit me, people from as far as 8 hours away, Northern California, some other places. And they've been on camera, they've been on my streams as well. So I do occasionally have some people who come and visit and see what my setup is and what I do. And 99% of all people who I encounter are very positive towards this project. They recognize that this is someone who has archived their life and nobody's done this before. It's certainly a first in many ways. Now, there are people who live stream their life, and I want to clarify. I live stream, but I also archive it. So every 12 hours, I stop my stream and I let it save on YouTube and I let it save on Rumble and some of the other platforms on which I multi stream. There are other people who just leave the stream on all the time, and that's cool, but they cannot go back to their streams from last week or last month or last year, or certainly not 4 years ago, and see what they're doing. With mine, you can. And it's not just a story of my life, it's a story of world history 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I keep a radio on in the background that is archiving world news events. So you literally can go back to any moment of any day of my life on my streams, essentially for the last 4 years, and know not just what's going on in my life, but what was going on in world events. And as I previously have said, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king. I've been in earthquakes. We've seen assassinations and assassination attempts. You've been able to see my reactions to the Olympic Games and the World Cup. We've seen 3 Olympic Games. We've seen the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup. We'll see another set of the Men's World Cup this summer, another iteration. I look forward to the World Cup being in Los Angeles at points, and then especially in 2028 with the Summer Games coming to Los Angeles. And for that, I may take my show on the road because it's only once in a generation or two where you get the Olympic Games where you are. So that's extremely exciting to me. But in general, I do my best to keep my entire life open to the world. You can actually, if you want, and I reposted this recently on my timeline, see that I have reposted a space that says 24/7 video space, something along those lines. And I have been live streaming my life in X spaces, not just on YouTube, not just on Rumble and all those other places, but in X spaces on video now for more than 335 days straight. And I'm closing in on one entire year. So you could actually go on X spaces and view my life 24 hours a day and see the entire year of my life live on X. You don't even have to leave this platform. Additionally, in the Purple Pill, I want to make sure everybody's aware. I posted a video of myself, just kind of a promotional video that's also in the Jumbotron. I also have a quick video that I made, just a screen record. When you do go to my YouTube account, you will see more. I have more YouTube lives than you've ever seen of any person ever, and I have a screen recording of that. And then I actually have the embedded video where you can actually watch me live in the space right now. And I know you all interact with creators every single day. Nobody's doing that. What I'm doing is extremely unique, and I feel is not just important to my life right now, but will be important to generations to come. And the reason why is not just because it's a timeline, not just because it's a time capsule, but especially because of AI. AI needs examples of humans on which to build its models, and I have more human data archived for AI to parse than any person ever. That's going to give me an incredibly important role potentially in the future, and what AI believes it is to be human. And I may have a even bigger stake in human society than even I or any of you can anticipate. So with that being said, I think some of the things that I am doing on this stream are extremely exciting, and that's why you can see I'm so motivated to ensure as much of my video is archived as possible. But there are times when I feel if I want to, I can certainly escape the cameras, but I don't feel that way. I feel the more I'm on camera, the better it is for society. So with that, Swiss Beats, I hope that answered your question.
Yes. Let me ask you this. I would imagine that being on stream 24/7, doesn't it affect your private life in a sense? I just imagine that you must have friends or family members that might want to visit you, and just okay that you just constantly on camera, so they might kind of feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, so
Have you noticed like a change like in your like I don't know in your surroundings when it comes to family or friends, how they kind of interact with you
well,
since you started?
yeah, I mean, I have had some friends who have come and visited, and they've been on camera. Certainly, I would say family may feel somewhat that way to some extent, but if needed, anybody who wants to get a hold of me pretty easily can. I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. In fact, when Discord put out its recent roundup for the year, their yearly roundup, or if you're familiar with the Spotify roundup and all of those, Discord puts out one, and I wasn't in the top 1%. I wasn't in the top 0.1%. I was in the top 0.01% of all Discord users. So there are certainly people who can come visit me, and at least virtually if they want. And I've had that. I've had friends, and certainly friends and family members who have come in and spoken with me, and just to check in, make sure things are going okay. And I would say, I don't have brothers or sisters, so I'm an only child. And thus, I don't have to worry about being an uncle or to anybody, or a sibling to anybody. And I have really the opportunity that I feel is really unique in society. I don't have a wife and children, and I don't want them right now. I recognize that I am sacrificing parts of my personal life for this, but that's okay. I'm absolutely fine with that. I know that the opportunity certainly may outweigh the risk of having my life live streamed. And I think, I mean, I do get admirers as well. There is a large contingent of people, both men and women, but particularly women who find what I do to be really interesting. And they just watch me, and they like to interact with me. Sometimes they send me love notes and things like that. And they also just like to know that they're not alone in the world. They can come to my stream whenever they want and either just watch me or sleep in the same digital space as I do. So I think when I go viral, which I really think I will, and if it doesn't happen, it won't be the end of the world for me. But I think eventually, the longer I do this, I will, the benefit will certainly outweigh any risk that I would have taken, and I'll be able to basically be a very eligible bachelor. And I want to do this the rest of my life. So for any person out there who may want to be in my life as a spouse, perhaps they have to understand that the streams to me are very important, and I'd like to live stream my life for the rest of my life. And if they want to be a part of it, they might have to be okay with that too. However, I am also understanding that they're going to be human, and maybe not every aspect of their life they're going to want on stream. And so we don't necessarily have to do that either. But really, anybody who knows about how passionate I am about this project, and really, if they love me, they're going to recognize that that might be a sacrifice they may have to make as well. But many people find this to be really interesting and really cool. It's basically like having your home videos available to the world 24/7. And there are a lot of people out there I have already, with whom I've already had encounters, who find that to be extremely exciting and really brave and courageous, and they want to be a part of it.
Obviously, on a less serious note, I mean, you would make quite a good companion for women with trust issues. I mean, they can literally watch and check you out 24 hours and see what you're up to. No, anyways, obviously, I definitely, I mean, to be honest with you, if a friend of mine would be streaming like 24/7, it's not that I would mind, but it would definitely affect the way I would probably be interacting, to tell you the truth. I mean, it's just kind of, when you're, let's say you're just, I don't know, you're wasted or whatnot, then you just kind of, you yeah, I would definitely not be too happy about that part of my life just being on camera. But yeah, that might just be me. Obviously, especially like I think like a lot of younger people with like the TikTok generation and whatnot, I think they have less of an issue. Where I'm like from the 80s, so I kind of to a certain degree still value my privacy and want to be in control to the point like it's really hard once you upload something, it's pretty much online and it's pretty hard to get rid of. So I'm just aware of this kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure, like just looking again at the younger generation, they're way more open to have like their lives kind of on their social media. Where I'm like, do I really want to have that out there? But yeah, definitely. Oh, one more thing, because you're producing so much content, you got your Discord and whatnot. Are you monetized? I remember asking you for like regarding your YouTube, but you do have merch. Do you have like a tipping wallet or something like that? How do you intend to monetize your creation?
Certainly. I am monetized on some platforms, but monetization isn't important to me by any means. Fortunately, I don't need it. So I am not someone who focuses on asking for donations. I never ask for donations. People who want to give donations, I tell them to give it to your favorite charity. I don't want your donation. In the future, I'd like to be able to give to people. In terms of YouTube, in case anybody wasn't familiar with the YouTube journey I've been on. I was eligible for monetization. However, I do show a lot of content that is copyrighted, including the Olympics, the Super Bowl, the World Cup. And it was more important to me to be able to ensure that I could have that data archived than it was to um, fight for monetization. And so I was absolutely fine without it. And that has given me a lot more freedom to be able to stream on more platforms and more places. And I can say as well that from a merch perspective, if you want to buy merch that supports me, I don't currently have that. I don't want that. I want you to buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. You go to the Telegram, type in the word merch. There's an entire merch store, and you can dress exactly the same way that I do. You can buy the comforter that I have. You can buy the shirt that I have. You can buy the pillows that I have. So you can make your life out to be just like mine, and all the merch is there.
Why don't you just put a sign behind you that you can sell backspace behind you all the time? It's $20 a day. You're going to be right there behind you.
I certainly could do that, but really, I like to show really rabbinical lectures behind me, and I don't need the money. So to be able to push to advertise is not really important to me. I'd rather.
Okay, actually, can I ask you that? I'm just going to keep cutting you off because you do have to get to death. So you don't need the money. You're streaming all day. How the fuck? Where's your money coming from, brother?
Yeah,
You don't work.
as I no, I don't. As I previously said, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And for the time being, I don't find that I need to work. Certainly, I can't live a lavish lifestyle, but if I stay within my budget, I certainly am able to live what I feel is a very comfortable life. I have had people who have specifically requested that I assist them with their cryptocurrency, their projects and such, and they have compensated me for that over the course of this uh, last 4 years. But basically, I live a comfortable life without being able to travel internationally or anything like that. But someday I'd like to be able to.
Awesome. Let me interrupt you guys quickly. Hold on. I think Mike is onto something because you can literally just have like your advertisements in the background, and you don't have to use the money for yourself, but you can give it to charity.
I understand that.
You
What I'm
mentioned earlier on that one of your goals obviously is to help others, and this kind of would allow you to do so.
I'm a walking billboard for a cryptocurrency. cryptocurrency. I don't want to be essentially, let's just say, proselytizing myself out there for multiple cryptocurrencies. I want people to buy Harry Potter of on the Sonic 10 email. That's the cryptocurrency to which I have shown my loyalty. If you look at my stream, you can see there all over everything that I do. And generally, I want people to be able to see what I'm seeing, so that's what I broadcast behind me. Perhaps someday. I'm not saying that I don't want to do this in the future.
I mean, Rabbi, I understand. I wouldn't feel comfortable like advertising like a 50K shitcoin every single day that just rocks like a week later or whatnot. But I'm pretty sure there must be some other sponsors, not necessarily crypto related at all, would be interested to kind of advertise.
I understand, and they absolutely can advertise.
I mean, if you got the views and the right audience, that's very attractive.
I understand. That's not what I do though. At least currently, I'm not in it for views. I'm not in it for money. I'm really in it for the archiving of the footage. Now, in the future, when I have tons of people watching me, I will wear different, almost like an F1 driver, where they have different opportunities to be able to advertise on their clothing and everywhere on their um, everywhere they go. However, for right now, I don't want to be promoting multiple coins. I think that cheapens what I do. Um, I'm all in for Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Unit. They've compensated me extremely well. And if you look at my streams, you can see they're all over everything that I do. And in the future, yes, I do want to give more to charity because we already do that. But right now, just I don't want to have to focus on someone saying to me, all right, well, how many views do you get per day? And how can we monetize that? And oh, we saw that your stream only had 500 views yesterday, and really we think that it should have 1,000 views. I don't want to get into that. That's not what I do. I live stream my life, and that's what makes me happy. I don't want to make this into a business. I don't have to. If I needed money, I would just be working remotely as a certified project management professional, which is what I did prior to doing the live stream. I understand that there are people who want to be on my live stream, and I get that. And that opportunity may be a potential if they want a permanent spot or semi-permanent spot in the future. Absolutely. But for right now, if you want to, there every single project that you have heard Shill on X Spaces in the last year is on my live stream in one way or another. So every project has been connected to it in one way or another. But when you get into having to advertise for people and doing shout outs for people for money, that adds a business aspect to it that just in the current time I don't need and I don't necessarily want. In the future, potentially, because we'll take all that money, put it in a huge 503B and or 501c3, pardon me, and take that and make a huge not for profit, and then be able to give back to societies and really make people independent and do everything that I talked about, making you all financially independent as well. That will come. But right now, my focus is making sure that my streams continue, that I'm able to share with people personally on X Spaces and the other places where I promote myself. And it's about my project and getting that out. But in the future, if somebody has a project out there and I'm already viral, absolutely, I will listen to anybody who wants to consider this an opportunity to be able to advertise. But I think right now, the focus for me is just keeping my streams going. I hope that answers your question.
Yo, guys, hey, this has been an amazing space so far with our buddy Rabbi. If you're just showing up to the room and you haven't already, please be sure to reply in the comments section. Use the purple pill, retweet the room, reply. Make sure you're following Block Talk, the co-host, the speakers, Rabbi, everybody up here in the room is a speaker. You guys should be following. If you haven't done that already, what are you guys doing? Let's No problem. Yeah, Chris, you got a question for Rabbi? I do. And so Rabbi, I'm asking a question about monetization, not to like beat the dead horse, but I'm curious. So, and I'm curious because in how it relates to you being sponsored by Great Waters Online. So I'd imagine they look at you and sponsored you as someone who's building a brand, who's in the streaming business, the content creation, and entertainment business, the business that's a lot derived from attention seeking. And it's cool that you don't want to monetize yourself, but in lieu of having statistics on how you're monetizing and growing your brand and increasing your revenues, how does Harry Potter Song of the Bomb measure the success of your sponsorship, of your projection of your message, of the projection of their message out to the real world, out and continue to drive demand through your screens in lieu of having monetization data and statistics?
It's a great question. The short answer is they don't. We have an agreement. Essentially, I wear their merch and I talk about their project all out of the goodness of my heart. And in exchange, they, um, and without getting into specific finances, ensure that I remain happy in what I do. And they don't put pressure on me on certain statistics um, or I would say metrics. Uh, we have a wonderful working relationship. I live stream in their Telegram. I am a part of their their community. We even do things like fantasy football. We just had an amazing fantasy football season with some of the members of the community, and it's very laissez-faire. It's very hands-off, and they don't put any pressure on me, and they don't really have a right to either. I ensure that I can remain independent in my own way. If I want to, for any reason or another, if somebody wants me to do a post for another coin or something like that, I don't necessarily have to ask anybody because of my independent status, and they don't have to come breathing down my neck because I have videos that didn't reach the metrics that they wanted. So we have an excellent working relationship, and really proud of the good work that we've done in that community and would like to continue to be a spokesperson for that project indefinitely.
Very cool. I appreciate taking the time to answer. Thank you.
Certainly. I know we have Barbie who has a project to share. If you don't mind, I would just like to share a few other things that I talk about on my stream that may be of interest to people. I had the opportunity to say some of them when I talked about the futurism discussion, but in addition to the things that I've already mentioned, if you didn't have a chance to hear, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, replicators. I like to talk about certainly like things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. And I want to make sure people are aware of where we are in society, that these types of developments may happen sooner rather than later. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to potentially be able to witness and archive on my stream. Additionally, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you were all born, depending on where you are in the world, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is anywhere between age 50 to 80 years old. And that's great. And I want to increase that. I want to give you the resources. If I go viral, if and when, I want to give you the money that you need to be able to increase your life expectancy from age, say, 80 to 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, with your consent, and that's very big to me, if you don't want this, you don't have to have it. But things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy. That's all fine too. And okay, and that's fine. And when it's your turn to speak, you can tell us all about it. In the meantime, it is, believe it or not, a space I've been invited to come and share. So that's what I'm doing. Thank you. But for those of us who don't feel that eating healthy and lifting weights is going to get us to be maybe 100, 120 years old, there are these alternatives that you may be able to utilize. Or in addition, more likely, there's nothing wrong with eating healthy and working out. I'm an advocate for those as well. But for people who want to live perhaps longer than the average life expectancy, especially with modern technology and future technology, we may have these opportunities. But you may be able to get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026, everything that you talked about sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though, even with eating healthy and proper nutrition and working out and everything. What's the next plan? And this, again, is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want you all to know is that there may be a future, potentially, in a generation or two, where digital immortality may be more of a reality than we may think. With already the developments that we've seen with Neuralink, brain computer interfaces, memory transfer, just within the last decade, we've seen some major developments, including the first successful Neuralink patient. His name is Nolan Aspro, and he is a quadriplegic man who is able to play video games better than you or I can, because essentially the brain computer interface within him, Neuralink, allows him to do so. And for those of you who don't want anything implanted in you, I'm completely on board with you. I don't want that either. And you should know that there are opportunities for basically skull caps to be able to be worn that can read brain waves if you want in the future. These are some things that I'm not necessarily an advocate of myself, but I'm open to them, and I think that they're really exciting opportunities, perhaps future generations. And with that, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share what I do, who I am, and certainly if anybody has any questions, you can follow them up or send me a DM. My DMs are always open. In closing, you should know that I am always online 24/7. My Discord is open to you 24/7 if there's something that you want to discuss. It's discord.me/rabbi. It is also, the direct link is in my name of my Twitter account and also in my bio. And thank you again for the opportunity to be able to share.
And on that note, get your skull caps out, guys. Get your skull caps out. If you've got any more questions for Rabbi, send him a direct message. You know where to find him. He's on YouTube. He's on X. He's on Twitch. He's on, I don't even know. I can't even name them all. But log in, send him a message. You know where to find this gentleman. Rabbi, thank you again for taking the time out of your day to share your passion with us, to tell us what you're doing and why you're doing it. We appreciate it. Regardless if it lasted an hour, we are here for you. So again, my friend, thank you so much. And again, everybody in the audience, thank you for patiently sticking with us and hanging out and listening. And this is exactly what we're going to do, guys. If you're here representing a project, we're going to let you have the passion that you have to speak about it, okay? So that's what it is. Yeah, it may have been a little bit long, but it's okay. We're all here to build. We're all here to be passionate. We're all here to grow together. So on that note, Swizz, do we have any final questions, or could we roll into the 60-second chill? I would say we can roll into the 60-second chill. My man, Rabbi, this is your time. Once again, this time, though, you've got 60 seconds only. So whenever you're ready, you know what to do.
Thank you again. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you certainly will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to share what I do, and I'm really excited to hear about your projects. Thank you again so much for this opportunity.
Damn, with 25 seconds to spare. And I'll just talk a little shit. I guess he's got 25 seconds to spare because he had about an hour to tell you all about the project. And obviously, guys, are here to have a good time. And I may be talking a little bit of shit, but it's all out of because if I'm not talking shit, I probably don't like you. So, Rabbi, once again, man, I always love hearing about you and your enthusiasm that you have in this project. And yeah, so if you're not following, be sure to follow him, turn on your notifications, and yeah, you can check out this guy 24/7, 365. You heard it here first. Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, bro. You waited patiently. Come on back up, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I apologize.
Thank you.
If I didn't think you were up here having a good time, I probably would have muted your ass, but I can tell, man. I mean, we're all here to have fun and have a good time. And, you know, again, I can't thank you guys enough for sticking around and listening because, you know, again, man, you can, if you're not feeling the passion that this man has, then maybe you should continue to move on trading shitcoins. So we'll leave it at that. Yeah, true that was. Yeah, thanks again, Rabbi. Obviously, always interesting to listening to you. Very good, very well spoken, and yeah, hopefully we see you becoming here again in the future. Thank you. So, how about we? Oh, Barbie, she's down there in the audience. Barbie has been patiently waiting. She is the that is scheduled today. So we're gonna move on with Barbie, and then after we wrap up Barbie, if we have a little bit of extra time at the end of the show, we'll bring some other people up. Barbie, she's down there in the audience. Barbie has been patiently waiting. She is the that is scheduled today. So we're gonna move on with Barbie, and then after we wrap up Barbie, if we have a little bit of extra time at the end of the show, we'll bring some other people up here that they want to show themselves or their project. I'm on a little bit of a limited time today, Swizz. I've got to go to dinner with my dad for the birthday thing. So I probably have like another, I don't know, about 45 minutes or so. Just a heads up. Yeah, that's plenty. Yeah, we go Barbie back over here as a speaker. Hi, Barbie.
Hi guys, hi. Just wanted to say to the Rabbi, I'm good. Thanks for everything. I love what you do. I've seen you in so many spaces, and it's very interesting, especially. I know we've gotten into some topics. I think you dropped down the list, but I know we had gotten into some topics before, especially. I'm also Jewish, so it's very interesting thing for me to see someone who's a rabbi also partaking in such an interesting project and life. So I love hearing you talk about that. But I want to thank you so much for having me. Robert invited me today. Said that I come up and use this opportunity. I've been in a few of your guys' spaces before. A little quiet on the stage, really. But I do want to talk about what I'm doing today, and I did put it up in the Jumbotron. If you guys have not heard of Story the Chain, I am working with Coco directly. I am one of the project managers with Coco and handling kind of the back end stuff. Here is more of the artistic side. But what Story the Chain is actually, we are about to set 7 world records with the world's largest crypto mural. Amongst several others. We'll be breaking 3 records and creating 4 new ones. And I want to just point out that we're actually going to create the first crypto records ever recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records. So it's a massive deal. This project is really, a passion piece for Coco. But as someone who's working as a project manager, we wanted to make sure that people represent accordingly and to make sure they understand, it's time, that's my energy. And so what we've done is we've actually set it up that if you want to be on this mural, okay, this is a giant mural. I give or take on the franchise. I believe it's about 100 football, 140 football, about 35 feet high. I know that they're actually going to be doing the ceiling as well. Now they're properly framing the warehouse right now because it is indoor, so they'll be able to withstand weather and all that kind of stuff. And we have already actively been in contact with Dennis. So this isn't an idea that hey, we want to do this. We're actively already doing it. The boys are at the warehouse right now, actively cutting up wood for frames, actively putting it on the wall. So here's the real thing, right? I mean, we're in this community-based
So, where's travel for you? Aren't serious. So, Bobby, again, do you have any plans to like live stream the actual like art being done? Like, so for instance, let's say you've got a ticker that paid for their spot, right? And you know this day this mural is going to be painted. Do you have any plan to live stream that and maybe tag the project that's getting their mural done that day? production we've got. So if you dispense our fleet, I'm just kind of curious how much it costs to get that. Get yourself mentioning, give us records.
I know he's limited the conversations with Guinness and all of that. But yes, you're absolutely correct. Definitely, there is a fee for bringing Guinness book out. So that they can do that capacity adjudicators and everything. I'm pretty sure we have to pay for their like travel and everything. So that is a portion of the fee. Yes, absolutely. You're the artists. There is a team behind Coco. So Coco and Kanachik are the main artists. I know they've got a group of people that are helping them do the climbing. Like I said, currently they're literally in the warehouse at this moment. I believe, I don't know the exact number, but I know that they already came out of pocket to pay for the warehouse rental. For clarification, that warehouse is owned by a business partner of Coco. So it's not like, they're just going to tear it down right after or anything like that. But yeah, so that is all. That there are fees associated, and yes, they will be paid out. And just for the simple fact that I'm not really letting pocket watchers watch my pockets, I'm not going to give you the exact numbers. But everyone is being paid out fairly and taken care of. And I mean, this isn't really about. Look, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Of course, we all want to make money and come here and just play around, right? We are making a profit. I'm not going to disclose the profit, but it's not as much as someone would initially think. There are expenses. The paint costs money. The scaffolding costs money. The machinery to get them out from 35 feet costs money. The rentals for that. The just catering, the whole 9 yards. There are fees associated. So yeah, absolutely. A good portion of what you're paying in does go to that. For example, okay, so I'm looking at my deck right now just so I can give you a little bit more of a little more in depth. So for that Weston Tinker, that's the package or however I named it. I know that's really clever, but Weston Tinker, taking the Tinker Strip Legacy now. So your gravel or vessel will be 5 feet to 2 feet Tinker Strip. So it'll be 5 feet long by 2 feet wide, going across the Tinker Strip now, running across the wall. You also will have your name listed on the plaque. And then just you're also, because you're in there, you're being represented in the book. You've got a decent size image in there that has enough to be somewhat confident. The other 5,000 package, like I said, we've got packages starting at 500, which is just your name on the plaque. We've got the vending machine hero, which is 750, but that's the action figure. We have something called branding on the brick, which is basically almost like craft. Like it's a subway station. Imagine you're in a subway station. You're seeing urban art. So your logo will be like kind of urban art. And again, all of these things we will run past you guys. If it's your project and you're coming to the table, we're working with you on the design. We're always saying, I think the biggest thing when you're asking about the long-term value add, I really think we're just the fact that we are on the Guinness Book of World Records, like that's a massive legacy play. And while we're doing these massive plays, like it takes effort, it takes time. So if someone does knock us out, like don't let them because they did the effort that can be done.
For sure. Yeah. I know some of the experiences, so that takes your time. That's fair. That's really essential. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, if you get that done and someone meets you, that's actually not a bad thing. To be honest, it kind of gets your attention as well. And I mean, also the opportunity to kind of, get the first spoken back. So I wouldn't necessarily say that if someone comes in and meets your record, that's a bad thing. I would actually think that's a good thing, to be honest. Yeah, more bullish. Yeah. I was just gonna say, as far as my business, but we did Exactly. See, it is very important because you guys can bring, you can enlighten these people that are in with funds and that aren't cryptocurrency
Yeah, baby. Woo, baby.
Okay, I see Michael. He said that phrase, so for sure, more people are going to have my voice. But yes, I'm currently driving down from Cascade Mountain, Wisconsin. And were you saying that you're based out of Madison? That's where you're doing most of this out of? I see. Goes to share your Thanks for hosting in space. I look forward to our conversation. I saw that trailer, and actually, I didn't even see Barbie up here because we had a chance to count. It's a facelift that's coming out. But I think this was serendipity. Barbie was talking about this because I DM'd her that I do have connection in the new voice. And like to
Talk that shit, feel free to God. Everything that I need, oh baby. Yeah, baby.
Why don't you sell advertising up there? Because that's where the asshole goes. Yeah, you interrupted me, dude, and I'm not going to take offense to it, but let people show, baby.
Right on, man. Well, we really appreciate you showing up to the space and giving us some feedback, man. Let me just ask you real quick, how did you come across our space? Yeah, it's a basement. I don't know if you talked earlier. Yeah, there's someone here that just tuned in and actually got my attention. Want to keep listening. That's the Barbie I left here on here.
All right, you're cool.
Yeah, well, never really thank you on stage. Well, never speak at least. And really appreciate everyone. Hell yeah, man. We appreciate you, man. And that's what this space is all about, bro. As you can hear, we let people get up here and share their passion with us and give them plenty of time to explain the project because people have done blood, sweat, and tears, and who knows how many weeks, months, years, hours put into these things, and to just let somebody come up with some of these show spaces and they get 60 seconds Congratulations and happy birthday. Yeah, I just turned 49 on the 10th.
All right, you stupid bitch. Although it may be a minority halakhic opinion, this rabbi thinks you a hoe. And if you ain't a hoe, yo mama a hoe.
I appreciate it very much. I always tell people it's a mindset, and you got to keep the body moving. Like I'm an avid snowboarder. I'm very active. Like I really believe that that's what's kept me young all these years, and it keeps my mind young and keeps my body young. And now I have
I don't know. You like what's on? I like your shirt. It looks like a spot. You can suck my cock in this spot. Same girl. Oh, like in Batman. Iceman. Is it a blowout? That's how you're doing it right, girl. What about making our own sandwiches? And just seeing something and wanting to fuck it? Same, bitch. Here's an owl. Here's a hog. Ah!
Miss Aquarius,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. How are you? How's the interview?
It just got done. It was really good. I spoke for an hour, and I was happy to do so.
I talked to you. I said, Kevin is down at the app. You must be here.
Yes, ma'am. How's your day going?
About to eat and then get this starting up this room.
Very well.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you added that because you are right too. And not to like talk too much smack about
It's Martin Luther King Day today, and I watched the I Have a
Yes, it's Martin Luther King Day.
and I watched his 17-minute I Have a Dream speech on my stream, and then I sang him Happy Birthday with Stevie Wonder's Happy Birthday, and I hope that it's been a sweet day for you and a sweet day for all peace-loving people in the world.
Yes.
And it's 3 days until your birthday.
Yes. I'm excited.
Excellent.
3 days. 3 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 3 days to go. So 3 days to go. Everybody just calm down. Everybody just sit tight. It's only 3 days.
That's right.
Everybody don't be running around. It's 3 days. I got 3 days. It's 3 days.
3 days.
We got you, Michael. Sorry, just didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead, Michael.
Like, okay, calm down. I'm excited now.
You should be.
Excited. So what else you got planned for today, Rabbi?
It's the national championship tonight in football, and so that's at 4:30 my time, and we're gonna definitely watch that. So it's like been a big tournament, and the last two teams play in it's the Miami Hurricanes who are 13-2, versus the Indiana Hoosiers, who are 15-0, and it should be a really good game. And I don't really care who wins, but I just want it to be a good game, and that'll be really big. And then there's a show that I really like that comes out tonight. So until it's about another 3.5 hours till that football game, so I'm gonna show myself in spaces and
Okay.
make more friends. And
Okay.
I I would say that so so like when I started in this space, there weren't that many people there, and so they listened to some songs beforehand, and then they let me speak. And normally people go for like 15 minutes, but nobody was there. And so I was like, well, I'm just going to keep going. And I know that this space is going to be maybe 2 hours, and there's one other person who's supposed to speak in this space. So I feel like if I take like my half and she takes her half, that'll be good. And it was. We filled up the time, and we got to make some good connections. I had somebody with 17,000 followers follow me, which is cool. And people say, like, why don't you sponsor different projects? You just sponsor one project. And it's true. That's what I sponsor. I do what I do. I don't want to, please excuse the phrase, but whore myself out to everybody who wants to throw money at me. I like being a sponsor for one project. And so I had to ensure people understood what that, I mean, I'll talk about your projects, but if the more I talk about other projects, the more it takes away from the project that really supports me and the community that supports me. And they've supported me through thick and thin, and for now, like almost 3 years. So, like, I have some loyalty to them, and I don't want to, just drink out of a coffee mug because you sent it to me basically for my project, for your project. So I kind of had to explain that to people. But if people want me to talk about their project, I will. I'm not against it, but it's just like, it's like there's a reason why the Atlanta Falcons wear the Atlanta Falcons jerseys. They don't wear a Mitsubishi jersey or a Ford Motor Company jersey. They wear because they're the Atlanta Falcons. That's who they are,
Right.
and that's what I am. I'm associated with this project, so I had to get them to understand that. So that's what we've got going. How about you? What's on your agenda for today?
I think I stand in the room. About to go eat. Stand in the room. It is cold. I'm going to try to warm up. It is cold.
All right.
Stay warm.
Are you gonna put the national championship on for Papa tonight?
Yeah. He had his bath today, so he probably just got to eat. I need to go check on him, and he's probably back sleeping again. That's how he's been doing, sleeping all day. He's had a nosebleed. He had to clean his nose.
Uh-oh. The national
Yeah,
championship.
he gets that a lot. He's been getting it ever since I was little. So
Okay.
all his life.
Well, the national championship is going to be on ABC, I believe, just in case you want to know, at 4:30 my time, 7:30 your time, just in case.
Got it.
And I don't know, does he like college football or just pro?
There's all kinds of football.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm just going to put it on. He don't really look at it like he used to.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I put it on. He likes football. He don't do too much basketball. I'm like, he'll look at the football.
Do you like basketball?
For me?
Yeah.
Sometimes. I don't look at sports like that. But, I look at it sometimes. I like swimming. I like volleyball.
Volleyball, I know. Volleyball is your sport.
I like the women.
Women's volleyball?
I like the women's basketball.
Oh, women's basketball. Oh, I do too. I like women's.
The WNBA, yeah.
I like women's college basketball.
Oh, okay.
I also like the WNBA as well. I've watched the WNBA on my stream. and I'm in WNBA fantasy basketball league. So I know that
Okay.
I don't know the players like super well, but I don't know the NBA players super well. They all change and they get drafted and retire and all that stuff. But I do
Now
my
you heard Falcons, they fired their coach. You heard about it, didn't you?
what'd you say?
That the Falcons fired their coach.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and
I heard about it at my job.
yeah, but they're not alone. There are like 10 teams that have fired their coach this year.
Yeah, they always do that though. You know, the Falcons always do that. When they don't get the playoffs, they always fire them.
That's right. And the Falcons, I've just got to say, they haven't been good in like 20 years. Like,
No, they haven't.
it's really been a long time. Last time they were really an exciting team was when they had Michael Vick, and they had Jamal Lewis, Jamal Anderson, I forget his name, but he would do the Dirty Bird, and they had some pride to their team, but it's been 20 years since then, and so they deserve to have a good team. You know, the college, like Georgia, is a really it's a college powerhouse. You would think that maybe they'd have a good pro team, but the Falcons have just not been good, really ever.
Yeah.
They went to the Super Bowl. They had like a 20 point. They went to the Super Bowl maybe 10 years ago, and they had like a 26 point lead or some really big lead, and they blew it. It was sad to see that happen for anybody involved with that. So maybe one of these days the Falcons will be good. I like their colors. I like their logo.
Yeah. Yeah, well, my best friend, I'm with my best friend. I'm going to be on her team, the Saints. Because the Falcons, they've been tired all this year. And the last time they was in the playoffs was on my birthday. I forgot when was my birthday. Well, I know my birthday was. I think it was like 2 years ago. And I was so happy. And my friend, he took me down to the Georgia Dome. We rode around and it was in the playoffs. It was my birthday. So,
Oh, neat.
but then since then, they just been awful. So,
Yeah, well, hopefully they get the coach that they want and the players that they want. Their quarterback, his name is Penix, and I don't know if he's the guy they want. And it's one of those things where it takes a while to rebuild and to get good. But
yeah.
with the NFL, if you're a fan of any NFL team, really just about anybody, all you have to be is patient, and eventually it'll be your year. Everybody kind of gets a chance at it eventually.
Yeah.
The Hawks, the Atlanta Hawks, the basketball team, now they haven't been good. That's a team that I would think would be really good, but they haven't been good in my lifetime. I don't remember an Atlanta Hawks team. They certainly haven't won an NBA championship in my lifetime, to my knowledge. Maybe one of these days it'll be good.
Yeah. Maybe. Yes, something like that.
Oh, the space that I was just in said they'll have me back in 4 to 6 weeks. So that's good.
Who?
The people who um I just spoke in their space.
Oh, that's what they're gonna have you in 4 to 6 weeks.
That's right, madam.
You're
Mm.
taking it a big double and they gotta pick them up and it's called a gangbang.
What are you talking about? The interview or just the Thanksgiving?
Well, that's what it was. It wasn't like a job interview. It was like it was like an ask me. They call them ask me anything, where you they can ask you anybody can ask you any question that you want that they want.
So my brother especially just joined Mr. Double R, Rabbi Rothschild. The
Okay.
welcome in, Rabbi. If you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome to come up and go.
Oh, they just said really nice things to me in the service. There's a thing when they have these spaces. If you want the most amount of people to hear you, you don't want to speak right at the beginning because not everybody's there. Usually, like if you can wait till the
Right.
if you can wait till the middle is the best time.
That's good. You can speak. I'm not speaking anything.
Nope, you're speaking,
No,
Miss
no, no.
Aquarius. You're gonna shout from the rooftops about how
Yeah,
good.
for you, yeah.
There you go,
Yeah,
girl.
for you.
There you go. Let's shout from the
Oh,
rooftop.
Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius's birthday is 3 days away. It's your birthday. It's your birthday week, though. That's a big deal.
I'm excited. Yeah.
Some people celebrate their whole birthday week, and I'm a fan of that because not everybody has their birthday off or they have to work on their birthday.
Today's Thursday, and I celebrate the whole month.
Yeah, celebrate the whole month. You do
I
you.
celebrate all Thursdays, the whole Thursday. Yeah. All right. I'll be back, Rabbi.
Excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Good catching up.
I'm catching up. Be back.
like your shirt. It looks like a spot. You can suck my cock in your spot. Woo! Same girl. Oh, like in Batman. Iceman. Is it a fallout? That's right, you're doing it right, girl. What about making our own sandwiches? Kosher sandwiches. Then just steam something and want to fuck it? Same, bitch. Here's an owl. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Here's a hawk. Ah! What about Larry Bird, baby? What up, ho? I love birds too. You like macaws? Ah! For the longest time, baby, Hi, chick. What's good, woman? What's up, bitch? Damn, you're cute, girl.
I fall in love at first sight.
Same.
And like you said, loving and loyalty is really important to me. I know some people lied to me before,
Yeah.
and well, it just wasn't a good time. I am the type of I have someone who needs me. Once in my life, I have someone who needs me. I am
Hey, bitch, I like your windbreaker. The wind doesn't stand a chance against you. We go parachuting soon? Damn, bitch, you been figuring electrical out? I love dancing. What about the cha-cha slide? What about the electric slide? Are you a Charlotte Hornet starter jacket fan? I'm here for you, girl. I need a man. You got it. Right now, baby.
by myself, yes. I love the Lord. I spend a lot of time in church. Anytime
how about you, girl?
sermon go up front, tell my story, I love to do that.
Like James Brown and the Blues Brothers?
Like the Penguin said, you gotta make that move towards redemption. You gotta go to church.
You gotta make that move toward redemption. You gotta go to church.
When I woke up this morning, I heard the still sound. I looked deep in the night. Did you know? Did you know?
are building a social media platform for everything Web3 related. We have everything from crypto projects to adult content creators to we've got people selling watermelons and candles and shit like that. So the opportunities are endless, and we're working with some really great creators to make sure that they have all of the features that they want and that everything is as simple and easy for them to be able to monetize as possible, because we all know time is money, and you waste time, you waste money. And we've got it set up to where they'll be able to post directly to their X, Telegram, stuff like that, directly from Casa to really streamline everything for creators out there.
Nice, man. And I have to say, yeah, what comes across is, I mean, I've followed you on that because I've got a Satoshi account on Tesla, which me out created, and I uploaded our first video 2 days ago. So we're now on Tesla. We've got a long way to go before we become like a 1 million accounts, but we've got 2 followers. So
One of the really cool parts for crypto projects and stuff like that is every single week we send out our CEO Vernon. He does an email blast to everybody that has signed up on Tesla, whether they're posting on there or not. There is just about 1,100 people who are already created profiles that are receiving emails every single week with updates, and every single one of the projects that is on there is getting shilled. So even if it's just a crypto project, it's worth creating an account. And we're gonna have a lot of really, really cool stuff coming up in the next couple of weeks here.
That's definitely one to follow. Fact check. If everyone wants to check, you know, click on Jake's profile, find the links on there to Tesla.
Have you guys thought about doing an NFT project in the future? We actually have our own NFTs. I believe there is 17 of them left. And so one of the really cool parts about Casa is we are backed by a venture capitalist group. So one of the utilities of the
proprietary property of each creator's content? Is it going to be you guys that are taking ownership of it, or is it the individual creator's content that is taking ownership? How's that going to be made?
The individual creators, so everything is going to be done through smart contracts and community keys. So when somebody purchases through somebody purchases, you have to have all connected so that you will receive any NFT that will unlock the invoice.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jake. That was that's pretty concise and really. Thank you. And so you're a very new platform, which means perhaps because we've got someone down here 2 rows down with a red profile, Rabbi Rothschild. I don't know Rabbi because I think he's streaming on lots of platforms, or and 24 hours a day pretty much. Have you got a TASUP account or not at the moment?
I have certainly been following the project. I have a question, Taz. Do you allow just for streaming, or do you allow archiving of the streams as well?
I believe, that's more of a technical question, but I don't see why we wouldn't keep archiving it.
Okay, then that's really exciting. The reason why platforms normally don't allow archiving is it gets very, very expensive very quickly, especially at scale. But if the option is available to archive, I'm all about it.
Yeah, that's another one of those things where the server space is going to get pretty fast as we continue to scale. But right now we're a little under 1,100 users, so we are really focusing on growing slowly as we go through some of these milestones and get more and more stuff added as creators request it. And right now we have a phenomenal referral system where anybody that's on now, if you want to refer somebody and they monetize, you get a 1% of everything, that every dollar that they make forever. It's never going away. For early adopters, we haven't set exactly at what user count we're going to eliminate that, but for all early adopters and all early profiles, you will always have your referral code and you will always be locked in that. And I know 1% doesn't sound like a lot, but with no cap on the amount of referrals that you can get and no cap on the amount that your bonus can be, and that does not come from the it doesn't affect the creators taking it all. That comes on the bar side. It's 85-15. Have to get 15% for overhead and operating and everything like that, but
Are you guys hosting the content on your own site, or is it secondary to hosting? Like, do you guys do streaming? Is it just still frames that are selling and posted on the website? And then does each creator have its own marketplace, or is it just a general content or is it by profile?
so think Instagram As a overall market, so those streamers out there that stream, let's say video games, let's say there's streamers or content creators that do parodies, let's say they do comedy sketches. What's your plans on being able to get that marketed towards those kinds of individuals? Are you guys strictly staying towards we're staying towards web trading? Web trading. Gotcha. Fantastic. Well, thank you, Jake. That's fantastic. Very fantastic. If you like the Jack, we hear that from Tesla, follow the links on Jake's profile, you'll find your way to Tesla, check him out. They've been live a while and the chart's done very well. And I can attest to that the team are very, very cool. So I jumped in their VC a couple of times and they're really cool. They're nice guys. They're on there very often, so that creates a nice level of trust, which is really good to have. It really helps, makes it a bit more comfy. So Jake, absolute pleasure to have you on board. The one downside is that I didn't see in your chat last month's recap. I don't think you had recap in Tesla yet. Recap, are you in Tesla? Are you not?
It's my first time actually getting across this project, so I don't think we're there. I'm absolutely, by the end of this chat.
atmospheres and voice quality from there as well. So obviously, all of those devs are going to have to do 24/7. You're not going to always have admins answering questions, and most importantly, from my perspective, the amount of times you have to repeat yourself as well to answer questions about the project when marketing is just about the devs still alive, that kind of jazz, recap and review. So it's okay, it's there to help you, it's there to find the food. Whatever you want recap to do, it's there for you. It's basically one system, one interface, one sort of thing, and that is recap in a nutshell. It's free to use tool, I should say that. We use ad-based revenue model to it's free to everyone, as I say. It's and recap this box, Telegram chat, it's free to use. The only limitation is if you're on the freemium model, you basically have 5 interactions with recap the name and the 10 ways with the recap name. If you upgrade to a freemium account, those limits expand, and that kind of leads me on to the next part, which is tokenization. We are tokenizing recap. Literally in the next 2 weeks in Black Friday, we'll tokenize all like this, especially if we had ad revenue. The answer is it's the perfect way to market it, like the community behind it. So we are continuing recap at the end of this month. 50% of ad revenue that we use for IFAs and firms. So basically, the more free use of recap in, the more ad exposure we get. It's happy customers. More ad revenue, and as a result, it's all banks and loans. So what we're hoping is that when we start tokenization, people will grab a bag, people will get recap in your Telegram, get it out there, and obviously have services, people with the FOMP, smash that buy button, you'll have the answer right through, and obviously everyone's back in we kind of planned it out. It's performance work we have to develop everything regarding so I've given it a lot of a hell of a lot of work on this project, and we really think it's going to slow over the next few months. So it's a really exciting time here. We are coming to the end of development. As I said, tokenization is around the corner. So far we're in 165 rings now. We have an ad ratio of nearly 1,000 now. 95,000. Obviously, every time we speak, those users increasing. So yeah, super early days, getting one more recap once again, and obviously focus on the balance. When we tokenize the there we go, to answer it as well. Any questions anyone has, please feel free to ask me here. Really, just get the Telegram. The best thing to do is just get yourself out of it. It's free. Great. I mean, that's a happy chart, happy customers. Yeah, no, I like it. I like it a lot. I think you guys are all cool. So yeah, you're tokenizing, as in like launching legally added to the token, and off you go to the races by the end of the month. And then were you thinking to launch on public fund, or because I think that's the next thing side of bags, communities behind bags. There's a lot of hype around it. And it allows us to give some of the trading fees back to the other partners. So you can obviously take the trading fees and pass that through the top with partners, which I think is really nice and sensible to be honest. I think it's a very good project. So that is the approach we are doing bags. If you want to find out about the technologies, please do just as I said, install recap on your website, which is dive into
football national championship game kicks off this Monday with Indiana taking on Miami. We'll talk about it in football legend and Miami's most enthusiastic fan, Michael Irvin. That we have the same name.
Not just the same name. We have the same father. Michael James. Michael James.
Okay, so you're already on.
And this is everywhere. But yours is the best.
That's just me, father. My restaurant, regular burgers. I want one of the hummingbirds. And my dad was like, okay.
I can tell. So you on the Miami sideline. Most players Frank graduated 40 years ago.
Yeah. Here's me catching at the game on all fours. Here's me screaming. And here's me whispering.
Great shape for a 60-year-old man. I mean, look at you.
It's simple, Michael. I got all the bad stuff. Sleep. Sleep.
You don't sleep.
Nah. I've been awake so long. I'm saying, it's 1,000 years.
That doesn't sound healthy, buddy.
I am healthy. At the top of every day, I swallow 14 raw eggs and still in hungry. I have tried to drink one level of water. Sometimes it's a lawnmower gas and I'm wild. If I bring my eyes to the wall, maybe that's what I'm good off for free.
So the game is in Miami. Do you think Indiana's going to come in your house?
It's very nice, man. Yeah. And I think it's love that. So, well, I love that guys from the link out. You guys both want to get it in. Yeah, I think recap is much about. And actually, I was just wondering about basically, would you need some context? I mean, what thing you're lacking?
Please, Michael. So any of us who must be win, what language we want to do? We they all live in Miami. Why had them all? That's my name, Michael. Asian, Blazing, Caucasian, California raisins. That's some old ten of San Diego, what?
Calm down, Mr.
I gotta get to Miami.
The game isn't until Monday.
Yeah, but I'm running it. I figure if I leave now, I'm on 95, you know, where they're traffic. It takes me about 6.5 hours.
You're running to Miami.
That's right, Michael. So you just angry 60-year-old man was the highway 95, went over his people with blood all over his face, and I asked him, get out of the
It's Michael Irvin, everybody.
Just tell everyone about it. Talked about that to me, so everyone was out. We all sorted out, we all sorted out everyone's recap. I've had to actually come to Rabbi, because Rabbi is great to have you join. I had to enjoy your chats and stuff. So Rabbi,
GM. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, if you haven't had the chance to follow me, please do. I will follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Before I give you all my pitch, you should know that I have been live on X Spaces for 333 straight days. And not just normal X Spaces, but we are talking a live video version of X Spaces. So if you're ever looking for my live X Space, just check out in the X Space search, type in Rabbi, and you'll see I have been doing this 24/7 on X Spaces now for almost a year. I don't know many people. I know some people have done 24/7 Spaces for 365 days, but it is definitely a rarity. With that being said, I have not just been doing spaces for a year, but I've been live streaming my life on YouTube for more than 4 years. And here we go. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is available in my pinned post. Additionally, you'll find it in my profile. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We invite you to join our community. We just surpassed over 2,800 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Like Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a reader or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Right, well, there you go, there you go. Bringing the energy, bringing the motivation, bringing the message. I love it. Thank you, man. It's always a pleasure. I saw you pop up. I thought you got to get Rabbi online. So welcome, welcome, dude. Well, there you go, man. It changes. It makes a change from the crypto shows, to be honest. Which is good. It makes it refreshing to hear the ears. So thank you very much, Rabbi. You're always welcome to pop in. We're hosting these spaces, which are Mondays, and with the Solana HQ and Satoshi Tuesdays is our own one, and then Thursdays as well. And Solana HQ are going to be hosting the regular ones as well, so you can definitely swing by those as well. They're going to be fun, and I think they're going to be interesting. They're going to be more conspiracy theory spaces, so it's going to be quite interesting. Some deep dives and some really cool subjects. So yeah, I'm sure you'll have something to say about those as well. Well, there we go, guys. That was I don't know, Rabbi Rothschild'S. So I think we'll wind it down. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. Jake from Tesla, obviously Solana HQ, recap, Red Hair. Red Hair's gone, I think. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, guys. It's been a pleasure. So I'll wind it down very soon. I'm just going to finish with a couple closing messages. So message numero uno, Honey's still here, legend. And so Solana HQ, follow them. They are not saying, do not fade Solana HQ. Do not fade it. That's my financial advice. Just check them out, quite frankly. I'm very tired, so I'm not making much more sense. But yeah, just follow them and see what's cracking. And likewise for Satoshi, we are Satoshi. There's no successful Satoshi meme. You've got cats, you've got dogs, we've got everything we're doing, but there's no Satoshi. Well, there's a gap in the market. We're here to fill that gap with the content, with the team, with the community, with the NFTs, with the bots. We're here with the spaces, with the content. So yeah, we're here to make a difference, to make it happen. And it's going to be a long ride. It's going to be a long ride, but it's going to be fun. So thank you so much for joining, everyone. I know there's been some connection issues, especially for Android users. It would seem inexplicably, but guys, it's been a pleasure as always, and it's getting past my bedtime because I'm 37 years old. So I'm feeling
Yes, sir. It's Monday morning, January 19th. It is 8:30 a.m. kids on this glorious MLK Day. For those of you who are listening international, it's Martin Luther King Day here, so the kids have school off. Most people have work. We do. I guess this is work. I guess we'll call this work. But kiddos have it off. Tiger has a big old football tournament today. So I gotta get out of here by noon. This game started at 1. I won't fit it in. I got this, find the kid, and I'm out of here. And that's what we're doing MLK Day, baby. That's what we're doing. But forget all that noise. Forget all that noise because UFC's back. UFC's back. All right. On Paramount. I'm just feeling this way because they've had such a long break, and I definitely miss it. Maybe as we get closer, it's gonna build up. I just don't feel like there's much hype yet. For the hardcores, you can count down the days. For the guys that follow the sport, we're counting down the days. We know Saturday it's going down. We're gonna tune in from the prelims to the main event. That's what we do. But outside that, man, I just don't feel like there's much hype. I was thinking about this morning. I think one of the downsides to them signing with Paramount, obviously money was the number one goal here. And they accomplished that. But I think one of the downsides is where are you going to get for the casuals, for the general people, my parents, the people at Starbucks, the people at Silver Moon Coffee, the people at these random spots at the gym, the people that aren't on social media time, that aren't going to, listening to podcasts, MMA podcasts, stuff like that. How are they finding out about the fight? I guess if you watch Landman, watch Paramount, they'll be like, when you go to click on the Paramount app, it'll be like, UFC this Saturday. They have a few commercials on the CBS football game. But that's one of the disadvantages of leaving ESPN. Where it'd be on the tracker at the bottom, or they'd have to just reference it. Maybe this is a bummer take. So I don't know what ESPN ratings are like these days. It's a bit of a bummer. What about the pre and post shows, stuff like that? I wonder what how they're going to do that. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Yeah, it's the first time I was like, yeah, this isn't good. Where are we getting? Again, times are changing. Like the UFC, when they made the deals, like, yeah, nobody gives a shit about mainstream TV. Right? It's all about the streaming and stuff like that. But then I would argue, and obviously did a lot of press last week. I'm sure he's doing more this week. If you saw him, he showed up on a bunch of outlets, a bunch of podcasts and stuff like that. Did you see that, Joe? It's not getting a lot of traction. It hasn't been getting much traction. I don't know. I don't know. It just lost its pizzazz. I don't know what's going on there. Not for me. But yeah, if you remember when the UFC signed with Fox, it was such a big deal. Do you remember that first fight on Fox? Remember how big of a deal that was? Granted, different time. They were still, trying to get mainstream and become a force in the major sports. But you remember that first fight on Fox? Kane, JDS, it was like, we're on Fox, like, oh my god, this is crazy. Yeah, and then went on ESPN, this is a big deal. It's on the tracker. Breaking it down on First Take. It's on Sports Center. It's on the ticker at the bottom. This is a big deal, man. And with Paramount, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm being crazy. Maybe it's gonna pick up as we get closer. I did do a quick look at after emotions. On what? CBS Paramount? Like on actual Channel 4? Channel 2, I think CBS is. I'm just saying whatever CBS is, they're gonna have it on the main channel. That's pretty cool. Is that what they're saying? Yeah. Since ads that are crucial for fan engagement. I know their pre-shows gets good. I mean, I watch all of them. I know the pre-shows get good ratings. Yeah, it's still a lot to be said. I'm not hating. I'm trying to rate on the parade. You guys tell me. It just feels a little underwhelming right now. Again, it's Monday. Okay, it's a holiday. So maybe it's that. But even Dana White's press tour. All right. And even he wasn't the most oh, dude, if you just got privy to the UFC during the pandemic, and that's when you became a fan, which a ton of people did, you missed the come up. Oh, my Lord. When Dana, when he would promote these fights, it reminds me of, now they're completely different. This is a bit of a stretch being down there long days. Do you remember when Howard Stern first, do you remember when Howard Stern first burst on the scene? And he was a savage. He wanted to come into certain markets, and he wanted to be the number one DJ, host, radio host, and he would just absolutely go hard in the paint. It was like this Kobe mentality. It was like this Tom Brady, I'll do whatever it takes, and they would just take over. And he would just start these riffs with other people and all this stuff. That's what Dana White was back in the day, dude. And boy, nobody could promote or sound better than Dana White. Still this day, they don't. Clearly, there's nobody it's not even a comparable market. They own the market for this reason, all the work he did back in the day. Oh my God, you guys missed out. I think I saw that when Dana announced Izzy Piper and Joe Piper fight. And he's just he's in cruise control. He's it's all good, and there's no turbulence, and there's no competition, and there's going to be a safe landing, and there's no threats. You know? He made it. He's at the top of the mountain. You guys that missed that time period when he was foaming at the dick and would run over any other promoter, any other organization. He would say some foul shit. Let's go, dude. And they just fucking took over everything in the promotion. Oh my god, if you go back and watch like when they had to build a fight, dude, oh my god, it was so good. Now, and the landscape has changed. UFC's not the only business doing this. Now Dana, he's on his iPhone. He's like reading from a piece of paper. And he's like, Israel Adesanya, 21-6, fighting Joe Piper. That guy's a beast. And the fight night, before that one, like, oh man. But again, maybe. And a lot of the reason Dana did it is they don't want other news outlets getting the news first and releasing it, so he goes first. A, builds his platform. B, it's coming straight from the horse's mouth. C, nobody else can take advantage of it or leak fights early or anything like that. That's why they do it. That's why they do it. Because, he has his rep with the MMA media. But I don't think, again, that's kind of an old school thing. That's his issue, right, with the media, the MMA media. It's also kind of an old school thing. Like, why not release that news on the UFC Paramount, and have Paramount, CBS Paramount, they can't put together a video package of Izzy and Joe Piper highlights, and announce it that way. I just feel like they're phoning it in. But then again, yeah, I don't, again, maybe I'm the only one here. I don't know, maybe people don't give a shit. It's also like, in today's day and age with AI, and you can get a content guy fucking up the street and throw a rock and find a video content guy can edit and put together sizzle. Most people can do it on their own with their phone, so there's so much of it. So now I think what makes things different and trend. I think what makes things better and gets more engagement and that people can respond to better is being more authentic. I think maybe coming from a horse's mouth, they didn't do it from a cell phone. Maybe that's their thinking. I need more energy, big dog. I need more passion. Can you do that? But again, Dana's like, excuse me, Mitch, what? The Royals? We just did a deal for $7 million. What note you have for us, dumbass? I'm just saying that I'm not criticizing what he is. I'm just saying that, man, I would like a little more effort, especially how many does he have left? Come on, man. You kind of owe it to the guy. Write something dope. Try to build up Joe Piper. Come on, man. I didn't do it. The Cherries fight didn't do it. I didn't get anybody excited. But again, the number one promotion, let's be honest, the only promotion. It's a monopoly. It is. Just like the NFL, and I can argue with you, it's not a bad thing, but there's no here, nowhere's here. Like the NFL, like the NBA, like the NHL, MLB, there's only one pony in town, right? I don't know. Maybe I'll be in the corner. Maybe I'll be in a fucking corner. I remember you're old as fuck too. Yeah, I remember when it first started, when we were talking about like his energy for promoting is not there anymore. You remember back in the days, I know you must remember this one, he would be like on his Twitter, hey guys, I'm gonna be at this place at this time, 2 p.m. I got tickets, whatever. It would flood that thing at the venue. People like scream stuff. He would do it all the time. He was super into it. But I mean, yeah, once you accomplish this much, like literally he's in cruise control and that's what happens. There's no turbulence. So I think he was talking about boy Robbie Fox. Yeah, maybe it's Robbie, maybe someone else. I saw some of the clips from his PR tour. And they were like, yeah, with Volkanovski's fight, a lot of people were kind of upset about the matchup again with Diego Lopez, and he was like, yeah, we sat around and we thought it was about to make. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Now, some of you are like, oh, what the fuck, man? But if you know Dana, he's done that. He said that before. But it was more like, this fight's awesome. This is why we made it. We were going to go this direction. We decided to go in this direction. This would be an awesome fucking fight. You know, because he's a monster. He learned from his mistakes. I guarantee you don't want to miss this. And if you don't like it, don't watch it. That's different than, yeah, man, that's what we decided to do. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Fuck, dude, at least give me a little piss and vinegar in it. Again, he's worth $100 million. I'm buying car parts off Facebook Marketplace. So, shut up. Shut up. We want that whole feeling that he's like super excited about it. It just makes us more excited. Yeah, there's something, even if it's not him. That's the thing, if it's not him, there's other guys in there that can do it. I can't think of anyone. Hunter Cameron doesn't seem like he's going to be super. Hunter Cameron's not the bad. Yeah, Big Major thoughts. So Big Major, he's great. Sean Shelby, I don't know. John Shelby's not. It's not his thing. He's a brilliant. He's like the fucking megamind of matchmaking. He's not the face that's going to promote fights.
Tanya Rabbi, a 16th century Italian Jewish name, is an unrelated word with a similar name.
Yes. Channel? No, he's back on. He was, I'm sure they'll bring him over there around. He was big in the ESPN stuff. He came back and all this bullshit, but the Jim's great at it. Can't be a good mouthpiece for that stuff. Have channel accounts. Why not? Again, this is all going to be you can write this thing, social media, such a push on social media with the young boys and doing all that shit, and streamers, the girl destroying Lamborghinis, Dana's partner with her. It's a little weird, but I get it. It's the movement, I can't get all that bullshit. You didn't have any drama to it. She's young, full of energy, knows the fight game. Have her do it, dude. But again, you don't get to his level. Let other people do your job. That's the thing. You gotta take some of the brass like King. We know you like fucking out for fight you, but I know you don't like the MMA media, but you have any drama area, but we have other outlets that you can put a little more effort in. You think that would be cool for this? Especially the big, some other cards, or he had more energy when he was like, all right, everybody, UFC Apex, big news. He had more energy for that. Now that they're with fucking Meta. Oh man, I don't give a fuck that you guys made more money naming the UFC Apex Meta. That does more passion and emphasis on that than he did Easy Joe Piper. That's where I'm like, God damn it. Boomer. If you just don't give a fuck. You guys also don't know how good we had it. It's a bummer. Let's take a little break here. I'm getting right back on this juicy ass UFC 324 Paramount breakdown. Because this episode of the shop show is brought to you by Fabletics. Listen, my girl wears Fabletics. I was not aware that they made fly gear for the men's. And they sent me some of their pieces, their pants. I haven't stopped rocking them. I work out in their tees, their pants, their hoodies. They're so damn good. Did you guys know Jamar Chase is officially Fabletics' first NFL ambassador? Yep, he just dropped his first collection with them, featuring his favorite essentials, classic effortless tees, go to the oversized hoodies. They're fantastic, right? And so when I sign up as a new VIP with Fabletics, you get 80% off everything. 80% off by signing up for the VIP with Fabletics. I thought it was going to be one of those too good to be true things, but nope, this is legit. You get 80% off. The fit is super dialed in. Fits great, looks good. Whatever you're going to do at the gym, barbecue, kids' football game, you're going to guys, you get 80% off everything when you sign up as a VIP, and yes, that includes Jamar's first drop. Just head to fabletics.com/shop, that's CHAB. Take a quick style quiz. Be sure to select shop when prompted to unlock your 80% off. That's fabletics.com/shop. Make sure you select shop when prompted to unlock 80% off Fabletics. You're welcome. Either way, though, but guess what? This isn't going to be a negative podcast about the UFC because you have finally a big UFC fight. Was it UFC 327? 326? Which one the next? This one's 326, right? It's only one. This is 321, 324. So obviously they're not pay-per-views anymore, which is a plus. But again, be careful of it because that Paramount Plus subscriptions can go up. It's already like was it a few days ago? I think last Tuesday it went up to 90 a year before it was 60 something a year. Yeah. Slowly creeping up. Fight night, not amazing. This is a good fight night on the Strickland. Go on for me. Yeah, so back-to-back Saturdays, you got big boys. UFC 324, UFC 325. They come out the gates hot. Click on that. Yeah, maybe we'll get into it next week, but let me just have a take a little part on this. No, keep going. Yeah, comparable card. That main card might be better than the Saturday's card. Alright, let's get into UFC 324. Earlier start time too, so that's lit. 8 p.m. CST. It usually starts at 9. So it's at 6, yeah, so that's 6 for regular PST, right? Yep, 6, so then, yeah. It's like an hour early, which helps. You see the whole card, too. I mean, he lost Kayla Harrison. I mean, that's a huge loss. Huge loss. And then it pops up, sure to show now he's on, just engaging Patty Finlay, Acosta, Derek Lewis, Rose, right? Now and Silva. That's a cool little sleeper. Lamar, Vicky's on there. I'm not mad at that. It's a solid card, right? It's not like a oh my god card, but it's a solid card. Yeah, it's like a movie. It's a solid card. The Justin Gaethje Patty Finlay fight, it's well documented. I'm a huge Patty Finlay fan. I've known Justin Gaethje before he had to wrestle with it. I've known the guy for a hot second. He's my favorite sport. As Andy says, he's your favorite fighters. We love Justin Gaethje.
Thank you.
This fight,
Thank you. I thought this was
really comes down to the old veteran Justin Gaethje, who's battle tested. One of the most exciting fighters of all time, if not the most exciting fighter in MMA history, the human highlight reel, former world champion, world series fighter, his first thing years, his fought everybody. He's had insane fights, even his losses, that loss against Matt Tully, they're insane. He's long in the tooth, though. He's long in the tooth. I think he's 37 or 38, and he also, even though he has his background is wrestling. Right? So he was in North Colorado. He finished 7th in nationals, which makes him All-American. He finished in the top 8, you're All-American. Insanely tough to do. He is so athletic, such a fucking beast. Doesn't use his wrestling. He decides to do other things with it. He's still very hard to take down. So it reminds me a little bit of Chuck Liddell, a bit of wrestling background. Even Chuck Liddell's wrestling background wasn't as impressive as Gaethje's, but where the sprawl and brawl, where they're not easy to take down if that's your game plan. And Gaethje's thing in that physique fight, he would get taken down, but he's so good in the scrambles. Like, even when Gaethje was wrestling, and he was in Northern Colorado, you would get him down. He was so athletic. He could scramble out of it. That was his thing. Gaethje's so funny. His hips are so good. The one thing that you should be aware of as a Justin Gaethje fan is he does have a wrestler's tendency. If you're looking at a physique fight, when he does get taken down and he does scramble, his first instinct is to fight the hands and get to his knees and stand up. Well, when you do that with a guy of Paddy Pimblett's grappling pedigree, you're giving up your back and your neck, which is Paddy Pimblett's strongest advantage in this fight. Paddy's not going to take Justin Gaethje down. He might get a trip or something, or Gaethje might throw a leg kick and he might get him off balance with a jab and take him up. So as far as straight wrestling, Paddy's probably not going to get him down. But what Paddy's going to be able to do is find a way to get to his back. That's his number one goal. Now you see Paddy in interviews going, I can strike with Gaethje, I'm going to knock him out. My goal is to knock him out, I'd love to be in a war. All that's fun for the build-up. That's far from the truth. Now, he's not going to just go straight at him and try to get him down and get to his back. That's just idiotic, especially with a guy like Justin Gaethje. Paddy, he's going to come out and he's going to stay long. And the other narrative is that Paddy's, and this is why I was telling you, be careful with the height and weight and reach and all that shit with UFC, especially when you're going to Google somebody's height and reach. Because they have Justin Gaethje listed as being taller than Paddy Pimblett. That is not the truth. Paddy's taller, has a longer reach. We saw Paddy, he dwarfed Chandler. So Paddy's going to have an advantage in all of that. Justin Gaethje, when he came from World Series of Fighting, he would stop people with leg kicks. Now, nobody's going to tell you he's not my one. Nobody's going to tell you that Justin Gaethje has world-class technique when it comes to boxing and kicking. He's very effective at it. But again, everyone throws out this term world-class. He does have some tendency when he's kicking where he's still very square and short. He's not rotating, but it's very effective. Especially his calf kick, he's fucking dudes up. The issue with that, if that's his game plan with Paddy, is Paddy will be able to off-balance him, and he's going to be on one leg to, again, the chance of him getting Gaethje down is not good. The success rate is not going to be good at all. He doesn't need that. He just needs to get to his back, whether it's on the ground or standing. He needs to create those scrambles, and all he needs is Justin Gaethje to do what he does, and it's his wrestling instincts, is he paces out, he goes tabletop, and then hands fights. A grappler, that's a disaster. And Paddy knows this, his team knows this, that's all they're looking for. That's all they're looking for. But, he needs to be smart and take his time, because Justin Gaethje will, bite down his mouthpiece and throw fucking bombs over Baghdad and try to knock his jaw into Liverpool. So he has to be very smart with that and calculate, which, again, on paper, Justin Gaethje has all the experience. The reason why Paddy's a 2-1 favorite is every time we see Paddy fight, he's gotten better by leaps and bounds. He's this young, but he's still a young prospect. He still has a ways to go. If you look at his resume, it's not going to blow you away. I love Paddy, and I think he's the closest thing we have to Conor McGregor. He's going to get there. If you look at his resume, his best win, Chandler, like he's not beating like these young, cream of the crop prospects. He doesn't have that test really. He really has. I mean, Tony Ferguson was a fight streak. He beat him in his decision. Bobby Green, he's an exciting fighter, but not exactly a world beater. Dangerous dude, but if you play if you become indisciplined, you can usually get him out of there. Okay. And Michael Chandler, tough vet, been at the top, exciting fighter. He's been on Chandler's record. He's not vintage Chandler. I love Chandler. Chandler's a fucking monster. But he's lost 5 out of 6 fights. He's lost to the cream of the crop, but still, he's lost 5 out of 6 fights. So for Patty, this is another example of him fighting a more mature fighter. Again, they're not in their prime. And the UFC's taking, I don't mind it. I get well, you protect him. He's still a young prospect and he still has a lot of growth to do. This is, Gaethje's a motherfucker. He's a motherfucker to get out there and get him watching P's and Q's, but it's the next evolution of the Patty game. Now, because Ilya, has taken a leave of absence, so it comes that this is for an interim belt. But we all know Ilya's the number one guy. They got Armin there as well. So, this is a good step and smart by the UFC. They might just engage you. And again, it's a step up from Chandler, but it's not this huge step up. And if you're basing it off of the progression of Patty, he's gotten significantly better every single fight. And so it goes just engaging, and then it's off to the races. Now there's no protecting him. There's no matchups we can do. Once you fight for an interim belt, you beat a guy like Justin Gaethje, who is long in the tooth. He's not his prime, but he's fucking dangerous. And he loses to the lead of the league. You beat him, well, now the gloves are off, and now it's for Patty's reign. It's time for Patty to get going. And if you lose that, there's nothing we can do. Just because the next line's by Armin, which is a much tougher matchup. Armin's in his prime. Then you got Ilya sitting there. Yeah, it gets dicey. But outside that, they're all so long in the 255. Oh my God, they're fossils. I see a lot of narratives out there. People are like, oh,
One of the best movies maybe we've ever had the opportunity to witness, folks.
I kind of, when it comes to this, I push back on that narrative because if Justin Gaethje wins,
Welcome.
he's more well known in the States than Patty. And Patty's young, he can bounce back. But if Justin Gaethje wins, there's a lot of legacy fights you can do. Bringing that old Conor belt. Conor can come back 55 at the White House against Justin Gaethje.
For my nigga.
There's a lot of fights you can make for Justin Gaethje. So it's a win-win for the UFC. It's not that whole narrative thing. It'd be better for the UFC if Patty won. Like, not in this case. Justin Gaethje wins. Ilya Gaethje's fantastic. Saruki and Gaethje's fantastic. And Patty just, alright, he's not there yet. He's still young enough where he'll be a star eventually. He'll be the man eventually. So UFC's in a win-win here. I don't believe that narrative. It just puts Patty pretty much show get there, but we'll see. This is a big step up for him. He really hasn't had that tough test. This is it, even though he's a 2-1 favorite. And if you're Justin Gaethje, the game plan would get Patty on his back foot. And if you remember most of Justin Gaethje's knockouts, the big knockout, who else was it? Was it Barboza? Some of those knockouts, it's always with a guy against the cage. They have nowhere to go, and he throws fucking bombs over the pool, and he's gonna fucking clean your clock. Alright, kids, let's take a little break here because it is time. It's time. There's only one UFC 324 this Saturday on Paramount and on DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sports book for live betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone. So let's do it. DraftKings Sportsbook is built for live betting, not just pre-fight picks. Because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight. One punch, one kick, one takedown. New DraftKings, cool. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins with the code SHOP-SHOW, SHAP show. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code SHOP-SHOW. That's code SHOP-SHOW to turn $5 into $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. The UFC's back.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text OPEN-WIRE. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Louisville Casino in Kansas, with your tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. 21 and over in most states. One in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must only receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see pkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Patty just has to be smart. You know, he keeps saying, again, it's just pretty funny how he's like, I'm looking for a war, and that's what Justin Gaethje wants. He's down for that. You know, I don't think Justin Gaethje's like a one-hitter quitter, knockout, like Deontay Wilder or Alex Peter type of dude. You know, he throws caution in the wind and just lets it fucking fly. And if he catches it, you're in trouble. But he's not like a guy where, you know, he's calculating, wow, you know, which one shot. If you look at it, he's had a lot of decisions. He's landed some good shots too, but and Patty does have a chin from fucking heaven, so I don't think it's where it's like, oh, if Justin lands, this thing's over. I don't think so. Patty's a bigger dude too. And then for Sugar, Sean O'Malley, and then Song Yadong, Sugar definitely more battle tested. This is one where the UFC's going to need Sugar to win. This one's a little different than the Patty fight. Sugar is basically top 3 stars. If you were to lose this one, you know, he's lost 2 out of his last 3. You know, lose 3 of your last 4. There's not much we can do with it. You know, he's only lost to Rob, who beat everybody, but for Sugar, he needs to win this fight. Has to win this fight. Has to win this fight. I think he does too. I think he beats Song Yadong. Song Yadong, he's never been able to get over the hurdle. Again, still young. It's still up for debate. He still has a lot of work to do. But anytime he's fought upper echelon competition, he's lost. Corey Sandhagen, Peter Yan, that's upper echelon. Obviously, he beat Henry Cejudo, Axel Ipo, whatever that bullshit was. But did he beat him? And also, it's a very, very not elite Henry Cejudo. So I would say he beat elite Henry Cejudo. So anytime he stepped up in competition, he loses. Sugar needs this win bad. The concentrated loss is interesting. That fight goes to decision on the slim. I dig in the door. There's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way. Arnold Allen and Silva's fantastic. Quiet sleeper on this card. I can't believe Umar and Figueiredo's not on the main card. Krylov's a good one. It's a solid card. ideal Super Bowl is Broncos Rams. So the UFC's competing with fucking big time NFL. Obviously tonight is the national championship in college, but that doesn't affect the UFC. But Saturday, Sunday, the bigger weekends. So maybe that's taking the majority, especially if you guys that business. I'd like a little ticket coverage. Come on now. You know, are you excited for it, Jim? UFC, of course. Yeah, it's the first fight in a while now. 3 weeks or something. More than 3 weeks. I forgot. Way before this. Like, it's the longest break we've ever had. Yeah. Yeah, finally get to watch fights again. That's how I'm enthusiasm with Dana White and nothing. I have some sort of crazy ass science shit. But it's like, it's not like a regular sense. It's like, I don't know. Have you had it? It's like it's like burning, but like freezing, kind of sensation. It just sucks. Yeah, I'm just like, when I blow my nose, chunks of blood. It's awesome, dude. Chunks of blood. That's not as exciting as my kids. I'm sure, yeah. And then also, now that it's healing, it's going to be sounding even grosser, but now that it's healing, it looks like scabs. It looks like grilled onions. When it ruined my morning, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You can tell by my voice right something wrong. So, no, it's pretty good, Daddy. Yeah, get that checked out, man. What else we got? Let's go to Gremlins. UFC loses Apex Neighbor Rights and signing a 5-year deal that Fight fans are calling future MMA. What? That just means they're changing to be meta. It's going to be UFC meta. It's like we talked about earlier. UFC CEO deal right there. That's the Las Vegas based facility where you're under the meta name. Yeah. This is part of this go hard, man. Part of why I talk about all this shit was Facebook got a grab with wannabe. That's what I got Burger King. That is always the forefront of technology versus experience. Yeah, but they're introduced to meta, so yeah, be excited for that. Anyway, so this is what Connor said recently about his contract. As you see, there's all pay-per-view, so his contract was based on pay-per-view. So he wants a new contract. I guess contracts are based on pay-per-view. I guess for him, since he's in for UFC, everybody's entitled to go back. There's no more pay-per-view, whereas my contract is based on pay-per-view sales. The pay-per-view system is done. I'm doing new contracts, so we're going to negotiate with pay-per-view. I'm ready to see how it goes. Listen, there's going to be a bunch of media outlets out there saying, Connor's not fighting, he's not fighting Chandler, John Jones is not in the White House, Alex Davis is not in the White House. This is all a narrative that Dana White, he wants to control when the news gets out. He wants you to blow you away. Right? I'm going to blow you away. I'm going to blow you. When the White House card is announced, he doesn't want it to be like, yeah, we do this. So I think what he's doing, and he's negotiating in the public spotlight, with John, Alex, and Connor. So he's negotiating, but he's also doesn't want it to be obvious when you have another White House card. So when the news does break, everyone's like, oh, shit, Grant's card, that's what's going on. Guarantee a lot of these guys are going. My contract is essentially void right now because there's no pay-per-view. Whereas my contract, everyone's was. So I'll figure that out. And if one thing you should know too is if you are paying attention to the Paramount marketing of UFC, Connor's almost on every marketing base that they use. So you're bad shit crazy if you don't think one of the amendments or one of the bullet points to get this $7 billion is Connor will fight on Paramount. Now that being said, Connor also, I'm interested to see how bad Connor wants to fight because he's still being made. He hasn't won a fight since 2018, and there's been a lot of negativity around him. So how bad does Connor want to fight? Because if he thinks his market value is the same as it was in 2019. That's just not. That's not real. So we'll see. And now there's rumors that Marty Monzo is kind of teasing that he might be the one that's fighting Carter, not Chandler. And one of the things he said is here, where did he say this? On MMA Junkie. Shout out to those guys. Some of it is like level 5 only access, so I can't really say too much level 5 access. But I am training for something big. You never know, right? Given what they want, not what they expect. I can say it's some big news. I have some fighters coming soon. It's very big news. And he's very much tied to Trump. You know, he was on his campaign trail as well. Right? He called me at one point. Yeah, hell yeah. Morning, Connor. Would you rather have that than the Chandler? You know, they built up Chandler, but from all the side, nothing happens. I like it all. I love Chandler.
Okay, so we talked pregame and you said I'm used to it.
The United States on the White House card. Has there been a guy more fucked over than Chandler? Yeah. I mean, come on, man. You know what I'm talking about. But then again, I love Jorge too. As long as the Conor fight happens, I'm into it. What I don't want is keep getting out of there and tease the Conor come back. You know? Yeah. So, but I think the UFC do a very good job of keeping all this under wraps. Well, yeah, so speaking of Conor, this is what Chelsea thinks about Conor. And this is on Mike Vaughn's podcast.
You're playing on the White Coast, staying away and saying Michael Chandler, goodbye, you're no longer in the equation. If we do get a Conor McGregor fight, and it does happen at the White House, and Michael Chandler is not in play, who's the guy?
But part of your interpretation was just that Conor was off the card. I know that's not what was said, but why would it not be Chandler? Chandler does make a lot of sense. If you're going to do the fans a favor by putting Conor on the card, you're going to do Conor a favor. You got to write this really big check. It's not going to be about one. It's going to be about somebody that's going to come in, grab that can come back and do 2 or 3 more fights for the company. And that would just qualify me or Masvidal, in my opinion. But my guess is, first and foremost, that Conor's not going to be part of this. That Conor's fully retired. Secondly, if he comes back and they write that check, they're going to give him a real cover.
Should Conor McGregor fight out the White House?
Love Chael. Remember, he's part of the UFC machine. He knows what's going on. And he's also not going to be, he's also playing the same game as Data is, right? Okay. Well, hopefully he does be on the hopefully he will be on the court. Let's take a little break here, man. Fellas, once you hit 30, you start getting a little sluggish. You start to get them titties to hang. You start to get a little fat around your waist. You're like, what am I doing, man? I'll tell you what you're doing. Your test levels are dropping. Yeah, when you got lower testosterone, your energy shot, you start adding fat, losing muscle. You're like, what can I do, man? Because most men start losing testosterone around age 30, right? And then slowly and tight, it goes down, goes down, goes down, goes down. Your body makes testosterone, but a lot of it gets locked up and can't be used. There's this protein called SHBG that's basically handcuffs your testosterone. It's keeping it all there. It's not letting you use it, man. So even if your body's making testosterone, SHB locks it up so you can't access it. It's like having money in the bank, but your debit card doesn't work, right? Mars Man is designed to help you free lock testosterone so your body can actually use it. No synthetics, no needles, just real ingredients that help optimize energy, focus, and strength, all right? So if you want to get stronger, you want to lose body fat, you want your energy there, we got you, all right? Made in the USA, it's third-party tested, 8 natural, clinically dosed ingredients, all right? It's all good for you, supports healthy T levels, energy, and stamina, we got you. 90-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk. Worst case, if you don't love it, they give you your money back, but over 91% of users report higher energy levels. Thousands of pros are feeling incredible, right? Just check out the reviews on the website, see for yourself. So for a limited time, you guys get 60% off for life. 3 free gifts when you use the code SHOP at mengotomars.com. That's men, M-E-N, go to Mars.com, like the planet Mars, right? That's mengotomars.com. Use the code SHOP at checkout. After you purchase, they ask you where you heard about them. Let them know your voice saying yeah, all right? mengotomars.com. You're welcome. Let's take a little break here. This episode of the Shop Show is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You chose to be playing this podcast. Smart choice. Real cheap MMA news. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Explore that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on research, can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Value Insurance Company feels not available in all situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. Progressive. This is John Jones responding to Alex Pereira. So what did Alex say? Alex put out a post with a tire. This is a tire with John Jones saying like the hammers that Alex got him. So you talk to advance the boys, but why would you be the one that adds my list? Be careful what you wish for. John. Here's what's gonna be the shame is if I'm way up, a lot of the people are way up, if we don't get what we notice. This would be I think a huge letdown. Say he said they start negotiation on the White House card in February. So January, March, April, May. So you probably find out who's fighting in April, May, right? What happens if that White House card doesn't have John Jones, Alex, Connor, any of the people, Ilya, then what? So they almost have to at this point. If none of those guys are on the card, Connor, Alex, John, because that's the only thing you do to blow us away. If it's just your standard shit, it's like, alright, get another fucking card and shove it in the White House, that's cool. UFC knows this. You need to get some traction. You're going to have to have some of these big boys that we're all hoping fight on the card. So I assume Dennis plays the game right now. I hope so. I would assume. Because they're like, you actually made a event. It's Amanda Nunes, Taylor Harrison, go fight and we'll watch it. I was asked if John Jones and Alex are fighting. I was told there might be a possibility of Connor or Connor fucking Chandler. I was told Ilya's going to fight on this. Ilya and Patty. Just engaging Ilya. Just engaging can very well win. Just engaging American. There's Ilya on there, that'd be your main event. So the pressure's on the UFC to make this happen. There's a lot of negotiation going on behind the scenes right now. It's got to be at least one that's when that's John Connor, at least one of them has to be on the card, right? It has to not on the card. Also, complete letdown. Yeah, complete disappointment. Alrighty. Anything meet Joshua again, return to the gym. So that's good news. Yuri is going to just have a little. I think this makes his fight. I mean, listen, it's all tragic, it's all sad. I think this, if he does decide to come back, which he doesn't need to, but it makes his fight with Fury even bigger. I wish him all the best. And we discussed this already too, but Kamaru Usman once again has apologized for putting out that information on a recording of him talking to Joshua. Did you see her? I want to go after Kamaru afterwards. He was saying like, dude, you freaking knew it, this and that, it's all for clout, that kind of stuff. He went like crazy on it. Yeah, and you're probably right. Oh, and another thing, when he says this, Aaron pointed out like, you keep calling your Nigerian brother, whatever the name was. Dude, that's the first, on the phone was his first real interaction with him. That's what he's saying. He's never ever met him. No, that's what he was saying. I think Aaron knows way more than we do. So then why the fuck would Anthony Joshua call him? Or why would Kamaru call him like a brother, like a Nigerian brother? But also, why is Anthony Joshua calling Kamaru? They both know each other. They both had a thing that was going forward. Anthony was obviously in Nigeria for that thing that happened. Okay. And Kamaru was doing an event in Nigeria too, so maybe they're supposed to maybe do something. Yeah, potentially. Previously called you again. It was a tough enough situation to where I had to make a public apology, which I've never done, ever, because I've never been in a situation where I had to do something like that. But it was necessary. It was necessary because the biggest thing is, man, I feel like you have to take responsibility when you've messed up, whether it was accidental or not accidental. You have to take that full responsibility. And I had to, and I did that. I was angry for a lot of different situations. One, I was angry that that was an oversight on my part by not watching my full video vlog that was out to understand that that was in there. So I was angry because that's my fault. Because anything that goes out on my channel, I am ultimately responsible for. So I'm angry that I missed that. Second of all, I was angry because I had now put, my brother, my Nigerian brother AJ, in another situation for people to be judging and saying certain things. Oh, why does he seem this way? Why does he seem that way? I was angry hearing and seeing all of that. Most importantly, I was just angry at myself for even giving them a lane to even try to attack him in that way. So, man, I take full responsibility. I can't apologize enough. I feel terrible. I'm still feeling terrible because it's, that's my character, something I don't play with. He should be angry at his team for doing that, but also, if, let's say AJ and I were friends, and we're going to fire the kid, he called me on there, I wouldn't know. After I look at you, I think we treat him for another fucking action. Right? Yeah. Because that's a huge thing. That's a big thing. It's traumatic. It just happened. Yeah. Listen, people make mistakes. He's a good dude. I don't want to fuck out all good. Move on. Not a bad guy. I just think he might be a little bit ordered in this world. It's like, this won't get views, and this thing's like, man, this is going to be good. They just miscalculate. You don't do that. That's it. All good. Alright, let me see if this whole video is here. Yeah, so this is Super Boxing promo for Dana White. Have you seen this video? It's wonderful. You like much of it. That's what it's been pushed to the margins. Why is that? Because there's never been an architect of vision who's been able to harness its power and present it the way it should be presented. Is there someone who can take up the mantle for the greatest sport in human history? There's only one way to find out. We can put together a fucking video package from that, but we can't up to him is Angel Piper.
Okay.
And put more weight on? Well, that's a little shady. So that's what I was going to ask you about as well. Because it does look like it's kind of like he's back to where it used to be. Maybe he takes a shirt off and he's ready. No, there's no way. This is John Hank talking about a change in how many fight cards there are, or how many fights are on the significant change in one thing. So if I can affect change in one way, have it selfish because I'm a broadcaster that doesn't understand how we do back-to-back Super Bowls every time we crack a mic. I'd do 10 fight card and just make it much more ingestible, palatable, memorable for you. Of all the changes, I mean, it's gotta be tough on you to memorize all the details of all these different fights. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. I love the job, but yeah, that's your job. But I think more so, it's like, when I say ingestible and more better for people to understand. Remember too, though, I guess for him, because the arena so long, the early prelims, most people aren't watching. And also, it gives younger fighters a chance to make a name for themselves. So it creates more fights. So I don't know if I get rid of that. If anything, I would do less cards. Keep it 15 fights, but do less cards so the quality is better. I think the issue with UFC is it's so watered down. There's so many fight nights, and kids. There's like so many kids up there like Contender Series, which is the best show in MMA. But I think they've gone away from what made to this powerhouse where the cards were so good, man. Especially the pay-per-views. Now, there's no pay-per-view, but the numbered cards were so fucking good. Even fight nights were good because there weren't as many. I would go back to not as many watered-down fight nights and stack the ones that we do. That's how I would change it. Not number of fights, change the young guys the opportunity. Eventually, they get to main events, stuff like that. I mean, so they're just kind of similar. They're just less cards, but more top-heavy cards, too. Because the younger fighters, no one's going to even know anyone. So people are watching. So just have it stacked up with a lot of names people and give me better quality cards and matchups. Less fights per month and better cards. Yeah, that's what they used to do. So that's what it got rid of the days with money, obligations, mainstream TV, they need content non-stop. Let's take a little break here because this episode of the Shop Show brought to you by my friend Ted Rowe. That's R-O. Dude, I'm talking about prescription treatment for guys who want harder and more controlled erections. Yep, I'm talking about that wiener, boys. Yes, sir. Rowe Smarts works faster than other treatments because they dissolve under the tongue and go directly into the bloodstream, so you're ready to go when it's time to go. All right? It hits the bloodstream faster than the old school pills. Why does that matter? Because now, when the mood is right, you'll be ready. No more waiting for the pills to kick in. Like, man, it's been 30 minutes. What am I doing here? Forget all that noise. We got you. All right? We got you. Perform with less wait time with Rowe Smarts. Guys can get harder, have more control in bed, more satisfaction for their partners. All right? We got you, man. Rowe connects guys with medical providers 100% online, so you don't have to waste time in the waiting rooms. If approved, treatment ships directly to your freaking door. We got you, man. All right? So prescribe sexual health options and $15 off your first ride of Smarts. .co/shop to find out the prescription for directly. That's
But we do have a strict policy concerning the handling of the instruments. An employee of Ray's Music Exchange must be present.
I don't know.
Well, I heard about some fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. So why didn't you ask me, baby?
Let's say Tiger was going to.
Hey, what's going on? Baby, there's something about the DJ. Baby, there's something about the music. So wait, I'll be back on my feet someday.
Crazy. If you're like a top five, one fight away from fighting the champion. That's why you really need to fight the champion.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Did you know for the blue fried chicken? Did you know for the Kentucky Fried Chicken? Did you know for the Jesus John Belushi was nicknamed the Black Hole because he went through hundreds of pairs of sunglasses during production. He would do a scene and then lose the pair before filming the next one. 2. Dan Aykroyd's script was originally titled The Return of the Blues Brothers and was 324 pages. It was intended to be a 2-part film. John Landis spent 3 weeks paring the script down. 3. Singer and guitarist Joe Walsh can be seen during the Jailhouse Rock sequence at the end. He still had long hair and a long mustache at the time, and was the first prisoner to jump up on a table and start dancing. 4. The popularity of the film boosted Ray-Ban's Wayfarer sunglasses, which were then experiencing some renewed popularity thanks to the rise of the new wave music movement. So a few thousand sold through the mid-1970s. Sales rose to 18,000 during 1981, partly because of the film, bringing the model out from the verge of withdrawal. Their later use in the similarly Chicago-set whiskey business solidified their renewed popularity. Did you know for the Kentucky Fried Chicken?
It's not a game. Some money you can pick it up the same. Rachel, you have to get back if you can. Like the place, make enough money to buy houses and real estate and cars. Get mine. This was just a simple ESPN. Also, this wrong mess around. One singular Harrison back Harrison's out. Queen. Pardon me.
Did you know for the
I'm so far down. I can call me. I'm in like this now. I'm so guy. It's all the time. He's also a star. It's also no shit. Yeah. You already brought this up. Rothschild versus Joe Biden, but actually, one of the biggest problems UFC has is they don't have any stars in North America. They have stars internationally. Powerhouses are international. Like UFC. It's a real issue. We don't have Horizon. We don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. Pakistanis, Russians,
But we do have a strict policy concerning the handling of the instruments. An employee of Ray's is exchanged must be present.
somebody, a group of guys, to curate the United States market. Joe Biden,
I heard about the fellas you've been dancing with
to be one
all
of the
over the
guys.
neighborhood.
I would assume if you look at what he did, it doesn't make a ton of sense. Joe Biden, he's one of the guys that could do it, and a win over Izzy would definitely make him a star. So I assume that's kind of the reason behind this.
What is this bullshit?
All the way down to 15. Doesn't make a ton of sense. But
Some garbage dog.
need stars. Sugar get pushed in the co-main event. You guys want to cry that the Aggies are taking over? Beat them up. Beat them the fuck up. And also, JF doesn't give, the UFC doesn't give the judges very easy.
But we do have a strict policy concerning the handling of the instruments.
It's fucking hurrah. They have to go through some shit. Islam had to walk through some shit, and he doesn't make it easy on them. And Clive, he doesn't make it easy on them. They just fucking win. Come on, America, get your shit together. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Ready? What are the odds on that fight? He's not.
We do have a strict
My perception of it.
Honey, but we do have a strict policy of
concerning
putting
the
down
handling
the
of the instruments. An employee of Ray's Music Exchange must be present.
Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. I'm glad you asked me, baby. Didn't you think I could? Well, I heard that the boogaloo is out of sight, and the jingle ain't the same tonight. And I'm showing you how to do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Do it right. Aww. Twisting. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. There we go. Loop, there, loop. Shake it out, baby. Now we go loop the light. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on, let me see you shake your tail feather. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. Oh, Papa's got to shit himself up the seat. They don't even know who it's in.
Just beat everybody's out. Then he said, big story. And he goes, and then I just knew, been out all night. And he goes, he ran through all. And he goes, I knew about it. Papa, I thought that was rad. I actually become sick. Oh, this would be insane. I would sick. And we saw this pop up. I thought that was rad.
I don't well.
I actually become sick. This is Matt Damon talking about pretty much on my Instagram feed of a fighter, and I don't know who it was, but he was a heavyweight, and you saw though. He goes, I had the chance to bar with John Jones, to work with John Jones, and he goes, I knew about it months ahead of time. He goes, I got my nutrition, everything was absolutely flawless. I got, my sleep, everything was on. He goes, I show up at the gym that morning. He goes, to me and 5 other guys. He goes, he comes in, he went to sleep at 4 in the morning or something, and out all night, and he goes, he ran through all. That's my buddy Brendan Shaw. Is that who I am? He goes, the funniest story. And he goes, and then I just knew, that's a level, like, imagine being that elite and realizing there's another level. Brendan was a top 10 heavyweight, and John wasn't even a heavyweight. John was a light heavyweight. It was a lower weight class, and he just beat everybody's ass. Then he said, this is his warm-up. He's kidding. He's look everybody up. Yeah, it was cool. I love me some man David Ben Affleck. Dude, boy, I wish I remember my name. At least he saw my content. You know what I'm saying? Bro, your caption, you're like, that was fucking crazy. You're like, apples. I know those are two of my favorite. Their new movie on Netflix, what we're saying, The Rip. When it first starts, I was like, the first 10, 15 minutes, I'm kind of like, oh man, this is a little rough. like me and my wife and my mother-in-law always watch shows together. I'm like, man, this is a little corny, right? Typical. It reminded me of like the start of Fast and Furious back in the day, where it was like machismo and like, oh, like you won't ever any like just get the money, fuck you. And I'm like, God, this kind of corny. And then once it gets into it, it's a fun watch. It's not as good as The Town. You know, it's not as well done as The Town, but it's interesting. It's worth a watch. It's fun. I love me some Matthew. I have like two of my favorites. Thank God, Jill. I guess my buddy Brandon. I forget the other name. That story came from. I've said it multiple times. I'm sure I've said it on Wikipedia and stuff like that. But where it went viral was when I was on Jackson's podcast. Oh, yeah, we were here at Rampage. That's why it went super viral. Awesome. Yeah.
And then I don't know if you remember Joe Carnahan. That's Brian's point.
Yeah.
See if I can.
Yeah. I'm sure we're talking about Arcadia. That's Jim Carnahan. He's a beast. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
One day were hitting me up about it. Okay, man. Thank you, Zach. Cameos and
Hey, what's going on?
You said the Blues Brothers were not among the worst characters in movie history. You're a fan of.
Well, I mean, maybe convince me.
Anywhere they go, they cause a ton of property damage, and then like what's worse, and then they show up to like do rhythm and blues better than Ray Charles and Aretha Franklin. And I really impress them with their musical chops.
Also, not funny. His brothers are not funny. The not funny part is bringing me around on this. They are the unique funny part of a movie called The Blues Brothers. If you are the Blues
Intro.
Or fried chickens.
Where's the part where they go, do the monkey and do the but wait, do the monkey?
our channel Hot News. In this video, we'll be highlighting American celebrities who have passed away today.
How about that work? What's the one, two? What is this bullshit? Look at this athleticism, folks. Is this the most athletic thing that we've ever had the opportunity to see? Oh, for sure. Name something else. I'll wait. Did all of the Olympic Games suddenly have sex? Then there's nothing even close to this. That Olympic. What do they call that bitch? Olympic Village? That place is a fuck fest. Parizzi? Oh, dog. But have you recognized how athletic this motherfucker is? This motherfucker is like Athletic Village. That's how fucking athletic he is. They are. What a wireless, right? Shout out to wireless, right? You pull all this shit off? How do you do it? What is it? Tribal dance? No, it's not. Dance. How do you do? Brief popularity, dog. We're bringing all these back. The Watusi.
The KCTU dancers as they perform the award-winning, gold disc-winning song, Watusi.
But is that the Watusi? That's this song. Come on, rhythm stompers, get your shit together. Oh, I can that shit's easy. Balls. Oh, this rabbi does the Watusi. Fuck yeah, I do. And it's not a tribal dance. Why? Well, it could be. In this tribe, it is, bitch. What about the Boogaloo? What about the Boogaloo? Look at this athleticism, though. I mean, really, it's like Olympic Village and the Watusi made it to create perhaps one of the most athletic motherfuckers of all time. Perhaps. Can you do them, all the dances? Oh, baby, I was born to dance. Come on, baby. Do the thing. Undo. Oh, is the timer still gonna be on? Come on, baby. Come on. Yeah, come on, baby. You do the flip. You do the flip. Do the flip. You do the bird. Yeah, do the bird. Do the monkey. What to say? That's what they do. They do something like that. That was sick. But wait, what about the mashed potato and the boogaloo? That's a good point, kid. That's a damn good point. What about you did the Watusi, but what about the mashed potato and the boogaloo? It's an excellent point. What about the Watusi and the boogaloo? No, the mashed potato and the boogaloo. What about the Watusi and the jerk? Do the mashed potato. Do the brown. Oh, do the trim. And do the bird. Yeah, do the bird. Do the monkey. Blues Brothers mashed potato. I know that they do a mashed potato. Are you sure? God, you ever see that motherfucker in Ho Chi Minh City?
Fried chickens. Fried chicken. Or fried chicken. Did you know for the blues? I am working. No. Or fried. How much would it go good?
It's a weird scene.
Got any fried chicken? Radio 6 miles. Give us a bottle of your finest. I meant potatoes. And a little gravy. I like this because I heard. Did you know for the Did you know for the
Oh, I love that song. You want me around? But now I'm back to let you know I can really shake them down.
This is just 6. What kind of music? Or fried chicken? Did you know for the blues?
Do black people like the Blues Brothers? I think Blues Brothers like pizza. I think everybody likes Blues Brothers. Do white people like the Blues Brothers? I think Blues Brothers is like pizza. I think everybody likes the Blues Brothers. Do Asian people? Are there any Asian people in the Blues Brothers? Maybe. None that come to mind, though. I don't know. Maybe Dan Aykroyd's from the Far East. Who knows? He's from Canada, and anything can happen from there. Maybe Donald Duck. That guy. Okay, Blues Brothers dancing. That's gonna open up a lot of shit. No, no, no. No. Oh, what about this bitch? Kay Fisher? She could be Asian. She's Jewish. That's Asia.
What's going on?
Well, Israel.
Nazi party.
Are the Nazis Jewish?
What's going on?
No. Are they Asian?
Nazi party.
Not really.
Illinois Nazis.
Aryan, maybe. John Candy could have been Jewish.
Orange whip.
Yeah, but
Orange whip.
he could have been Asian. He's
What's
Canadian.
an orange whip?
So there are black people in the Blues Brothers. There are white people in the Blues Brothers. Are there any Latin people in the Blues Brothers? I'm sure there's somebody. Who? Well, John Belushi was Croatian. And some people consider Italy to be part of like the Latin community. I mean, Croatia's pretty fucking close.
106
Were there any Asian people in that choir? Maybe.
Did you know for the
We weren't as diverse back then, kids. But I'm sure Asian people like the Blues Brothers.
Gunny fried chicken or fried bullshit? Gunny fried chicken. I was thinking that it was gunny fried chicken. Yeah, what's going on?
I'm sure one of those dancers was Asian and somebody was Latinx. Anybody else? I don't know. Maybe Scandinavian? I'm sure. That one bitch. Some bitch in that movie. That one the fucking Elwood hooks up with. That bitch is hot as fuck. Blues Brothers. Where's the mashed potato? What do? They go, do the mashed potato and then boogaloo. The boogaloo. That's always creeped me out. The boogaloo? Dog, no one gives a shit about your stupid Nintendo Switch sucks. Does it? It's an underpowered piece of shit. That's what it is. How about the Switch 2? Dog, have you ever heard of the Wii?
Excuse me, I don't think there's anything wrong with this piano.
Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. Why didn't you ask me, baby? What did you think I could? Well, I know that the boogaloo is out of sight. And the sing-a-ling is saying tonight. Baby, I'm gonna show you how to do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Alright. Do it right. Do it right. Ah, twist and shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. And there you go, loop de loop. Shake it out, baby. There you go, loop de line. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feather. Aww, come on, baby. Come on. Yeah, come on, baby. And do the trick. And do the dance. The fly. And do the spin. And do the bird. And do the bird. Do the monkey. What you say? And then the boogaloo. Oh, the fruit. Do the potato. The boogaloo. Oh, the brony magroni. Crispy. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Bum, 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 bum. There you go, loop, de loop. Shake it out, baby. There you go, loop, de loop. Come on and let me see you take it down for the. Come on and let me see you take it down for the. Come on and let me see you take it down for the. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Bum, 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 bum. There you go, loop, de loop. Shake it out, baby. There you go, loop, de loop. Come on. And about the boogaloo. Here's a mashed potato. Oh man, what's this bitch? Dog, you know it'd be tight up there. You know people want it. Why don't you give the people what they want? Dog, give the people what they want. Do the trash and do the monkey. Do the mashed potato. Oh, what is this bullshit? Dog. What about the boogaloo? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. But then you ask me, baby, I think you think that's it. Bum, 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 bum. Well, I know. Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. Why don't you ask me, baby?
Excuse me, I don't think there's anything wrong with the action of this piano.
Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. So why didn't you ask me, baby? Or didn't you think I could? Bum, 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 well, I know that the boogaloo is out of sight. There's a signal in the train tonight. There's a signal in the baby. I'm gonna show you how to do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Do it right. Oh, listen. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Bum, 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 bum. There we go, loop de loop. Shake it out, baby. There we go, loop de loop. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail, fella. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail, fella. Come on and let me see you shake your tail, fella. Come on and let me see you shake your tail, fella. Oh, come on, baby. What's up, Israel? Hope you're living like pimps and sluts. All right, so no one ever taught you how to dance. Zoot! Fuck, you douche. I knew that was gonna be Zoot. Motherfuckers. What's up, Israel? I hope you all living like pimps and hoes, because that's what we know what you are. And those are good things. In my book, those are some of the best things. Anyway, no one ever taught you how to dance. And if you're like, oh, well, we know how to dance. No, you don't. No, you don't. Where's your video from the Blues Brothers? And people are like, the Blues Brothers? Yeah, the Blues Brothers. They'd be like, the Blues Brothers is Jewish? I'm like, did you see the scene with them and Nazis? Oh, okay, I guess. Have you ever seen motherfuckers in black hats, black suits, black ties as much as the Blues Brothers? Aside from your local shul? Alright, so we're gonna watch the scene with Ray Charles, and you may be like, oh, we're watching the Ray Charles scene because it's like Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we're like celebrating black culture. But no, we watch Ray Charles and the Blues Brothers and all kinds of other amazing soul stuff every single fucking day of the year, especially on Shabbat. Why? Because it's sick as fuck, dog. Here we go. Now, if you're like, are you really going to teach us how to dance? I'm like, yeah. But really, in my time, nobody ever did these dances. Maybe one time, allegedly, it might have been in a sock hop where somebody did a twist. I have this motherfucker. But aside from that, nobody's done these things. But we're going to try. You're going to see them on the big board. We'll try this. Here we go. If you all don't know who Rothschild Charles is, well, you're going to learn. He's amazing. Is he better or worse than Stevie Wonder? You know, we've just been blessed on this list with people who have amazing talents. And, you know, Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder have amazing similarities, but I just really like them as artists. And it's like they were such good artists that they just impacted me significantly. Really? Yeah. But so did other people. Like whom? Everybody's amazing.
Excuse me, I don't think there's anything wrong with the action on this piano.
Fuck no, there's not, baby. Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. So why didn't you ask me, baby? Didn't you think I could? Well, I know that the boogaloo is out of sight, and the shaking is staying tonight. But there's nothing in the feeling of baby. I've got to show you how to do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Alright. Do it right. Do it right. Oh, listen. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. There we go, loop de loop. Check it out, baby. There we go, loop de la. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. No, shake your tail feather. No, let me see you shake your tail feather. Oh, come on, baby. Come on. Yeah, come on. Fine. Do this. No, do the bird. Fine. Do the thing. Do the bird. Do the bird. Do the monkey. Hey, watch this. Do the mashed potato. Do the shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Christian, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Oh, Christian, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Come that's how it's done, baby. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Well, thank you, Zaxxas. Naturally. And as usual, I gotta take an hour of you. Well, the son of a gun. She told Shaul that the city of gold has turned again.
Two shots of vodka.
Pardon me, but we do have a strict policy concerning the handling of the instruments. An employee of Ray's Music Exchange must be present.
Cause I heard about the boy you were dancing with all over the neighborhood. So why didn't you ask me, baby? Or didn't you think I could? Well, I know that the boogaloo is out of sight, and the stranger ain't the same tonight. Baby, I'm gonna show you how to do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Listen. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. There we go. Shake it out, baby. There we go. Shake it out. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on, let me see you shake your tail feather. Ah, come on, baby. Come on. You know, thing. Yeah. What about the Boogaloo? What about the Boogaloo?
Anyway, no one ever taught you how to dance. And if you're like, oh, you know how to dance. No, you don't. Where's your video on the Blues Brothers? Yeah, the Blues Brothers. They'd be like, Blues Brothers with this juice? She doesn't think this is oh, okay, I guess. Have you ever seen motherfuckers in black hats, black suits, black ties as much as the Blues Brothers? Aside from your local shoe? Alright, so we're gonna watch the scene with Ray Charles, and you may be like, "Oh, we watched the Ray Charles scene because it's like Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we like celebrating black culture." But no, we watched Ray Charles and the Blues Brothers and all kinds of other amazing soul stuff every single fucking day of the year, especially on Shabbat. Why? Because it's sick as fuck, dog. Here we go. Now, if you're like, are you really gonna teach us something? Yeah. Really, in my time, nobody ever did this. Maybe one time, allegedly, it might have been somebody did this. We're gonna try it. You're gonna see them on the big board. We'll try this. Here we go. If you all don't know who Ron Charles is, you're gonna learn it. He's amazing. He's better or worse than Steve Wonder. You know, we've just been blessed on this earth with people who have amazing talents. You know, Ray Charles and Steve Wonder have amazing similarities, but I just really like them as artists. And it's like they were such good artists that they just impacted me. Really? Yeah, but so did other people. Like who? Excuse me. I don't think there's anything wrong with action on this piano. No, there's not. Maybe. Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. So why did you ask me, baby? Or didn't you think I could? Well, I know that the boogaloo is out of sight, and the single lady take tonight. So there's nothing you and me we know, baby. So I've got to show you how to do it right. 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 Check it out, baby. Let me know if you like.
it, baby. Twist it. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Oh, twist it. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. So it's done, baby. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. What? What's up? What's up, Israel? I hope you all living like pimps and hoes. That's what we know you are. And those are good things. I hope you're some of the best ones. Anyway, no one ever taught you how to dance. And if you're like, oh, you know how to dance. No, you don't. No, you don't. Where's your video from the Blues Brothers? The Blues Brothers. They'll be like, Blues Brothers is juice. He doesn't eat the Blues Brothers. Oh, okay, I get it. Have you ever seen motherfuckers in black hats, black suits, black ties as much as the Blues Brothers? Aside from your local shul? Alright, so we're gonna watch the scene with Ray Charles, and you may be like, oh, we're watching the Ray Charles scene because it's like Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and like celebrating black culture. But no, we watch Ray Charles and the Blues Brothers and all kinds of other amazing soul stuff every single fucking day of the year.
Well, I heard about the fella you've been dancing with all over the neighborhood. So why didn't you ask me, baby? Didn't you think I could? Well, I know that the boogaloo is out of sight, and the shingling will change tonight. Baby, I'm gonna show you how to do it right. Do it right. Uh-huh. Do it right. Do it right. Do it right. Do it right. Twist it. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. And there we go, loop de loop. Shake it out, baby. And there we go, loop de la. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feather. Oh, twist it. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. There you go, loop de loop. Shake it on, baby. There we go, loop de la. Well, I know. What the fuck? Oh, loop de loop. Shake it out, baby. Let me go loop de la. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Bend over, let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feather. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feather. Oh, no. Come on, baby. Come on. Hey, come on, baby. Right. And do the twist and do the fly. Oh, do the slim and do the good. I do the love. I do the monkey. Yeah, what to say? That's how I believe. Give me potato. What do you do? No, I'm going around there. Let's do the twist. Aww, twist that. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. Twist that. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, baby. That was sick.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Do I go now?
You just killed the state manager. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. Here you go. Gosh.
Hey, Jimmy, I just remembered something. No! What? Where's the ticket?
Got a lot of food there.
What's up, Israel? Living my pimps and souls. This is that's what you know that you are. And those are good things. Anyway, no one ever taught you how to dance. They'd be like, oh, you know how to dance. No, you don't. No, you don't. Where's your video on the Blues Brothers? The Blues Brothers. They were like, Blues Brothers is Jewish. Did you see the scene with the Blues Brothers? Oh, okay, I guess. Have you ever seen motherfuckers in black hats, black suits, black ties as much as the Blues Brothers? Aside from that, your local show? Alright, so.
Look at this photo of California from outer space. Why does it look like somebody took an ice cream scoop and ate Earth? This is hands down one of the coolest geologic features in the United States. California's Central Valley is up to 60 miles wide and 450 miles long, which means about 11% of California is essentially a giant bathtub. On the eastern side are the huge Sierra Nevada mountains with things like Yosemite and Lake Tahoe. And on the western side is the Pacific Coast Ranges. In between them, you have this valley that's barely above sea level, which is crazy because some parts of this trough can have up to 10 vertical miles of sediment packed underneath it, stretching back to the here for the first United States TikTok Awards. Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that one.
Yeah, it's about to be my the one where I played my trucks, the biggest views I've ever posted. I think that did like 24 million views. But that one in a day is at like 1.7 million, which is wild. Wow. Yeah. Well, she remember my name, but at least he did see my content. Okay, described it to us. Yeah, you remembered it. I got you. Give me a shout out. That's pretty much it. Yeah, because when you get the fight of the kicks, your boy gets to get to the football tournament, baby. Finally, the long layoff. UFC is here. We've all been jonesing for it. It's a fun card. I'm hoping for more content, hoping for more build-up leading into this big Paramount CBS deal. I'm sure we will get it. You got Justin Gaethje, Patty Pimblett. Fantastic fight to go either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Justin Gaethje knocks Liverpool with an uppercut. I wouldn't be surprised if Patty Pimblett got a big pitch, chokes him out. That fight can go either way. That's why it's a great fight. That's a fantastic fucking fight. Because you can read it with Sugar Sean. Talk about pressure. He's a good W. It's so good. How much he gets it done. Cost to get close. That fight was a decision. I'm just like, my dick. Zilla Rose, Cole, World Allen, Silva, that's the Black Sheep of Guard. That's a sleeper fight. Fantastic fight. Biggie, fantastic fight. Orlov, these guys, fantastic fight. Yeah, it's a good card. Peace, Peace, John, so enjoy these up and stuff. I can't wait to watch it. Yeah, that's it. Guys, go watch. Was it the Knicks with the Rivals? My buddy's down. Great offense, great defense. Alright, guys, that's it. We're going to see around town. Say what's up. Enjoy the fights.
I don't know what it is. The competitive character that they have, the spirit that they play with, hungry. What? I'm going with the cave, man. Check that cave that comes close over. I didn't want to do this. I had to pick a team, and it's hard not to pick Indiana when you live in Indiana. And I love Pat Coogan, their starting center. But November 7th, 2026, we play Miami. And I know if somebody picks against us because I'm not going to and I'm not going to give Miami anything to do. I'm sitting in here, I'm going to someone should know something. Let's get dreaming on that. Next year, hopefully, we'll be watching your team out here. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to both these teams for the years that they've had. Obviously, Chris Paul, the one he's talking about doing down here, was President Joe Echevarria. Now they've been completely focused on making sports great again. I love that 10-meter high dive. I was mosquito as I was flying down there. It was very marvelous. And then obviously, when we talked about President Pam Whitney in Indiana, going all over Coach today, you think about the special story happening in Indiana. Both these guys don't handle it all that well. He's been almost flawless in the 2 games since then. Yeah, I think that's like it tells you a lot about his mindset and approach. He doesn't let the outside move affect him. The Heisman Trophy history guys that haven't played well in the postseason. What do you think about him? He's all about deflecting all that individual attention, all about his team, and because of the way he handles himself, I think it really it represents how this team plays for each other. So many family plot lines. There's Fernando's father, Fernando, the former Tom Elsa, younger brother Max. Fernando played high school football with Mario Cristobal on the offensive line, and the family's home was about 2 miles from the Coral Gables campus of the Canes. This was his childhood team, but a team that did not recruit him coming out of Christopher Columbus High School, and the team that he desperately wants to be. And you know what? I think if you think about his dad and Mario Cristobal, you can see they played high school football together. Community when it comes to football, the fact that these guys play with each other is remarkable. Cristobal comes back to his alma mater. He won 2 championships as a player. He inherited a really tough rebuilding job. I think he has grown so much as a coach over the last few months. Yeah, I mean, everybody, so you look at it, you think about offensive line, right? He played offensive line, he coaches offensive line. But I think bigger in his fourth year, he's been able to really create a program that's worthy of being here. When out got Carson Beck from Georgia, Carson Beck had a huge foul ball for this sport, the way he's able to carry himself, made some big plays that you mentioned, Chris, against Ole Miss, got his team into this national championship. It's been very loose this week. We've been around him. Really feels confident what he can do. I don't think he's trying to compare himself to Mendoza. No, he loves his teammates much like Mendoza does. That's where his focus has been. And I think, tonight he's going to have to play a clean game. If Miami wins, the defensive line asserts itself on Mendoza. And of course, Carson Beck's going to have to play a game where he's a difference maker. You see two confident teams and coaches. We talked to both of them. They both believe they can impose their will on the other side tonight. Listen out, Sir John McCready to get Mississippi started tonight. As we celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day, to perform America the Beautiful, joined by American Sign Language performer Brianna Thurr, a junior from Norfolk Coleman High School in Miami Lakes. Please welcome, under the direction of Dr. Archuleta Johnson, the Florida Memorial University Ambassador Chorale.
What they do to the CEO of the CBD company, he's doing the same thing with this unfortunately winding. I wonder what Jeff does. Pretty sure. That's how long do you even talk about that?
This athleticism.
Please rise if you're able. Remain standing as our nation's colors are presented by the Joint Armed Forces Color Guard of the Military District of Washington and Tremors on the United States Air Force Band.
They ordered a tiny guest house way in the back. A sign on the door says, it should say, good luck, Dad. So I don't know if it's pretty joke, but so I'm standing there calling
Navy, Air Force, Space Force, and Coast Guard.
My wife sees it, sees me going down, running out like I'm a threat. I hold on the bag, looks me in the eye, says, thank you, appreciate it. It's fine, right? I appreciate you, but and Senior at Miami Palmetto High School to the flyover by U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Miami. Please welcome Billboard Top Topping Artist and winner of the 23rd season of American Idol, 2026 Grammy nominee, Jamal Roberts. Miami, the ultimate game away. Kicks off Miami cut up, but now let's see how AT&T is keeping us all connected to this football game.
Hey, Paul. It's time for kickoff. Great mom sitting down at the same time. Let's document this scandal. Don't worry, AT&T gave me the new iPhone 17 Pro with the center stage for camera. Didn't even need the most expensive plan. Should I call the kid? No.
Get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us. Any condition, most expensive plan out of line. Plus, switch to AT&T only up your phone balance to $800 per month.
If you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your life. I'm tired of $1 shirt and sweater, so I got this shirt at Dollar Tree. Now I don't have to worry. I got it in 6 no time. The brand is called College Layer. You can make a regular stretchy golf shirt to the top of your body. I got rid of so many problems I have right now. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm breathing uncomfortable home. So yeah, the color stays different. Get 20% off today using OTV at collegeandco.com. Out here, I can't afford $8,000. That's why I carry the brand new application solar generator and all-in-one solar foundation. I can decide to inspired by advanced military tech, power supply, tools, even your fridge. No gas, no water. There's solar
Sick Daddy now, they're ready to go. Much has been made of the fact that stock with 5 stars. This is a very experienced team. The average age is pretty close to the average age of a lot of NFL teams. Veteran 24. They come in on fire, as you said, you open. By far, their 2 best games that they've had all year. One of the biggest games that they've played. Nick Saban saves Alabama.
If you're back and growing up going to games here in the city, your whole life
give it a direction. Make it a one-on-one mentality for every single play.
All right, thank you. And that's it. Concern for Miami and their secondary. If their starting corner is going to miss the touchdown to the Johnson suspension. Okay, so the people play limited back to the leg injury. Flash, Jamal, it is one.
Against Old West and inexperienced guys on the West team to duty. The game that lasted about. Here we go. Championship match of very few with that fourth seed.
Never would I have ever imagined. Kid, never.
The national championship. See back the Canes offense and Frankie, who's been injured, returns. He's got a good leg. He's unlikely to be returned by Marion. Distance fields to get a selection drive tonight. Rochester, he moves to the yard line. Chance for a return. Marion breaks through one tackle, so he's set at about the 7-yard line. Taylor, 2 different halves of season. We showed you Carson Beck's improvement in the second half in the CFB. 68%, 4 touchdowns, and a touchdown run against Ole Miss. They won with a vision passing for the Lincoln Post. So it's seen every defense that you're going to put in him. Really done a good job of seeing the field tonight. He's going to command the offense and not make mistakes. Inside linebacker rolls out. All of the plays is here. Use his film study and once against the first hand of the puncher on the left side. Gives him about 9. That's what the Canes have been doing to opponents in the CFB. No doubt about it. What a way to start it. I mean, it starts as a confidence builder for this offense. 1,000 yards with the way Indiana's been playing and dominating the line of scrimmage. This time he's doing a nice job of following his instincts and bouncing back to the outside where he had some grass. The safety and the linebacker converted in the interior. Gables improved the bouncing. With Fletcher, 400 yards so far in the CFB. 1,000-yard rusher of the season. Second and 1. They continue the perimeter. Valentine Tully gets it blocked. And it's the 18-year-old Drew Redmond. Looking for a first down. 3-yard line clear tonight. Establish that line of scrimmage in the run game. Valentine Tully in space will be a challenge for Indiana. Really love the other side of the football. Hardy's been a leader, one of the great playmakers. Let's him a punch, 21 in the middle, and then Angelo Pond, right in this area. You're going to have a big back cover. Yeah, that big Sexton electrified. Start with that big Fletcher on the right side, run down 5 passes from here in Miami. These big players are all over the field. They're monsters, aren't the coordinators. Shannon Dawson's done a great job with his offense this year. Brian Hayes, you can argue right now the hottest defensive coordinator in the game. He had this Indiana defense not really playing well. They're playing down without making any mistakes. They made everything that you're going to get. They played on the zone, beating you wide for that second, third level. And turnovers. Notice he said how he calls that second down plays as personal. Looking to throw his money into the first reading. Fires into the bench. Nobody open. Good coverage by the Bruins. It will be a third and long. They do a good job of simulating pressure. Instead of rushing here, you can drop out into the flat. Back with that motion. That's where he wants to go. You get a couple different defenders. You can see the confusion with that simulated pressure. They end up dropping 8. 12 throwing lanes to the front goal for Carson Beck. Good decision. You just need to feed in for him with it to set up this third down. It's very defensive. Throwing the football on third down. And Ole Miss is looking to get winning run. Tony's in the backfield. And slips out. He's got the fumble. They're not going for fourth down.
Hey, it's me. You're on the yard now. You can watch the game again. When you're ready. My wife is having a baby. Fake negative. That's why on a rare bit of a network outage, no automatic service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee. Absolutely.
Okay, I will share this, which is an example of what are we speaking about right now. It's an unknown coin which is directly integrated into your X accounts. All of you guys have an unknown wallet right now. You can like just go and get the unknown coin, and then after that you can follow the steps, enter the link, and when you enter the link, you will enter the unknown coin wallet, which is integrated directly by X, right? And when you enter to it, you get an anonymous name, anonymous wallet that you can see to Solana, that you can put Solana like in public, and more of that when you tag something, like you tag a photo, JPEG photo, you change it to video by only tagging an unknown coin, right? Any video, like any video, you just any photo you want on X, you just go type unknown coin, the same way you type Grok, because they are connected, Grok and unknown coin are connected somehow together from the top TV thing, which was adopted by Grok, and the unknown coin launchpad itself, it's like the people behind it, they are Rothschild'S team, and like it's all written in there, okay? So I'm not saying something out of script, because it's all in there. Okay, you can read about it, you can study about it. And the Vibe coin, it has a very big lore. Like, it has a very big lore behind it. And a lot of exchanges have been chilling the Vibe cat coin almost on a daily basis, speaking about vibes. And not even like, okay, exchanges can post any cat and it could be any cat narrative, right? Like, you can comment at me. But like, there is a lot of cat narratives in the market. There's a lot of launchpad, and there's a lot of not launchpad, there's a lot of system. And there's a lot of cats. But yeah, there's a lot of cats. But the thing that they are taking the parts that have been made by our teams and members of the community. Like now you enter our community in Telegram and you ask our memes and you receive our memes. These memes that we are creating for the community, these memes that are being chilled by the and a lot of exchanges, some of them OMX, HTX, on daily basis. So this is like something big, and I want to add to all of this that we have a dev, which is an anonymous dev. Okay, it's an anonymous dev because it's all about the unknown coin. Launchpad, it's that the dev is anonymous, but he can give you tips like, are you following this dev? And this dev have a 1 million plus with a whole season that was funny because it was a lot of people. So yeah, there's like there's a lot of there's a lot of what is going on like that is by making buybacks and measures to quick capacity, and I think it's hardly it will help a lot lately. So if anyone have any other question, anything important was listening, I can really help you guys out. You are definitely more than legal that you have now. We've had these all these sports channels in Sweden, even well, because he's had some cooking all about the first languages and also strong It's actually the best place within our entire solar system. Like all of the planets, bro, it's the best one. I'm saying, like, if you think about it, if you really think about it, bro, it just makes sense. It actually makes sense. That's a terrible analogy. I'm trying to figure out that's the one you think. Bro, I don't know, man. I just now that we understand why you're such a shameless fucker. You're the one that said it, not me. That's not me. Yo, hey. I was just gonna say I was actually laughing at you. It's funny the way you said about the ginger ale stuff and with regards to when you're in England and in America you speak English, you kind of take it for granted, the people who've got their native language and then they're learning English. So kudos to you, well done. There you have it, folks. And I know that X, keeps changing the algo and that rate limit is crazy. So, yeah. But what was the alpha? Like, you can only follow or unfollow 15, and then you have to wait a couple minutes, and then you can go ahead and read that. Unfortunately, actually, so you could skip it. Right? The alpha is follow or unfollow 14, and then wait a couple seconds. You got a good break right there. That's what I heard, That's what I've been trying. So, just got to up your seat. Honestly, a pleasure. Thank you so much. Last space wrote. So I was ahead and listen to that, making sure that we from the big step was leaving the purple hill, and if we don't see it, we go ahead and get a call out myself, or we'll do shy to the shift. Actually, shift. See if you have Alright, everybody. Go to everyone else except for Shift's profile. There is a Discord link with the mixed up with method. It's for friends and family. Last time I checked, we had over 8.7K members in there, and all the people are about Web3. Some of them are about esports, to the Discord's past, but go ahead and check us out. Start connecting with all these people in that Discord. And I gotta give a shout out to Shiv. He is a marketing quant. I can't wait to see him start speaking on camera. So that makes me right now. Well, I mean, you can live stream it multiple times. And, that being said, that's a pretty sick way for Rabbi Rothschild'S to let us know about that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, as everyone's been saying, you need to be in the Big Steppers Discord. If you don't know how to get there, it's discord.gg/Big Steppers, BIGSTEPPAS. That's where the epicenter of crypto Twitter is, and that's where you will find a home. Additionally, you will find my own personal channel in there where you can find my life 24/7. I'm always live in there. I'm very proud to be a part of the Big Steppers community. If you aren't a member, you should be. It's a really great group of people. You should also know that in addition to all of the different spaces that I have the opportunity to be able to join, I've been hosting my own spaces 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 333 days. And these aren't normal spaces, these are video spaces. So I literally have nearly an entire year of my life 24/7 live on X. Additionally, as you all probably may know, and if you don't, I've been live streaming on YouTube for more than 4 years, 24/7. So those are some great places that you can connect with me. And I also do a lot of multi-streaming as well. I'm live on just about every platform there is. With that being said, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link is in my profile. Additionally, you'll find that link in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. You should know as well, you can find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
I always do hate parties that just like you wanted to keep going and then it ends. So 24/7 for like the last 6 years. I feel like that's just a party I can get behind.
100%. Absolutely. 100%. So, in addition to being a live streamer, I am a futurist. I like to talk about the future. So, perhaps this may sound like science fiction to you, but in reality, it's very soon becoming science fact. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. I like to discuss things like artificial neurointelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Of course, our favorite subject, cryptocurrency, quantum computing. I like to talk about things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel. I enjoy talking about things like invisibility cloaks, replicators, Santa Claus machines, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind blowing goal. I don't know why more people in society aren't talking about it, but I certainly am. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to perhaps have the opportunity to archive. I also like to talk about things that impact you and yours, your family, your friends, things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you, depending on where you were in the world, is about age 50 to age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120. I want to give you the resources to be able to afford things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy to be able to get you to be 120 years old if you want and with your consent. But at age 120, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2026, everything that you talked about seemed like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is only if you want, this is with your consent. And I don't even necessarily know if I want this, but it certainly is an interesting topic, is mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But I want everyone who's hearing my voice right now to know that within a generation or two, there may be some people on this planet who may be making decisions about digital immortality. And I think these are really exciting conversations to have. So, in answer to your question, those are some of the subjects that I like to discuss, as well as live streaming my life and archiving world events.
That's a lot of information. I would love to go topic to topic, which are all launch stuff that is really interesting and is going on right now in the world. And I'm pretty sure all these listeners are going to be able to also get this information. And could you tell us what was the last place where we are one of us being able to be active in research? Let's say, um, what is it you recommend me to do, or what are the strategies to like get all the information, all the news, as fast as I can, and like let's help these people get on top of their lives as soon as possible. What is your recommendation?
Most certainly. Wikipedia is an excellent resource, and I'm sure that's not a surprise to many of you. Also, glossaries are a really great way to increase your vocabulary on given topics, and certainly the AI models that we have at our disposal. I know I've been live streaming since before AI models were a regularity within society. ChatGPT launched November 30th, 2022. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT, and so I've been able to see it from its really birth to the public to being able to see what it can do today. So certainly things like ChatGPT, Grok, Claude, Gemini, even Microsoft Copilot, whatever kind of AI model that you prefer, I really highly recommend that you take a topic that you like on Wikipedia or whatever it may be, read through the Wikipedia article. I also use text to speech in order to be able to learn things faster and read things more quickly on these subjects. And then once I have an overall good idea of what the topic is and have read the article and listened to it, then I love to go into ChatGPT or one of your whatever favorite model that you may have and ask specific questions on how the topic may affect our daily lives today and also perhaps how it may affect humanity in the future. And if any of this is of interest to anyone in here who hears me, come to my Discord. I'm like 24 hours a day. I would love to talk with any of you about any of the subjects that I hold near and dear to my heart or anything that is of interest to you. My link is in my name. It's also in my profile, and it's really easy to get to. You get a link from discord.me/rabbi. So for anyone out there like Tay Rare who wants to continue learning on these types of futuristic subjects, just come connect with me. We will delve into them together and we'll research them together.
Sounds good. Sounds like a fun absolutely for talking about research these things. Who else can you what's going on? Thank you very much, Rachel, essentially here on the stage, man. For also you, Rob, obviously everybody should be following the details of Rothschild's pages too, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, shit. All I gotta say is looking back up and down. I just hope 100%. I've seen, like there's so many people that have no, have nothing like yourself. You just get that out of either. 100%. I've seen, like there's so many people that have no, have nothing like yourself. You just get that out of either. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This one was actually my fault. Like I've been banned a lot for no reason. Like I can shit on social media platforms for a lot, but this one was actually on me. It was a learning experience, and it's just is what it is. That's something that can like shit on. Yeah, basically don't stream sports. If you do, like make sure you use such a tiny corner of the screen that they can't understand you. Counterfeit. And make sure the delay is on long enough. Yeah, that was basically my problem. I replied more long enough delay, and they had a little more pretty much me. I love the delay was fine. Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. So I don't think you're going to talk about this. You guys have lacking in delays. If you guys should be content creating, you should be developing yourselves with content. And content is where something needs to be. Like that place that you want to be so behind and looking weird all the time. Anyway, man, you guys are looking. You guys are close. As is most. You get to see that way. Walking this space, man. Just hacking. I mean, it's just, I'm just going forward. Just trying to understand what
potential. And he had tremendous balance. He would have been amazing. Obviously, you can spot that and re-spot the football Miami Drive. It's all the way back to 30 points. It's first down, Miami. 31-yard line. I wanted this to be Michael, but he was down. Remember last time Miami had the ball, I just mentioned how they threw it 3 straight times. They talked about the importance of being patient. Eventually they're going to go back and Shannon Dawson run the ball. Remember, Indiana outscored Oregon and Alabama in the first half of those 2 safety games, 52-7 in the first half. Miami's going to feel pretty good in the first quarter, down 3-0. I think they got to get back to their run game. They didn't hand it off on first down. Shannon Dawson told us he's impatient. Like your opponents know it. They kind of count us as getting impatient with the run game. Keeps his friends playing. And you're the first one to tell you that. You know what you want. Fantastic tackle.
No one ever told you that. And you're like, oh, he's not a damn. If you're picking up on the move,
7-yard gain sets up 37. Nice job by Jack offensive line. Not back enough time. He's able to really that left side. Indiana playing zone. They're just trying to take
the same motherfuckers with black hat, black guy, much of the guy, your local. Alright, so when you're watching Stephen Ray Charles, he may be like, oh, I watched Ray Charles. But the junior days, that's part of the senior days, like how many black people. We watch Ray Charles and the Blues Brothers and all kinds of other amazing songs every single fucking day of the year. That shit makes you why? Here we go. Now, if you're like, are you really gonna make it up there? Yeah, but really, in my time, I would have maybe one time allegedly it might have been somebody who was so we're gonna try. You guys see what we'll try this. Here we go. If you all don't know who Rothschild'S is, well, you're gonna learn. He's amazing. You know, we get some blessings on this have amazing talent. You know, Ray Charles, we want to have amazing similarities, but I just really like the artists. Yeah, it's like they were such good artists that one of a kind nationwide. That's just what I said. Yeah, it's just excuse me, I don't think that is anything back on this piano. Maybe.
Stadium, well, Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance.
Easy access. He's playing off him, and number 13 makes a pay. First down yardage in front of Frederick. And again, he's just looking out there. It's a running play with an emergency messenger trying to get up, trying to get in there to touch it. Does not. Ball's able to get out there to Surratt. This is what he did on a couple of those early series. Look down, pre-snap reads, all corners. Just put the ball out there quickly to those open receivers with those corners off about 10 yards. Now they tighten up.
All day long, baby.
Pitch across the middle, he's broken up. Frederick got a hand out and broke it up. Surratt was completely covered that time. Yeah, again, here's an RPO. Linebacker Teray came down, so he thought he had a quick route. But I'll tell you what, 29 right now is playing very, very well. He get away with a grab there with the left arm, grabbing onto Surratt, but he's tight and he's in phase. And he's got his eyes on the quarterback. Every time he's throwing the ball, he's looking back to be able to knock it away. Last year's secondary was a disaster for the Canes. Frederick was a freshman All-American, though. Gets made. Still kind of pinballing around there. Tough dude. Hard to tackle that tight end. They finally do. Again, Scott was an 8-yard gain.
Well, you talked about the hits that Miami getting on Fernando Mendoza. He came to the sideline. He's got a pretty bloody lip. It's cut up on the inside. Every trainer was looking to wipe the blood off, but he was getting his gloves on. Alberto said, that's what he's doing. It's further. I can get his blood on me. This guy, historically, when Fernando gets hit, he gets better in games. The players, they got to hit early against Iowa. That's when they knew they had a guy. He thrives off of that.
But they had to get some out safe before the play. Wow, hits the back on third down, and Indiana, no trouble picking up what Miami could not a few minutes ago, up to the 39. The previous play on second down, Keontae Scott had a chance to make a play, make a tackle. Instead, he tried to make a play on the football, and he misses the tackle. It would have been 3rd and 7 if he just gave up on trying to knock the ball away and just tackled the receiver right there. Instead, he misses that, get the 3rd and 2, and it made it easy to pick up that first down there with a run by Black. Lost one fumble, and it was back against Old Dominion. Very, very early in the season. They simply don't make mistakes. And they on the left side, Say delivering the shot, picked up one here. Go back in Big Ten play for Mendoza going to Iowa City. He said, he takes a big hit there, and it was inbounds. Ohio State first play of the game gets hit. A lot of people wondered if he might be out of the game. He came back after a play or so. So he's been hit a lot. So this is certainly part of the equation for Heisman winners. A second down line, not much. Hempy is going to be knocked down after a short game. So here's what's going to happen. Indiana coaches are looking down, not on third down. They're going to have to convert. They're going to go fast here. But those Miami safeties are starting to cheat down on this run game. Actually, you're going to see them take shots. Pitch, and it's incomplete. Flag comes in. Once again, it was Frederick on Surratt. Too handsy that time, perhaps. It's right in front of Cincinnati.
Interference number 29.
Bill, quickly, the difference between that and the previous ones where he's been pretty handsy to some of the other recoveries as well.
He's got a restriction that the receiver will get the time.
First of all, doesn't want to give some individuals every single timeout. Unhappy with the non-calls early in the game. So, Indiana in Miami territory and unable to escape a lot of Hempy that time. Immediately was the big 300-pounder for Fort Lauderdale. The tackle for loss. You want to see a matchup tonight? Coogan in the inside with Coogan, the most moving BP. These guys have been going at it a lot all
out on 2nd and 14. They run it again right into the team. I mean, not much. A yard, Bain again on the play, throw down the ball.
Yeah, Bain's not even supposed to be in this play. This is just a play. It's Trippier. He's way out here. This gives you an idea of his suddenness. Plays downhill. Boom. He's able to bend and cut it. I mean, he really has the instincts of a linebacker and the vision of a linebacker. He just played off the edge at 270 pounds.
And here at Miami Central High School, already running like a pro, which is going to be soon. Body, Ryan, really leader and meter than ever before this year. Timeout taken.
Unlimited 3% cash back on the item the capital Let's just get one of everything. Everything.
Everything. He's number one favorite by the table 27. And these are very unlimited. Yes, sir. As much as I like this. Bring that back on the shot. Bring that back on the phone. Here, shoot.
What's in your room?
So, you can't have
Spurs. You can't have those screen sponsors take you on the bench pictures.
you don't have
Sure, you with your fitness in the front of the box. You transported to occupants with the $7 box. And you count the occupants with the $5 box. Eight machines that are burritos with different hot sauce. It's the box. Choose your prize. It's $5 box, Kratos box, or Taco Bell.
with Kelly Pharmacy. Save 20% and make every pet a healthy pet. Get all its meds to help with anything. Fleas, allergies, or recoveries. Delivered fast. For great prices, for lifeless pets, there's security codes. And presents a playoff very special. 31 days playoff football. College football, it's up everything.
National Championship presented by AT&T. Brought to you by Capital One. What's in your filter? Taco Bell and Dr. Pepper. Stay tuned after the game for the trophy run. Presented by Dr. Pepper.
Obviously, what I'm saying is, Rick Job.
Wrestling Hall of Fame, Columbus High School, Catholic All Boys School, Mario Cristobal, for you, high school teammates of Anna Mendoza's father. That's the watch party there. School's out, by the way, tomorrow. No flex, because they'll be celebrating either Miami victory or along Mendoza. Albert Mendoza, of course, is there as well. Race Fitzgerald, Ryan Rodriguez, players on the Miami side, Columbus graduates.
Love it. Such good high school football town in this region. So many good programs.
3rd and 13. Miami with the speed rush package in the game. And Mendoza running at a time. It's too high.
It's a free play because of Ruben Bain jumping. So, I don't know if he knew he had a free play, but he takes a shot downfield trying to hit a seam. It's great. Brandon Chapman.
I didn't have time off the snap count there.
Offside. Number 4. Defense, not got penalty. Or down.
See if that's costly.
Miami, uncharacteristically, has been bringing a lot of pressure. Dialing up a lot more blitzes than we've seen from them all year. 7 of the 13 plays have had blitzes where they have dropped back. Going more than 50%.
All my words are over there. So 3rd and 8 now. secondary we knew coming in was a concern. Pass rush is elite, but if you can beat the pass rush, these guys are a bit vulnerable. And having Xavier Levis run the starting quarters for the first half because of targeting against Ole Miss, you can debate whether or not it makes sense for the guy out of a championship game for that. But you guys who climbed up and tried to fill in get beat tonight. Yeah. It's going to take a peek again where he stepped out of bounds. It's like right around this is worse than that. 5-yard line. But Chris, let's not forget, 6-yard line. 3rd and 6 pass interference on Frederick. 3rd and long, both sides on the made. Keeps the drive line short to the distance that they have to do to keep this drive alive. And the big run on that other 3rd down and long. After a matter of time until 80 starts making plays, he makes a big one there. How about he really got his opportunity when Sirach went down with the injury? Becker's opportunities went up, and man, is he taking advantage of it. They can't get him off the field. Tom Allen confirmed the only holdover on this receiving core, increasing the era. So 4th and goal, they're trying to add to this lead. 6 on my man in the game. Becker comes across in motion. Black met the hole and picks up about a yard. He's the best hurricane. That's very true. If you're an inside linebacker against this Indiana offense, not just the offensive line and other teams, but you survive that, and here come the running backs running downhill and give me it now right now, Kalon Black. Runs so hard. He's right there. He's right in it. That's no comfortable right there at the 5-yard line. A lot of weapons to work with in the red zone. Little wonder Indiana's an elite team in this area. Spot down at the 1. Signetti puts in all the white choosing to remind me of their own game. Your power football running middle. Oh, yeah. And that's their game. That's what they do. You watch how hard these guys run. There's a double team trying to get up to the backer. Reminds me of Isaiah Pacheco for the Chiefs when he was a runner. The way he runs, especially as way Black runs. His bad intentions running into the teeth of that defense. Fullback in front of Black on the 3rd and goal. And Miami looks like they're going to call a timeout and try to get things on the same page on this 3rd and goal. This will be the 14th play of the drive. Miami has 14 plays to home game. 14-play drive coming up. Miami highly valued ball control, time of possession domination. They're turning tables so far tonight, midway second.
I checked the whole state first and saved hundreds on my car. Unfortunately, I didn't check it, but Geneva case, I'll take it myself. Checking the state first is really smart. I'm checking Geneva's gate. Not smart. At least I checked the whole state first and saved hundreds.
You guys, Wendy's has a new weekend starting at just $4. So now you can decide on the which is kind of beautiful. I want to come and sit in together. Or maybe I'll or else I really want.
Nobody gives you a bonus at all for finishing your taxes. But Tax Act does give you an email confirmation, which you can read while playing the national anthem. Tax Act. So far, let's Chevy first. This is all ones who always shoot. They don't need permission to go. They're the first to rise. They're the last to leave. They all have that little extra something. You got it. Just make sure to keep the
official sponsor of the college football playoff. And the biggest of reasons why the ACC is great. I was going to say hoops. One at a time. So now, it's us. We all in the ACC crew. Football and college track and was smart. Yeah, it's an asshole thing to do. Said Kurt, 14 play in the drive. That's how many plays Miami's had the ball all game so far. 31 for Indiana. Now here they are trying to build a double-digit lead. Miami called that timeout and on the field. Just wanted to make sure obviously to get them before the ball snapped. You're my girlfriend now, is what he said. She said, let's talk to him. He was already doing his little doing the dance, like the weird dance he does. Oh my god. To save herself, she said that. A couple different wrinkles there, Chris. Not only do you use the back as a decoy, but also you hand it off to the big tight end who has fullback background in his days in Wisconsin and used the Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year, Carter Smith, as the left tackle. Use him in motion as they up into the interior of the offensive line. That's the point they say he's the glue. The dirty word, tremendous blocker of the run game. He catch the man up with it. Took the rock too. Absolutely. So many different things. The last drive, trying to be able to get as many yards as they can. Third down and 8 on the football. Be able to get that first down. It was a huge play. This might be a touchdown. He was stepped out of bounds, but a good job of converting again with Charlie Becker. And then they're able to finish the drive off with Nowakowski with Carter Smith leading the way to give the Indianapolis their first touchdown in the game for the national title. Records to hold back the team. They believe they are the stronger team in the scrimmage. They believe they should hold the trenches every game. Indiana is completely dominating on both sides so far tonight. He overwhelmed with emotion on the sideline. He expects that. That's why he says it is a reason why he joined. What am I supposed to do? I think it's a big deal. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And he's up there again. He's already thinking about the extra point, kickoff coverage. This guy's mind elsewhere. Time to celebrate. And see, like celebrate tonight. He's going to stay on this man. Take a couple of cold beers. How can you get Carson Beck going here? Well, I think if I were right now trying to so you got to just keep it moving. It's a long way to go. And Shannon Dawson's going to stick to the game plan. You know, they ran for 175 yards in the game against Texas A&M on the road, 153 on the ground against Ohio State, 191 against Ole Miss. Tonight, 4 possessions, only 10 rushing yards. And Fletcher, his last carry was with 10:07 to go in the first quarter. That was almost an hour ago. This is the last time he carried the ball. And then they ran out. His very first carry was successful since then. Indiana got smothered the run game. This is Fletcher again. Would do a great job of kind of driving the ball forward on this big back. That's a five. That's who they want to be. That's who they've got to be to set up their offense. It's not fancy. We got some pushing and shoving going down. But that's who they want to be. Get behind that right side of the offensive line. Fletcher finally gets his hands on the ball. And sprinkle in Malachi Tony on a jet sweep. Get in the ball in space. They've got to be able to. You want to be Mario Cristobal? You want to be Indiana in their own game? You got to rely on that offensive line in the physical running of Fletcher and Brown. Play well into the play. Fletcher winning it. Tyreek Tucker. Frustration. Has to be building on Miami side. Not used to experiencing this. Fletcher on 2nd and 5. Trey Young looked like he had a gap there. And reaching out to grab him was Isaiah Jones, I believe. And he used his leg to grab him. He got the leg whip to bring him down. That's what I saw. I don't think he got a hand up there. I think he was getting blocked by Malachi Tony. Just his leg lifts it up and brings it down right there.
Yeah, that was not an intentional act of trip. So that was
in the middle of the block. Just kind of breaks his leg.
See where they spotted. They're running in near the marker. This is going to be very close. He's in the lead. They came up with a stop. It's a first down by the Cowboys.
And that's what it took to be able to pick up their second first down of the game. 8 offensive linemen, if you include the guys they brought in at fullback and tight end, 8 offensive linemen, and they didn't see the football. They got it low.
Way back behind the play.
Did a great job here. We're able to work this Daniels concept. Here's Daniels right here. He's working at second level. To get around the safety, and a heck of a job there from a timing standpoint by Carson Beck. Got Beck, had confidence in Malachi Toy underneath, had the confidence to make the throw up and over the safety. Great call there on first and 10. You're coming, and then you make him play action.
Nice player throwing that bit very well. He can build on that 25-yard gain. Tony on the edge. Eddie said they have multiple plans. Ryan Hayes to stop number 10 because one plan isn't enough. So far, so good.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Malachi Tony hasn't had a lot of space to move with. And, I think that they have a really good feel based on Malachi Tony moving pre-snap movement when he motions out to it this time where Keelan Marion was number 0. That's an indicator. They feel like there's a few tails on when they go with that screen. They reacted very quickly on that one to follow him up.
3 catches for Tony, but only 11 yards. To give us a minute timeout. And Miami with about 7. So Indiana in charge. 10-0. Miami before halftime. Trying to put something in the board. Get this football to the end of the second half. All crimson and cream. Canes home field so far tonight.
When you grew up out here, you learn to tell facts from fertilizer. I keep my boots clean by rolling with AT&T. AT&T is America's first network, and still the best. That's not me talking, that's the scoreboard. Just the fastest and most reliable network. Is that right, Graham? When you compare, there's no comparison. Plain talk, strong signal, not so bad.
You know what I miss most about playing yelling nights? So I got this job. You know, I just pizza. Big New Yorker for just $10 and pizza. Scottish cheese hotels and resorts. You can see clear eyes. Progressive can protect you from becoming embarrassed, but we can't protect your home loan when you buy with us.
Quick question about the tipping procedure.
How much is $5 bait? She could this, or this, or this, or this. No one's stopping you from getting them all. Now there's an idea. Love that chicken from Popeye. Welcome to a smoother shipping experience with ShipStation. Imagine integrating seamlessly with all the places you sell online. You see your entire inventory synced in a gainable task spot. Make sure finding the best carrier rates with Amazon. Feel what it would be like to save time and money with ShipStation, so you can focus on growing your business. Start your free trial today at ShipStation.com. I'm still using a four-level shampoo, but you're tired of the discomfort and back pain. Meet the Vitamin Chair, America's #1 rated shampoo. The Vitamin Chair glides over any surface with large industrial grade castings. Immediate
Miss Aquarius.
Free shipping on orders. Shopify for industrial.
Miss Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it wasn't your fault. It was. I had to. I had to sing.
I know you have talking to somebody. That's what those somebody talking to somebody.
Madam. Yes, ma'am. Did you put football on for Papa?
Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it go on? What time is it on? I'm like, wait, you better go back. I gotta watch it. What time is it on?
It should be on ABC.
What time is it on?
It should be on ABC. It should be on ABC or ESPN.
Yeah, it ain't no ABC. You said ESPN?
Yes, ma'am.
ESPN.
No.
There you go. Miami versus Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. There you go, Papa. Look.
Let him know it's the championship.
It's the championship. Yeah, you like that? No? Oh, yes. You don't like the championship, Papa? Yeah, you said yeah, he likes it.
All right, there you go.
There you go. There you go. It was up. I'm over here watching.
That's all right. 3 days until your birthday. We're not forgetting that. 3 days until Miss Aquarius' birthday.
I'm excited.
I would be. You've got a lot. You've got a lot of fun things planned.
I know. I'm so excited. Who's that?
You're gonna get these two, no doubt. Perfect. Just absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
You're welcome, madam. Give me it.
Oh my God.
That's a tough one. Go for the 2.
Come on.
Oh, get 1. Get 2. That was the slowest 2 that I've ever seen, I think. But that was amazing.
I'm glad it did too.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
You got this one.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. The people at Plato shouldn't even make me have to do that one. It's automatic.
I already know you.
Word, girl. Oh, that looks good. Well, you got the exact same split that you had. And you got it. You just a little faster than the last time, but man, talk about consistent. Oh no, Miss Aquarius. No, you're good. You're absolutely fine. I can't believe I missed that. I never do gutter ball. That was terrible.
Another split.
Miss Aquarius, this is your 3rd split in a row, madam. Get the 3 and then hit the 2 over. Get the 3 and it'll hit the 2 over. Yeah, perfect. Oh, now you got messed. That was not fair. You should have got that. That was not fair.
Come on, strike.
I'm trying.
You got it. You got it. Yay.
No doubt.
I don't know. See? I don't never get good when it gets over that echo. Come on, I got it. Let's go.
No doubt.
Right. Yes.
No
Good
doubt.
job.
Big score.
Yeah. Let's go. Strike again.
I'm trying.
Spin. No, that's not spin. You got it. You got it. Yay. Good job. You win. I win.
I win. You win, Miss Aquarius. You win. I win.
Yay. Yeah.
All right.
I win. You win. Yay. Let's go. Come on, you people.
Great
Bye,
spare.
guys.
Great
Thank
spare.
you. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Smack, smack, smack. Yeah.
That's a strike and a spare and a strike.
Mm, mm. Come on.
Oh, what? What? Give it to me. Oh, Miss Aquarius, did you see that? Oh, man, thank you. Get it. Look at you with the strike. No one's touching Miss Aquarius. No one is touching Miss Aquarius. Wow. Give it to me. Miss Aquarius, no one's touching you. You have 50. And you got a strike? Miss Aquarius has a spare, a strike, a strike. Get another spare. She's got it. Perfect. Look at this score she's putting up, folks.
Come on, everybody. Come on. Good.
Oh, no, another really hard split. Nope. It's over for this guy. Miss Aquarius.
I'll say that. Got 600.
No, you're putting up a record score, Miss Aquarius.
Look at that win.
93. Get this. Get one of them.
I cost it.
Actually, you want to get both of them. Get both of them.
I cost a minute.
She's got 94, folks. Give it to me. Oh, come on. Miss Aquarius, 191.
I win,
You win, I win, I win, you win.
Unde-
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Excellent job, Miss Aquarius.
Excellent job, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam. Sweet dreams to you, God willing. I hope to talk to you tomorrow and play with you tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day, wonderful sleep, and
Yes.
then tomorrow it'll be 2 days to your birthday, but right now it's 3 days to your birthday.
I'm so excited.
Excellent, girl.
Yes, I got to work on my birthday, but I don't care because I'm going on a trip and with this, and I got to make money. So I don't care as long as I can just wake up to see another year of my birthday. It's just, you know.
It's kind of fun. Then people celebrate it at work and your friends.
Yeah. Maybe.
All right, sweet dreams, God willing.
Sweet things, God willing. I'll be back when I go to sleep, okay?
Okie doke.
Okay.
But I'm also converting off third down. So I think that's the key right now. Sustaining drives for Miami into here. Anyway, just that way. I took an Indiana defense.
Folks, look at this. It doesn't.
Indiana is actually playing Miami. Miami is 3-0. You're going to see it. They got people popping up. They got eight. Nowhere to go with the ball. Quarterbacks into the fleet. There's another opportunity to separate pressure. They go deny the throw. They got the same look. Now they bring pressure 4 weeks back. And they got a sack. Miami all like I said, they frustrated how they pressure. And Miami has not been able to consistently run the ball like they like to. So we're going to have to be able to mix it up. Being the kind of team that has to be able to run the ball and sustain that, they're going to feel no back. They're going to play a championship level football. That's what I'm saying. You better want to vote for the line team coming to the CFB. And on Indiana's only touchdown drive, two coffee tokens. Ruben Green right there, Junior. Third and 12, he jumps outside, makes it third and manageable, and third and 6 right here. Big-eyed by O.J. Frederick. Kept them, sustained the drive, kept them while moving, and then here's the touchdown. The RD talked about right there, the 1-yard run. The only touchdown the first half for Indiana. I thought that the Hoosiers offense played extremely well. I like my defense. That's what I'm trying to do is walking up a reminder. They get what's up to it now in the first half. They're targeting Monday. Those who want to they were warming up like that. Maybe that's changed. So I'm going to react to that. So that's why I can understand why maybe it's really going to say you know, they rallied against Texas A&M. They get much done on offense early. Hoosiers don't even start to show on your
during this anniversary dinner. What if there's an emergency? Oh my God. What if the house is on fire? Does the fire department text? Frank has a lot of things to worry about, but as a member of Navy Federal, his finances aren't one of them. Become a member today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Terry, you think I need your advice? You think I should go on a diet? I've been dieting since I was 12. No matter what I do, you're gonna have your own thoughts. My health is my focus. And my body is nobody's business. It's mine.
He's on my way. Or Italian. He's on my way. Or Italian. Maybe you know I got my show. On my way.
Burger.
Oh yeah, that was so.
Actually, I want the chicken.
Like everyone's looking at us. I told you that bar was legit. It's easy. Don't ask questions that you don't want the answers to.
Having insurance is the same as having State Farm. It's like needing the strength of this King Henry. But getting mad at King Henry.
Oh no! I can't believe it's the team.
So, I have called.
Don't settle for just any insurance. State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm.
Thinking about a new building project? Only General Steel lets you do your project gets Architects church thousands to capture your vision like this. Backed by decades of experience and thousands of successful projects, General Steel Design System gives you more than a price. It gives you a clear vision you can build on. Text me to 59583 to see your own building and browse thousands of unique customer designs with new ideas polished every hour. From personal shops to business expansion, see your new space inside and out down to the details. Get insulation tailored to your climate, paint colors that perform where you live, and expertly placed doors and windows that deliver access, ventilation, and natural light based on your unique needs. Text me to 59583 to plan and price your project instantly with General Steel. That's right, 59583 because if you need space, you need a General. And now it's time for a Road to the Championship presented by Mercedes-Benz. Miami really could have used a field goal before the half. Mercedes Benz up front. So, great team. Alabama, they tried to hold in the tour. Took care of that. Putting pressure on the back is something to be annoyed. Miami is having to be ready.
shop selling muffins.
The jobs I use is my people skill. I can't believe you're the and a cheeseburger. I'm a creative person. I want to work somewhere pretty hard. Here's the thing, Mom. We'll get back to the T-Bus thing real quick. I've only ever met people that make that I don't like. Really? Except for Jerry.
Your father's like a fitness member. They all look strong. They're all strong on this planet. Location near you. Judgment free. Just $15 a month. Right this second. At some diners. Come on, really. But that's it. That's why it's always like that. Very similar. Everything. Yeah, I know the struggle is strong, but so are all these wish they were a better soda. Hi. Your mom makes my wheelchair. You're going to do a 24-hour. Can I get one too? Watch. What does that mean? That means we're going to watch the Google Copy for 24 hours on stream. It's going to be, I think, the 20th. Well, that's of September. Yeah. Right. Now I help millions spend smarter and save more for the things that matter most to them. That's why Rib Bank sets your hours.
We're going to have guests, so probably Mark,
Save up to 50% on selected stone styles of beautiful carpeted flooring from Empire Today.
588 2300. Oh, it's 105 588 2300 Empire. Yeah, how much is it to get the Deli Manor AstroTurf?
screenshot it and tell you and yours. All right. I know we're terribly interested in that. During the holidays. Yeah. She is so. This is so important. Next to Jerusalem. Marketing molds, switches, and our families. Need connection. We're in a prison where you used to train the freaking child. Wait, when you first started out, right? Yeah, but it was after he was so dumb.
Dude, how'd your joke go? Hold on. How'd it go?
I just performed on stage, but I performed it just around the people.
Why did you perform it on stage?
Because there was a bunch of rules because he said like practice a rule that you gotta like the word you can't use because it's a competition. So yeah, I was allowed to use it on stage, and because there were children in the audience at one point as well, but they left before I got on stage.
Okay, so how did you do?
That probably wasn't my best set, but it wasn't my worst set.
Okay, what did people think of the joke?
Outside?
Yeah.
They thought it was funny, but they were kind of disturbed.
Oh, it's funny as fuck.
They laughed.
Well,
anyway,
isn't that what you want him to do?
Yeah, but I'm not using that for all.
No, I didn't say that you had to, but sometime you got to use it after Raw.
Last time was good.
All right, so after Raw, sometime in February maybe, I want you to use it on stage.
The last night was good.
Well, you said
All
it
my
was.
friends were there.
Okay, was Chelsea there?
Yeah, she was feature act.
She was feature act?
Yeah.
So she's getting good.
She has 10 minutes to. Yeah, I told you that she got through the rookie.
No,
Hey, Rabbi.
What?
Do you want to watch Chelsea interview?
Yeah, I want to see how hot she is.
She's on the Magic Podcast.
Is it on Instagram?
Yeah, go. It's on YouTube and Instagram.
Okay,
it comes out today, but there's previews.
All right, I'm going to tell you right now. Chelsea, if you're watching this in the future,
you can probably do
It's not weird at all. I'm going to tell her how hot she is. What's wrong with that? Okay, so it's called the Magic Podcast.
It's called Fame Film Agency.
Fame Film
Fame Film
Agency. All right, Chelsea.
Beautiful.
Chelsea Finland.
Yeah. The last video that he put up was fucking hilarious.
Dude, she's a pretty lady.
The last video he put up was fucking hilarious.
She has a beautiful smile. Chelsea, when you watch this in the future, just know you can get it, girl. All right, so I'll watch this last video that he put up.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
Dog. She can get it. She's not bad looking. She has a beautiful smile. She has 10 minutes, and she's really. Do you think she has a chance on Raw Comedy?
Yeah. Probably.
Do you think she's going to do well on Raw Comedy?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
And this is the opinion that other people give me about in the most recent year, this in the entertainment industry, where especially in the Adelaide scene. On the honest opinion,
Yeah, baby.
the people running that kind of just favor the women and put them on shows because they want to fuck the women.
Okay. Do you think they want to fuck Chelsea?
That's the whole entertainment industry in a nutshell.
In a lot of ways.
That's been the entertainment industry for the last 40, 50 years. Yeah.
120. But yeah, dog. But
120.
but also there aren't that many female comedians, so they want them to be featured more. Would you, if there were a female producer and she said, Zoot, well, Zoot, you'd have sex with a fucking dog. But if she said to you, I'll get you on Raw Comedy, but you have to have sex with my ugly sister, or she's just a really ugly chick, would you?
Probably.
Yeah, you'd do it not even for Raw. You would just be like, let's do it. All right, so that's cool.
Yeah.
What if, okay, how about this one? What if there were a dude and he said to you, all you have to do is fuck me and you'll be bigger than James McCann?
No.
You just have to stick your dick in his butt, dude. That's it. You don't have to like it. Nobody has to know. And then you'll be as big as Jack Irwin.
Robert Owen.
Yeah, that one. That's what I meant.
Nah.
Dog. All you have to do is, you don't even have to fucking get a dick in your ass. You just stick your dick in some guy's butt for like 3 minutes, and then you're as big as Robert Irwin. I don't know. I might consider that one, big dog.
I fucking hate him.
Yeah, but you fucking love making money.